search for God of some sort. It isn't coming back. Is that scary? I don't want to.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to BatStone, Hearthstone Differently. This is the final day of the event. We're going to crown a champion. I am Zaleh. I'm joined here by Chalky. How are you doing today, Chalky?
Doing great. Pretty excited to get to cast some of this BatStone action. Played in the last one. It was a lot of fun to watch some of this one. And now I'm getting to cast, so kind of hitting all the angles.
Heck yeah, it's a good life. So we're going to take a look at the brackets here in a second. We have a lot of good matches for you today. The first one is Kibler up against Crane, and you can see it's a rematch. They actually played in the first round of the event, and Crane came out on top in a nail-biter. It was super close. Could go either way. Did you get to see that match, Chalky?
I did, actually.
Do you have any comments on it or any thoughts?
Well, I think it was Kibler's Rogue that kind of ended up failing him, but also his Hunter didn't do too well. So kind of those are the two decks to look out for if he can pick up a win with those today, since it is Conquest.
Right, since it is Conquest, if you struggle with the deck, it can drag you all the way down to a defeat single-handedly, right? But if you just win one match with it, you're done with that potential weakness, and you're in good shape to win it. So Kibler vs. Crane, the first match of the day. Second match would be Super JJ against Purple. Third match will be the winners of those. Fourth match is VLPS against the winner of that. And then the grand finals will be Life Coach versus the winner of VLPS and the previous match. So this Kibler versus Crane matchup, Kibler has Priest, Hunter, and Rogue. His Hunter and Rogue might be weak points. And Crane has Warlock, Shaman, Druid. More of a standard lineup. I would say Warlock, and it's always been Reno Lock, has really been the strongest deck of the tournament. How do you feel about that, Jackie?
Yeah, there's only really one match where Reno Lock struggled, and that was Super JJ against VLPS. And obviously, JJ kind of missed that weird interaction lethal with the Leroy and the Apothecary. And so technically, Reno Lock could have won, but he ended up going 0-3 with Reno Lock, and that was just because of VLPS's really aggressive decks. And those got VLPS pretty far, so that might be kind of a strategy to look out for. But, I mean, Reno Lock is probably the deck that suffers the least from the special rule where you have to add 10 new cards. Players, I mean, they sort of added some weirder cards, but players didn't really struggle to find 10 cards to put in that deck from Gadgetson.
Yeah, which is kind of funny in my view. I would have expected it to be the opposite. Without looking at the card pool, I think of Reno decks as decks that really struggle to find those 28th, 29th, and 30th cards because you can't play any duplicates. So you really have to dig deep to find some garbage that makes sense and isn't too weak in the deck, right? But somehow Reno Lock just kind of has those options, and it kind of works out. Reno Lock is definitely a deck that benefited more than most from the most recent expansion. Kazakis in particular, I think, is one of the strongest cards in the game, and a great reason to be playing Reno Lock.
Yeah, they got Kazakis, they got the new Fellfire Potion, they got the powerful single target removal, the 4-drop potion, there's the Discover cards, there's Toxic Sewer Ooze, some of those cards you won't normally see in the standard Reno Lock build, but when you have to play 10 cards from the new expansion, it just so happened that Reno Lock got a lot of support.
Yeah, and Abyssal Enforcer as well, the 7-mana 6/6 Hellfire. You mentioned Blastfire Potion, I think, as being powerful removal at 4 mana. Do you think that card just makes the cut for like a ladder Reno Lock deck, or do you think that's a BatStone specific card?
I've seen quite a few people having success with it. I mean, I don't think it's something you really want to jam out on curve, but when you get into those late game battles and you hit 10 mana, it essentially functions as just like a 4-mana Siphon Soul when you don't really care about your life in control matchups. So it works out really well. It's got a lot of flexibility, and if you do need it in a pinch, it does cost less than Siphon, so you can get off like a turn where you can play it, remove their big minion and Reno, or board clear or something like that. So I definitely think it's a pretty powerful card. Probably see it in standard builds as well.
Yeah, and it coming down on turn 4, even though you don't want to play it on 4, it does make it kind of an option against Flame Wreath Faceless, which we've been seeing that kind of making a resurgence in Shaman lately on ladder. And I think that's because of the decline of mid-range Shaman, right? It used to be mid-range Shaman was everywhere, and they were playing 2 hexes, and you just didn't want to have Flame Wreath Faceless if hex is all over the place. A 3-mana answer to your sort of 6-mana card. It's a disaster. But with mid-range Shaman losing popularity, there's more aggro decks, less hexes. It's a good time to play a 4-mana 7/7, right?
Yep, it's good against all the aggressive decks going around. Kind of sets the tempo for the race when you play a 7/7 on 4 and they really have to choose, okay, do I really want to invest all of my board into killing this, or can I race? And then you lightning storm them, and suddenly it's kind of a one-sided race. But also a really good card against Reno Lock, even with the potion. I'm not sure. Blast Fire Potion? Yeah.
Yeah. We're into the game here.
Yep. So we will see Reno Lock in game 1.
And Hunter for Kibler, I think this is a fairly ideal matchup for his Hunter, right? Typically when you're playing Hunter, a Control Warlock is the kind of deck you want to see the hero powers line up well, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Hunter is one of those decks that specifically it's really good against Reno because Hunter's kind of lost its identity as a raw face deck, and now it's more about building up like an unstoppable board, especially with like Rat Pack. You see Scavenging Hyena in Kibler's hand. Those cards are really resilient to area of effect clears, which is what Reno kind of does now. And not only do you deal a lot of damage, but you make it so even post-Reno, your board is still really, really good.
All right, good point. And Kindly Graham coming out really doesn't contest that 1-drop very well. If they just bump into each other twice, it's just a 1-for-1 trade.
No, I think that's pretty unfortunate for Kibler to see, is that Crane basically had his 1-drop in his deck.
Yeah, and that's the way things go with Reno decks. When you draw the right parts of it, it's really strong, and when you don't, it can be a little bit weaker. Peddler coming out, Crane's just tempoing out because he's playing against a Hunter. In a lot of matchups, you want to life tap on turns 2 and 3 with Reno Lock, but against Hunter, things can be a bit different.
Yep. So what do you think about Crane not trading here? I mean, the face damage is basically irrelevant, so he's basically just saying he doesn't want to give Kibler the trade on board, but I
thought he was saying he didn't want to give Kibler the extra face damage on board.
That's true as well. Does get punished by Scavenging Hyena, but he does have a good enough answer to it, I feel like, so probably not a huge deal in Crane's mind.
Yeah, so this turn for Crane, he can clear the board with a couple trades and Immortal Coil. It is important to kill off the Hyena first.
Very important.
25. So you can draw off the Coil first. Do you think he would play a Doomsayer here if he hit it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty strong. Dirty Rat?
Dirty Rat is sketchy.
Yeah, Savannah Highmane is a card.
Very sketchy, especially since Kibler kind of played off curve there, so it sort of showed, okay, Kibler doesn't have a 3-drop. There's no like Rat Pack or any small stuff in his hand, like Alley Cat. So you can kind of put him on having pretty expensive stuff in his hand, and if you pull a Tundra Rhino or a Savannah Highmane, you're really sad.
Crane does have that Dirty Rat MC Tech combo to set up for later. But yeah, Dirty Rat just weak in this matchup. Ever pulling out a Highmane, he'll probably wait to play that Dirty Rat until he sees if Kibler has Highmane on 6.
Yeah, the best time to play it would probably be if Kibler gets down to like 1 card and Crane's really confident that it's Call of the Wild. It basically not only won't pull anything, but it'll block the Huffer off the Call of the Wild really efficiently.
Yeah, that would be a great play to set up. So 4 mana and a coin here for Crane. Tricky turn.
Yeah, Crane had a really good opener, but still find himself in a pretty awkward spot where he's using a board clear to just remove a pretty below average 4-drop.
Yeah, I like the play though from Crane. You don't want to be taking 4 if you don't have to, and clearly Kibler's not about to be swarming the board. We saw the weak turn 3, meaning he didn't have a 1-drop to go with it. The kind of weak turn 4, so it doesn't seem like Kibler's about to be flooding the board with a ton of stuff. And Crane just snaps Siphon Souls because he doesn't want a Highmane charging at his face.
Yeah, but Kibler looked pretty okay seeing that. I mean, that's a pretty hefty resource to put in removing a Tundra Rhino, and Kibler has the second one, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him just slam down the second one and say, you know, what other removal do you have?
Right. There's also some thought to trying to curve that second Tundra Rhino into Call of the Wild. But I like what you're saying there. Reno Lock only has so many answers to a 2/5. It's really a pretty limited number. So why give him too much breathing room, right? Just Tundra, Rhino, Alley Cat, push 4 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Set up for a Beast Rage or Direwolf Alpha turn.
Yep. It's important as a hunter to be in an aggressive position where you're forcing Crane to constantly react, because once Reno gets a head on board, it's going to be pretty tough for Kibler to come back with like Call of the Wild, because Crane will be able to set up the board in such a way where it's not that great.
Looks like he might go for just 2 minions this turn, which will play around the second hand Bruiser or second the 5 mana 4/5 taunt becomes a 3 mana if you have 3 minions in play.
Yeah.
There's a lot of new things to play around from Reno Lock, right? Like it's not just 4 minions for MC Tech, it's 3 minions for that. It's all sorts of AoE cards.
Like and you run into the point where it's like if you play around stuff way too much, you just end up falling victim to pretty average stuff. Like if you play around Mind Control Tech forever, the Crane can just play pretty average minions, and you've got 2 or 3 minions to deal with it.
Yeah, or maybe an excellent minion like Kazakis. So draw cards looks weak here, gain armor, pretty strong against Hunter in general.
Yeah. And maybe the Mystic Wool. Turn him into sheep.
Okay. He did just see that there's no high main in Kibler's hand from the turn 6 there.
Wait. Yeah, he did. He did get to see the Trog Beast Rager buffed the leftmost card, so he knows that's some sort of high-costing beast. However, it is really unlikely that Kibler would choose not to play high main on 6.
Well, Tundra, Rhino, Alley Cat, you can trade the Alley Cats into Kazakis.
Mm-hmm.
And you push, what is that? Is there a way to position this perfectly? Okay, he goes for the high main instead.
No, I mean, if you wanted to, you'd just put the Alley Cat probably on the left and trade in your Beast Rager. We could see Crane go for the Dirty Rat Mind Control Tech now. He knows that there is, in fact, a Beast minion in Kibler's hand, so he knows he would get a steal.
And he knows there's no high main, because he didn't see high main on 6, and he saw a top-decked high main on 7. It's like,
yeah,
he's not gonna rat out a high main for his opponent, which is a scenario he really wants to avoid. But he's summoning 2 minions, freezing 2 enemy minions.
I'm kind of surprised you went for the summon 2 minions option, given that it seemed to me like 7 armor was pretty strong, given that he had played just weak 2/2s this game, so it's not as powerful as it normally can be.
Yeah, but I do think spawning 2 dudes, like, he does need to get the board under control at some point to win the matchup, right? Like, the general priority against the Hunter is step 1, get the board under control, step 2, gain life out of range. It
sets up for the board clears a lot better, because you have the 2 damage to kind of push like the high main into range of it. You can clear the high main and then Hellfire.
So the Beast Rager here, not a beast, does not gain charge.
Yeah, he's setting up for the Alley Cat to remove things a little better.
Some more, don't miss 3 damage. So this is a really strong MC Tech, and whatever minion he steals will keep charge despite not being next to the Rhino anymore, and even has Shadow Flame to go with this turn. Wow.
Yeah.
That's gross.
So how do you want to sequence it out is the big question. Like, you definitely, Tundra Rhino is a huge priority going into turn 9. You need to make sure that thing dies is like the biggest concern.
It's sad he can't Dirty Rat setting up for the Call of the Wild turn.
If you just Mind Control Tech, there's a chance like that you cannot kill the Tundra Rhino. If you steal one of the 3/2s, which is just a 50-50, you actually have no way to remove that Tundra Rhino.
Wow.
One play he could do is ran Dirty Rat Mind Control Tech and try and steal 2 things, but there is no minion in Kibler's hand.
Yeah, it wouldn't work out.
This is a tough turn, and he's definitely roping on it. It's...
he might be going what for you?
It looks like he's going... Yeah. He's going to go for the Dirty Rat. He sees he misses.
Oh, steals the high main.
Yeah.
Nasty. But Call of the Wild with full charge is not a bad turn.
Yeah, and he picks up a kill command, which is going to be important because the way he's going to win this game is face damage. Don't think he's going to outboard control this Savannah High main with all the Reno lock tools.
So he can push 14 here, putting Crane to 10. If the Leok and the Rhino go into the 2-6 taunt, it's a clean kill. Or he could trade off the Beast Rager instead of putting 2 damage on his Rhino. It kind of plays around AoE a little bit, but it seems weaker on board, which is more what I would be concerned about. We can see Crane's hand. We know everything's just going to die.
Yeah.
Shadow Flame handles it.
Yep. And then there's going to be taunts put up. So basically, Kibler, his best play knowing the hands here is to push as much damage as possible. Doesn't really matter what he leaves his board at. And then he's going to need to find some burn damage to win the game.
Right, so if Crane ever finds that Reno Jackson, that's just going to seal the game. Kibler is just going to have... Nice, Kibler sees the lines. Full smork. Beautiful.
Crane is really low on healing options, though. Like, outside of Reno Jackson, he used the Mistress of Mixtures, he used the Earthen Ring Farseer. Maybe there's the 2-mana 2/2 from Gadgetson that heals for 2 in his deck.
Yeah, the big Voodoo Doctor.
Yeah, all of these things could be important to stabilize. So that's basically what he's going to be thinking about here, is how to best survive and set up a kill as fast as possible post Shadow Flame.
So, let's see, he needs to deal 4 damage with the Shadow Flame, so it kind of just has to be on the high main, right? And then he has 5 mana to work with.
What's the 4-drop in his hand? I don't even know what that card is.
Oh, is that...
Yeah, he's going to Shadow Flame that. Yeah.
Well, if he Shadow Flames that, he gets to push damage with the high main.
Well, he gets pushed
But
12.
he doesn't get to put Sun Fury in.
He doesn't get to put Sun Fury in. But I don't actually think that plays around anything. Like, if the bow hits you... So what this does is it sets up lethal with Rag.
Right.
You only need to push... Or you do need to push all your minions to face, so that sucks a little bit. But
Rat Pack does a good job of stopping Rag lethals.
Yep. So I like the play from Crane.
Yeah, setting up lethal is great. Give the hunter minimum time to draw into lethal burn.
12. He cannot go for the draw, unfortunately. So it's gonna have to be Rag.
He could, right? He could tap Perino, but this is just better.
Well, I mean, he can't Fellfire Potion for a draw. I don't think that's a better circumstance anyway.
Yeah, here he's 50% to win on the spot, and the other 50% of the time he's technically not dead, right?
Yeah. Kibler needs top deck.
Nope.
That's not it.
The answer's the Rag, but he's just gonna die.
Yeah. Pretty fortunate mind control tech steal here.
Yeah, so
Crane to win.
Game 1 to Crane, and that's a pretty big win for him, because it means Kibler is still going to have to keep playing with that Hunter, and he won't have the potential to win with Hunter against Reno Lock anymore.
Yep, and we saw in the first time these players met, Kibler's Hunter went 1-2, so not a very well-performing deck for him. Did manage to get a win with it, obviously, later against Frozen, but definitely would have been a nice match for Kibler to win.
Yeah, I think Hunter underperforming it was a little bit of a surprise to me. Hunter was like sort of an okay class. He was like mid to lower mid tier class before Mean Streets Gadgetzan came out. Mm-hmm. And Mean Streets gave it Rat Pack and Dispatch Coda, which looks like some powerful cards to me, right? And somehow it just fell behind, like way behind.
Yeah, it's interesting because the new cards don't really synergize that great with the old way it was played, which was Secret Hunter. It's hard to fit in like the hand buff package, the beast package, and the secret package. They kind of end up colliding, where early game you kind of have to pick one or the other to be going after.
So Shaman versus Priest, Kibler, the Dragon Lord, getting to play Dragon Priest. Initially, I always thought that this was just a Priest-favored matchup. Now I'm starting to view it as a little bit more balanced. Do you know which side you would prefer to be on?
I haven't played that much of the new versions of either of these decks, but I think that Priest definitely now has so many tools to kind of answer what the Shaman's doing. But outside of a really good Shaman opener, I think I'd prefer to be on the Priest side overall. So, kind of like Kibler's spot, especially with the way we've seen his deck is built. He's got both of those 5/5 silences, which help deal with the effects of Shaman pretty well, in addition to Bookworm, Shadow Word Pain, and of course just the board clear of the new Dragonfire potions.
Yeah, we saw Kibler having 2 Bookworms in his opening hand there, which the Bookworm / Shadow Word Pain effect is just fantastic against Shaman. Not just Totem Golem in the early game, Thunderbluff Valiant in the late game, but a million other things, Flame Tongue, Mana Tide. And like you said, the 5/5 silence matches up well against the Flame Tongue and Mana Tide. Sometimes you use it to silence a taunt so that you can make a value trade into a Flame Tongue or a Mana Tide. That can be a cute trick.
Yeah, basically all of Crane's cards in his hand just die to the Shadow Word Pain effects. So it's good that he cleared one out early with the Mana Tide. That kind of is your best way to get rid of those effects. It cycles itself, and it's not like you're investing that much into it, but it's going to be a long while for Crane to stick something.
So he could play double Totem Golem here and get 2 discounts on his thing from below.
Yeah, that would
Hero Power Totem Golem's the other play. So
either way, it would curve him into Hero Power plus Thing from below the next turn, but if he did it, if he spaced it out, he could fit in an extra Hero Power.
Right, so it's a question of how fast does Crane want to play it? Does he want to really pull ahead as much as possible here, or does he want to play it slower and kind of squeeze in some totem value? He's got to think about Kibler's next turn, which is something like Twilight Guardian or Coin Blackwing Corruptor.
Which is probably why he's going with the aggressive option, knowing that he doesn't really have a great answer to Twilight Guardian, and this sets up an on-board good trade into it.
Yeah, and Priest really struggles to deal with 1 health minions. It doesn't have... we did see Life Coach playing Holy Novas in his Priest, but most Priest lists, if there's a bunch of 1 health minions left over after value trades, they're kind of just not well set up to deal with it. They don't have a Maelstrom Portal or a Spirit Claws or anything like that. So Flame Tongue, pretty powerful pickup for Crane here.
Yep. I would imagine that's probably going to come down to enable the trade. And you can just follow it up with a giant taunt on the side. You're right before the Dragonfire potion turn, so not extending into anything and pushing a lot of damage.
Yeah. And this is one of the reasons I said the matchup is a little bit closer than I would have expected. When Priest pulls ahead on board, Shaman has good comeback tools. When Shaman pulls ahead on board, it's a little bit harder for Priest to come back. Priest has the Dragonfire Potion, of course, but a lot of times there's an Azure Drake in play, which does not die to Dragonfire Potion. And also, Shaman just has more burst potential to really put the game away quickly when it's ahead. Whereas when Priest is ahead, it can drag out for a while. So it's a kind of about comeback mechanics. I do think I agree with you that I would generally rather be the Priest than the Shaman, but it's not a very lopsided matchup from what I've seen.
Kibler's kind of showing his hand here, using his removal effects so liberally that kind of shows that he doesn't have Dragonfire Potion. But it is the safest play, lets him conserve the most life, and he still has the Blackwing Corruptor to deal with the Flame Tongue this next turn. Or just he actually do the second silence.
And Crane does not want to play Jinyu Water Speaker because it would overload him and prevent his own Thunderbluff Valiant coming up on 7.
Yep.
And 2 Silence Totems in play, but that's okay. They still get +2 attack from this Thunderbluff Valiant.
Yeah, and having seen 2 Shadow Word Pains, Crane feels a little better about committing all this mana to the Thunderbluff. Plus, he got immediate value, like you talked about.
Yeah, Kibler needs to find a Bookworm here. He's got 2 outs. Nope. He can Nether Spite Historian for a Bookworm for the following turn.
Yeah. It's not looking good.
He's in really rough shape.
Dismisses their removal for a single turn, and suddenly Shaman looks like they're just going to run away with it with infinite totem generation.
Yeah, an unanswered Thunderbluff Valiant is just a nightmare.
So Crane, he could probably have a good read that there's no Dragonfire Potion, and I mean the Mana Tide is just a pretty good play anyway.
And look at this.
Thunderbluff lives anyway. It cycles itself at worst. And this is basically threatening to end the game if Kibler doesn't do something about it.
Well, this is the turn where Kibler can go Nether Spite, Historian, Bookworm, but even if he does, he's taking quite a bit of damage and letting draws. Yeah, Brand Blackwing Corruptor is a much more reliable answer. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
He's taking a lot of damage. The Manatide's drawing another card for Crane, so Crane's not just ahead on board and ahead on life, but most importantly, he's ahead on cards, because this matchup does kind of come down to an attrition battle. Assuming Shaman doesn't just run away with it, which is kind of what's going on here.
Well, Kibler's got some outs. He's got Dragonfire potions in his deck that will clear essentially everything, but not that Azure Drake. So if I were Crane, I'd be looking for plays that would let me get Azure Drake down, because that is the way you survive through the board clear.
Okay.
So maybe...
He has reads that there is no board clear, but at this point he's far enough ahead that he's looking to play around top decked outs.
Yeah. That's exactly what it's about. He's very far ahead on cards, on life, on everything.
Indeed. There's the Drake.
So he can choose between Jade Lightning, Portal, or the newly top deck Lightning Storm.
Yeah, I like that one. It is some 50-50s to kill these things. It could go very badly, but nope, it goes very well when it rains and pours, right?
Wow.
Yeah, Killer's just like, well... And there's the Dragonfire Potion, the top decked out, which Crane did play around as best he could.
Yep. So Crane shakes his head. He's kind of like, yep, played around that top deck. Got him.
That's just game over. The Jade Lightning is lethal here.
Yes.
So game 2 to Crane. Shaman winning perhaps a slightly unfavorable matchup off the back of just an unanswered Thunderbluff Valiant, and the fact that Kibler really did not have a strong proactive curve this game. All he had was the reactive cards, and eventually he stopped having the right reactive card for the circumstance he was in, and things just immediately fell apart.
Yeah, his hand was 2 pains, 2 deaths, like very heavy removal hand. He used them as efficiently as he could, but at the end of the day, when you pain a Manatide, you're kind of coming out not in great shape in that trade. And like you said, Thunderbluff Valiant went unanswered for a turn, and that was kind of lights out.
Yeah, so the analysis on Shadowed Pain for Manatide trade, it's like the Manatide player's paid 3 mana and a card, but he gets the card back, so he's just down 3 mana. The Priest paid 2 mana and a card, doesn't get the card back, so pulls ahead 1 mana worth of tempo if you actually manage to spend that mana, but it comes at the cost of a card, which is just a pretty clear loss. And here we can see second-rate Bruiser in Crane's Druid deck, which is a pretty cool tech choice, I think. And it looks good for the matchup as well.
I mean, it's pretty interesting. You do need to have 10 cards from the new set, but if you just include all of the Jade package, that's 9. So maybe that's just the 10th card that he wanted to throw in. A popular choice in this tournament has just been like Toxic Sewer Ooze, maybe expecting a little more aggressive weapon usage than we've seen, but choosing to go with the second-rate Bruiser, which also kind of counters aggression.
Yeah, the second-rate Bruiser is sort of sweet in Druid because Druid spends the early turns falling behind on board while they ramp up their mana, right? And so once you fall behind on board, catch back up with the 3 mana 4/5. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Whereas in a deck like Zoo, you're pulling ahead on board, and so you're trading all the time, and so the second-rate Bruiser would never get down to 3 mana.
Well, Crane's got one of those Druid hands that you have to think about. Pretty rare, but a lot of options as far as how he wants to sequence out his mana.
Innervate Bran on 1. I was looking at Coin Wildgrowth into either Bran or Innervate Nourish on turn 2.
Well, it certainly makes the Trog Beast Rager a lot weaker from Kibler. So he's going to opt for the Kindly Grandmother. Try to set up like a kill command on this.
So, just Wild Growth. So kill command can come out to deal with the Bran before it does any mean battle cry stuff. And if you don't kill command it, there's the Jade card, right? The 4 mana 2/3 that would then spawn 2 statues. So yeah, very easy kill command.
Yeah.
And now Crane is going to have to deal with an activated Houndmaster the next turn. Killer's got quite a scary curve.
He could proactively deal with it. Hero Power down the first half and Wrath the second half. Doesn't feel great knowing that you're foregoing your Wild Growth and your Nourish, which you're going to have to cast eventually. And, you know, you are kind of playing scared of what could potentially be there. So, just going to say no.
And he hits the Grandma. He's willing to take a little bit of extra damage this turn in order to get close to the point in the game where he clears it. I think Swipe might be weighing into that decision a bit, right? He's afraid that his Swipe's going to be forced to accidentally deal with that thing in the future, so might as well just deal with it now. And Swipe Wrath does clear up this Houndmaster turn, so not too much damage done.
Yep, now for Crane, it's a matter of how fast he can kind of stack up these Jade effects. Jade Behemoth only going to summon a 1/1 right now, so he's going to be behind for now. And we're going to have to see if Kibler chooses to go with the Thunder Rhino. The upside on it is huge. The downside is your opponent spends their turn to deal with it. So it's kind of like a low-risk, high-reward play here.
Yeah. In the worst case, turns are traded. In the best case, it sticks around and really hurts him. Look at this Scavenging Hyena Alley Cat combo. It's cool how... and the Direwolf Alpha with it.
Yeah, that is pretty brutal. You can buff up the Hyena really high, ship it to face. Wow.
So 4 damage from the Alley Cat. So yeah, Scavenging Hyena, an old card that wasn't seeing any play because of this new Alley Cat, is beginning to see play again. I really like when new cards turn old bad cards into becoming relevant again.
Yeah, and it's not like a forced interaction or anything either. You know, Alley Cat is kind of a standalone okay card.
Mm-hmm.
And it just so happens to add a little bit more synergy to the Scavenging Hyena. Ooh.
I think he mistraded, right? He put an extra damage on his Thunder Rhino.
Yeah, for sure.
If he had put the Direwolf Alpha into the Taunt and then the Thunder Rhino into the 2/2, the Thunder Rhino would just be a 2/3 here instead of a 2/2.
Which is actually pretty relevant, given that it can't be hero powered off now. Obviously, or it can be, but obviously Crane's just going to want to go for the swipe anyway. Have to get rid of that Scavenging Hyena quick.
Yeah.
But
yeah, instantly punished for the mistrade on the previous turn. Thunder Rhino going down.
Very relevant.
Although Kibler had no beast in hand. Still, very relevant though. Just like the minion dying instead of not dying is... wow! Kibler might win anyways, huh?
Well,
that would have been charged.
Pretty good. A charged Savannah Hyman's also pretty good, but I don't know. I mean, Crane's got a chance if he can like pick up a taunt off the top, maybe a Jade Behemoth or an Ancient War.
Whoa, this Rat Pack's getting big. Well, actually, it's just coming down as a 3/3. Yeah, okay, it's just coming down as a 3/3. Just everything coming into play.
Mm-hmm. Well, Taunt's probably not going to do it now for Crane. He's going to need something miraculous.
I definitely think going wide's better than squeezing in the steady shot here. Druid doesn't have good AoE tools to deal with all of this. So even though you're potentially not getting value off the Death Rattle, 3/3 is just going to be more impactful than 2 damage.
Yeah. Yep.
So, can Crane live a turn here? If Rag clears the 3/3, he's at 10 and he's staring down 7 damage, so he's 20%. He's 20% to be technically not dead and 80% just dead, right?
Oh, he's going to have to click to continue, so...
Alright, that's a big win for Kibler. Got that Hunter out of the way.
Well, from here on out, every win is a big win for Kibler. He's 1 game loss away from being out of the tournament, so...
Right, so Kibler's got to win 2 more in a row here with his Rogue and Priest against the Druid. I think those are both fairly winnable matchups, right?
Yeah, I've played quite a bit of the Jade Druid since the new patch, and honestly, Jade Rogue can definitely tempo you out. Definitely not a great matchup. And Priest
and Priest could just pressure you down sometimes.
I think Jade Druid's a little favored against Priest, but definitely doable.
Sure. Okay, and we kind of talked about the matchup in the past, but all right, into the game. Goes with Priest first. I don't think the pick order really matters too much for any particular reason. We can see Kibler has a great hand, exactly when he needs 1-drop and 2-drop. or perhaps coin 2 into 2 if he doesn't find another dragon, but he does.
Yep, the priest is essentially the beatdown in this matchup. If the game just extends too long, I mean, infinite Jade Golems ends up being pretty brutal. Once they get up to like 6 or 7, priest really struggles to deal with that, so Kibler is going to want to win early game, curve out into the Draconid Operative, and hopefully just kind of smork Crane down.
No consideration for innervating out the Jade Spirit because Crane sees a more consistent curve is turn 3 innervate Azure Drake, turn 4 Jade, whatever it's called, and then turn 5 another Azure Drake, right? Whereas if he innervates out the Jade guy, then his turns 3 and 4 are both potentially very weak if he doesn't top deck well.
Yeah, and taking your weak turn now is a lot better than giving Kibler a free trade into your second Jade Golem with his Twilight Whelps, so pretty obvious decision.
Right, and Kibler does have a potentially broken curve. The turn 3 Brand is fairly well protected by a taunt, and it could curve into Coin Draconid Operative, discovering 2 cards from Crane's deck. Now, Draconid Operative not at its best against Jade Druid because the Jade Druid deck is a synergy deck. The Jade cards are much stronger in combination with other Jade cards than they are in the Priest deck.
Yep. There are some just standalone good cards in Druid, obviously, but the chance that you get sort of a set of 3 cards that you can't really do anything with is higher than otherwise.
So Powered Shield, there's quite a few ways to play this turn. You could kill off the Azure Drake so that you don't have to deal with spell damage, and then play the Northshire Cleric and coin out a heal to draw another card. It's like a high-value, low-tempo play. It's quite safe. Dealing with Azure Drake from Druid's really important, right? Living Ritual's Wrath, Swipe, all these things.
Yep.
So killing it off confirmed. Now you could play for tempo with Wormrest Agent or for value with Girl Coin Heal.
Yeah, if you play for the value, then next turn you're kind of looking at heal plus agent. Now, this play is really interesting because this is like an in-between, I guess. Like, he could have had a directly better board by playing the agent. He could have had a 2-4 and a 2-2, but instead he just opted to hold back the card and not develop an extra 2-2 into play. Really
well, now he has the option to brand coin Wormrest Agent. That's one thing about his play.
He gets a 3-4, yeah.
Yeah. It's not nothing.
Totem Golem, eat your heart out.
I imagine Kibler's thinking about saving this Shadow Pain to kill a 3-3 statue because he knows that's going to be coming up in the near future. So why kill something smaller this turn? Oh. Well, maybe he disagrees.
I mean, one thing he could be thinking about is this 2-3 Jade Spirit trading into his 2-2. He has no efficient way to deal with the 2-1 that's left over afterward. So if he just wanted to like coin out the operative, he'd kind of be not in the greatest of spots, so that's why he's going for this instead. He doesn't want to just give a free trade to Crane.
Okay, he's playing it super patient with this brand. Another thing Kibler might be thinking about is Shiro. You can see the tug on camera there.
At this point, though, I'm very surprised that he hasn't played the Northshire Cleric. Like that, I understand the first one because then you have the upside of coining out the operative, but last turn, I don't really see what you can do with 6 mana that you can't do with 5 in his hand, and he could have a 1-3 on the board, which challenges the 2-1 perfectly, and also drawing a card by now.
And drawing a card is probably the biggest of those factors, but it's just a lot of
I actually think the 1-3 on board is even more important, like especially because it threatens to draw another card. Like, imagine if the Northshire was just on the board right now. It'd just be insane.
I would say this is very much a tempo matchup. Getting ahead on board is super important, and Crane, having done that, he's ahead on board and has the dramatically superior late game. You got to think he's a big favorite to win at this point. Kibler, spotting the cute tricks, he can heal his opponent's minion to draw a card. Not quite as good as healing his own, but it's, better than nothing.
Yep. Well, for Crane, he also happens to have the Jade Legendary, which helps ramp up your Jade Golems pretty significantly, especially since Kibler does not have one of his silences. Things are going to get pretty out of hand pretty quickly for Kibler.
Yeah, the Dragonfire Potion comeback mechanic doesn't really work in this matchup as a comeback because the Jade statues just come out bigger and bigger. So if you're using Dragon Fire Potions, hopefully while you have a bunch of dragons on board that are going face, and not, just to clear your opponent's board and have nothing.
Yep, and no dragon to activate the Draconid Operative yet. So the fact that Kibler decided not to cycle deeper in his deck, maybe costing him a bit. Obviously, he's gotten like 4 draws deeper since then and still not picked up a dragon. So
Yeah, never lucky. He does have that Brand Blackwing Corruptor combo available to him now because he saved that coin for all these turns.
And for Crane, Azure Drake is kind of like his only minion. He could Jade Blossom, but obviously, again, he just wants to play around Dragon Fire Potion. Since it is a dragon, it would survive the board clear.
He chooses not to cycle Wrath there, but instead Hero Power. Do you have any insight into why he did it that way?
No, not really. I mean,
Yeah.
I could see it both ways. Like, how valuable can Wrath really be later on? At the same time, since he picked up the Jade Behemoth, he knows he has a play for next turn. So really all he needs to find is a play for turn 9, and then on turn 10 he can start cycling Wild Growth, and pretty often he'll find a play from there.
Alright, fair enough. And still no dragon in Kibler's hand to activate that operative. That's kind of funny.
He just kept the flexibility, and now probably just using it for the 4 damage option. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, the more I think about it, the more I think Crane's decision to hold that Wrath was smart. It's like, he has strong proactive plays, and why not just have one reactive card in hand in case Kibler throws out something you need to deal with?
Yep. Definitely rewarded for the decision. Obviously, top decked a second Wrath, but there was no way for him to know that.
So
And
Brand Operative is powerful, but he's so far behind. It's
we are moving into the territory where Crane's going to start summoning Jade Golems that do not get cleared.
now Ragnaros is the kind of card he needs to win this game, and Second Rate Bruiser also looks pretty strong here. God, Draconid Operative is crazy.
Innervate's one of the draws that Crane did not want to see.
Yeah, so he could ramp his mana with Jade Blossom and then cycle the Wild Growth.
Yep. Starts with the
Jesus,
cycle
draw
on
for that.
Wrath. Yeah.
Oh, rewarded. He could play a 5/10 if he wants. It's weak
Yep.
to a Shadow or Death.
He's already seen 1 death on his Aya.
Right. Fair enough. And he's seen the 5/5 not get Shadow or Death. So he's got sort of a soft read on the Death not being there.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if he value trades. Yep.
Yeah, you gotta kill the Brand from Dragon Priest. It's just such a scary card. There's like almost every minion in Dragon Priest is a battle cry. The Talon Priest, the Operative, the Blackwing Corruptor, the Wormrest Agent, the Twilight Whelp, the 1/3 that discovers a dragon.
All of them.
Yeah, Rathion.
You see again, like, priests just really struggling to deal with 1 health minions. Like, if you leave around a minion, there's really no difference against priests as it being at 1 as it being at 5. But obviously they could choose to play Holy Nova like you talked about, but a lot of lists are opting to exclude it now that Dragonfire Potion is available.
Right, and here Dragonfire Potion does not clear the Azure Drake. It only kills the 2 minions in the middle. So the AoE clear doesn't even come close to clearing. Kibler's in a super tough spot.
Yeah, it's looking pretty lights out, honestly. Even if he goes with the most defensive option, like you said, there's still 9 damage coming in. Crane is starting to summon 6/6 golems from here, which is essentially something Priest absolutely cannot deal with. So from Kibler's point of view, he would have liked to have been in a very dominant position by the time the Jade Golems got that big, but the hand kind of just wasn't there for it, I suppose.
He did have some opportunities to make stronger tempo plays, but it didn't really look like things were ever going to snowball that favorably for him.
Yeah.
Big swipe. Not that strong here. Boom, right to the face. So, second rate Bruiser plus 7 mana. What can Kibler do? He can second rate Bruiser and Rathion just kind of build a wall. Twilight Whelp fills out that 10 mana turn.
Yeah.
Does Ragnaros ever save you here? If Ragnaros hits the Ancient Warrior, you heal yourself to 11. you die on board to the 10 plus
That's-
hero power.
That sounds pretty awful, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
so-
it could save you if it hits the 6/6, but it just seems worse than the Rathian plus second rate. Hope to draw like second Dragon Fire Potion. Hope Crane
could've played
saves.
Could have played the Bruiser first to like mitigate the risk of overdrawing by drawing like 5 or 6 cards off the Rathian.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a lot of dragons left in his deck. He did not draw them very early.
So if
And-
the Twilight Whelp comes out, then the Draconid Operative's no longer activated. That's what Kibler's thinking
Wow.
when he holds it back here.
Swipe's got him dead, so...
Well played.
So Crane's going to take it 3-1 over Kibler, knocking Kibler out of BatStone. Not that close of a series, to be honest.
No. And it was 3-2 the first time around, but it was kind of the... It was a similar story. I mean, Priest did lose this time for Kibler, but we saw the Hunter deck struggle a bit, even in supposed favored matchups. A lot of players chose not to bring Hunter this tournament, and you can kind of see why. Kibler, his decks were sort of a lot different, besides Priest, than the rest of the field, and kind of had mixed results in his 3 matches.
Yeah, Kibler is a guy with a play style. He likes these mid-rangey decks, the Dragon Priest, the Hunter. For better or worse, he brings them quite often. And a lot of times it is for better. He really does put up good results in the long run.
Mhm.
Just not this time around. So we're going to take a look at the brackets. Crane taking over Kibler. Our next matchup will be Super JJ against Purple. 2 of my favorite players in the event, I got to say. Purple is going to have Warlock, Priest, Druid, just kind of the standard lineup, and JJ also like the other standard lineup of Warlock, Priest, Shaman. They both agree Reno Lock and Dragon Priest are just 2 of the strongest decks you can bring. They disagree about Druid versus Shaman as the third deck. Do you have any kind of input on that one, Chalky?
Well, they're both Jade decks. I mean, I still think Shaman is super powerful. You do need to play 10 cards from the new set in BatStone, so that sort of dilutes it a bit. You do have to, you're sort of pigeonholed into the Jade strategy, but at the same time, Jade Druid is just a deck people are actually playing in the regular format and doing pretty well with. So I'd say they're both really strong options, and it kind of just came down to a preference of what they wanted to do. We're not really deep into this meta. It's been about a week, so it's not like players have very well-defined ideas of which deck is stronger. They're kind of just guessing at this point and going off what kind of felt good within their first few games. So just sort of a small, minor difference.
Yeah, and also it's worth mentioning the BatStone meta is different from the ladder meta, right? We're like a week into this ladder meta, and then BatStone, we took out patches, and you have to play 10 cards from the new set in all of your decks. So it's really like the only event these guys will ever play with this metagame. It's impossible to get as much practice as you would like to really figure everything out. You have to rely heavily on your intuition to figure out what strategy to go with for this event. So we know what match we're going into. Let's watch a short video from Firebat about Amazon coins.
Guys, Firebat here, and I am going to show you guys how you can buy cheaper Hearthstone packs through the utilization of Amazon coins. So, first off, what you need to do is fire up your Android or tablet device and go to your search bar, type in Amazon Underground. That's the Amazon App Store. And, first link pops right up. Click there. Download Amazon Underground. So once you've downloaded it, you'll see it pops up over here. So you just kind of swipe that down, download complete, the AmazonApp.apk. And we're going to open that bad boy right up. You just come over here, if you're an Amazon customer, like I am, and this will get you logged in to Amazon. And now, after all of this, you're like, how is this going to get me cheaper Hearthstone packs? We got to download Hearthstone for that. So now we come over here, and we type in Hearthstone in apps and gaming. Boom. Hearthstone. Free. Click it. You get all this information. Deceptively simple, insanely fun. Ben Bro. Get it. Download it. Alright, once Hearthstone finishes downloading, you're going to want to push the next button to install it. We just click here to open. We start lighting the hearth, and now we have Hearthstone installed through the Amazon App Store rather than through the Play Store, which is a big distinction when it comes to getting cheap and easy Hearthstone packs through Amazon coins. Because only the Amazon App Store is going to let you actually use your Amazon coins to purchase Hearthstone packs. And you're going to get a lot more legendaries per dollar just because you get more packs per dollar. Sign in. I already got an account. I'm a Hearthstoner. We were playing Hearthstone with the Amazon App Store. Boom. We earned a free pack just by being here. Alright, so now we come here to the shop, and you can see, a standard-looking Hearthstone shop. But wait, it's actually the super secret Amazon coins shop. So we can go to the mean streets of Gadgetson. Come over here with 40 packs because we're a baller. And we buy packs in 40s. And hit the buy button. It's waiting for authorization. But then this pop-up comes up, and it says, you can buy with Amazon coins. So we just push the Get Amazon Coins button. And look at this. Look at the savings right here. It's saved 25%, 19%. However much you're feeling, depending on how many packs you're going to buy. Choose your savings, buy some Amazon coins, and get packs at a reduced price. So you can do that and get extra legendaries for your dollars. Anyway, back to the tournament, guys.
Welcome back to BatStone. I'm Zalay. I'm joined here by Chalky. Our upcoming match is Super JJ versus Purple. Super JJ with that Warlock, Priest, Shaman lineup. Purple has Warlock, Priest, and Druid. Do you feel like one side has the advantage, Chalky? What do you think?
I mean, obviously, if we knew everything, one side would have an advantage, especially since it's such a specific detail that's different. They just have one deck difference. But I don't know anything about this new meta, man. It's been a week. I don't think we've seen any data reports from Vicious Syndicate or meta snapshots or any of that. So we're kind of just going off what we think right now. And if I had to throw it one way or the other, I'm going with Shaman, man. If I've learned anything from playing Hearthstone, Shaman's pretty good.
Yeah, so you're gambling on Super JJ. I'm going to pick Purple as a winner. I live with the guy. He's super smart. He's really good at this kind of theory crafting out a new format. I've been watching his Druid games. I like the way he played them, and I like the way he built his deck. So going into game one, we got Purple on the Priest and JJ on the Shaman. And we just saw this matchup. Shaman managed to get a board lead and just snowball it instantly against a weak draw from Kibler. But I don't know if it's going to play out that way every time.
The one thing we didn't really see in that previous match was the whole Jade Golem thing didn't even come into play for Shaman. It was all just off the back of Thunderbluff Valiant. With Jade Claws in the opening hand, we might see more of a Jade push from JJ. Draws depending, obviously, but and that is one thing that we did see later in the last match that Priest struggles to deal with.
Okay. So Purple keeps that Shadowed Pain. It's a key answer to Totem Golem in the early game and generally has a good number of targets. He will need to pick up a Dragon to enable the other cards in his hand. JJ has a really difficult mulligan. Two different weapons, so they kind of step on each other's toes. He probably has to figure out which is the better of the two for the matchup. Totem Golem is normally an automatic keep in most matchups. Do you ever mulligan against Priest because of the fear of Shadowed Pain?
I'm keeping Totem Golem every time, man.
Yeah, I think so.
It's not just to hear it go, ruh.
And he goes with Spirit Claws over the 2-attack weapon. 2-attack doesn't really kill any Priest minions, but Spirit Claws, when you have spell damage, there are quite some 3-health minions in Priest, right? Like Northshire Cleric, Twilight Whelp, Netherspite Historian.
It also just curves a lot better with what he wanted to do with the coin Totem Golem. He ran right into Shadowed Pain, but if there were no Shadowed Pain, this play lines up so well against the Priest early game. They've got Twilight Whelp, which is a 2-3. The Defender is a 2-4, which you can just hit down with your claws and your Totem Golem. And of course, the Netherspite Historian is just a 1-3, which dies to Totem Golem. So obviously, got the low end of those results.
I'd like to see Dragon Consorcer here for the curve is my first thought. Although obviously the other options are more powerful. Nixia, he's going for it.
Okay.
Now, it was kind of an interesting turn by Purple there. He goes with Nether Spite, destroying over Wormrest Agent, so that he discovers a dragon, so that he can play the Twilight Whelp and fill out his curve for the turn. It's a weird spot where playing the 1-3 is actually better tempo than playing the 2-4.
Man, I love watching Purple react to Hearthstone. He's like one of the much more...
Emotive.
Yeah. He's so sad!
He wanted it. Oh, wow! This is... Purple's gonna... what can you do, man?
It's just so
What can you
good!
do? That's disgusting. And this is the synergy between Spirit Claws and Maelstrom Portal and spell damage. It's just off the charts powerful. Incredible.
Again, Priest, it really, like, unless you have the board lead, it just does not deal with stuff well. Purple could not kill a 0-2. They really have to, like, invest their turn into killing something, and you obviously don't want to spend a card.
He gets Maelstrom Portal. That does help him to potentially clear up this board the following turn. It's a weakness of Priest, but he goes for the Azure Drake.
Okay.
Oh, feels bad.
Well, he's got the Dragonfire Potion. Maybe he's
Right.
just, like, committing to doing that. If JJ extends and doesn't kill the operative, then he could always just potion and go face.
And look how sick Flame Tongue is. You know, we've dealt with months of Shaman Oppression. Fortunately, it's more reasonable nowadays, but people didn't really complain enough about Flame Tongue Totem. Right there, it was a 2-mana 6/3 charge.
I
It
mean,
dealt 6 damage that turn.
back in the Winter Championship, when I first played Aggro Shaman with 2 Flame Tongues, that was the single highest win rate card in my deck. And honestly, I thought that was what made Shaman broken at the time. It wasn't Doomhammer or anything, it was just Flame Tongue, man. And to this day, nothing has changed. Flame Tongue Totem is still a really good card. And you're right, it does dodge a lot of blame for being kind of the culprit of Shaman being so overpowered.
Yeah. It's funny how the math worked out in this turn. JJ was actually able to trade in the spell damage before attacking with Spirit Claws, just because he didn't need the overkill damage from Spirit Claws, so you might as well see what you draw from your card first.
Yeah, maybe there's a world where you Maelstrom Portal or something.
And every turn from JJ is just perfect. One thing I do want to talk about is JJ coined out Totem Golem, which is a play I advocate not making against Priest most of the time because of how it curves into Priest's Shadow Word Pain.
Well, I kind of talked about the upside to it, where it challenges every single 2-drop, and with the Spirit Claws especially, it just works so well. So I respect that he went for it. I mean, I don't think you gain much by holding onto the coin versus forcing them to have it. It's sort of like playing a Trog into a War Axe, but the upside is way bigger because of the amount of things you can kill with it.
Alright, Rathian, how many? 1,
1, 2, 3.
That was a good Rathian.
Oh, that was
And a
insane.
4/5 draw 3 every time.
I think on average, Rathian, it draws like 1.33 if you've got 10 dragons in your deck, and you're like, you're mulliganing on average to get 1 dragon, hopefully, just to enable your guys. So drawing 3 is pretty well above average.
Here, JJ does just have really nice value trades on board, and again, Priest struggles to clean up after value trades. Purple's got a potential Onyxia coming down, but you can see JJ has the Lightning Storm and Hex ready for it, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could fall into the trap of storming this board just to push face damage. I don't think he will, because there's also just a 50-50 it doesn't kill the Rathian. So I think that's a little greedy to go for, especially with the Healing Totem. It just makes this even cleaner.
Yeah, value trading against Priest is so appealing, and also he has that Jinyu Water Speaker to heal up one of his minions after value trading.
Yeah. Could go for the White Eyes this turn, though, to just try and get the 10-10 in his deck as soon as possible. Of course, that does run into the second Draconid Operative. I've seen that interaction on Reddit quite a bit.
He heals up the Azure Drake. I think what's on his mind here is playing around Dragonfire Potion. He feels pretty far ahead. Potion would be one of Purple's better cards. So he heals up the minion that survives the potion, and he develops a minion that would not die to the potion.
Yeah. Now, do you think he will go for the Hex here?
So he could Storm and trade. It would play around Potion a little bit. It would let him play the White Eyes.
Yeah. He could also just, if he really wanted to push, he could Jade Lightning it and Storm.
I kind of doubt that one would be the play.
Yeah,
I think he
like
really does want
trading
to play
better.
that stuff.
This not only does this make your potential draws better in the future thanks to the White Eyes, it also holds back a utility card rather than just a big guy.
Yeah, so here Potion only kills the White Eyes and the totems. It doesn't kill the Drake or the Jinyu. So JJ really he realizes he's pretty far ahead, and so he's just cutting down on purple's out. It's good fundamental Hearthstone play right there.
Yeah, and we've already seen one Dragonfire Potion, so it's pretty unlikely. Again, it's just a case of JJ playing around a top decked out.
Shadowward Pain on a 3/6, that's really good value.
Yep.
So
5 off lethal here.
Jade Lightning for 6, that's a good way to kill a 5/6.
It is.
And then what else does he play with it? Does he Totem Tunnel Trog? Does he Jade Spirit? Or does he just hold everything back and just hero power?
I think I'd... So you're pushing your opponent if you choose not to value trade, which I don't think there's a great reason to value trade in the Totem Golem. It dies to the potion anyway, and it feels like this is a game where purple's going to need something pretty miraculous to come back in the game.
Right.
So AJ is thinking about the trade, but it doesn't really make much sense. And if you don't trade, your opponent's at 11, and you would have 11 on board, but they would heal up to 13. So...
Oh, he chooses to use the Hex to save the Jade Lightning for the lethal setup. That's kind of cool.
He's going to go all in here. So this basically is lethal. Not through everything. Like, a potion would save purple, but it wouldn't save him in a way where it's like he's ahead.
Right.
He'd still
So
be
is there any way for purple to hang on for a turn here? Max defensive play is something like Azure Drake into a defensive card? Or... Yeah, no, he's just had enough.
Yeah.
So game 1 to Super JJ. That's twice in a row we've seen Shaman beat Dragon Priest. Although it was 2 games where Dragon Priest didn't have a good early game board presence. And I honestly, there was quite some fortunate events on JJ's side of the game at the start, right?
Wrath of Air Totem?
Yeah, Wrath of Air Totem with Spirit Claws. Turns out that's pretty strong.
A crowd favorite card in Hearthstone.
And it was turn 4 was Maelstrom Portal for 3 damage, right?
Yeah, it was pretty disgusting.
It was just completely, and it was just a perfect clear.
It lined up really well as well because he got to hold on to the Lightning Storm for the Onyxia, which purple discovered. Yeah, everything just kind of went JJ's way that game, as far as draws, as far as kind of the RNG effects.
Yeah, games like that make me just so grateful to have Mean Streets of Gadgetzan in my life, so that I see games like that less often. You know what I mean? I've really had more than enough of those Wrath of Air, Totem, Maelstrom Portal, Spirit Claws, Shaman Blowout games in my life.
You know, those games might just kind of be hiding away for now, and like once everybody kind of realizes they want to win, we might get back to that.
But at least there's more options, right? Like, it'll never be that dominant.
Yeah. I'm very interested to see kind of the average data of how good Shaman is in this new meta, because it's obviously still very powerful. But Gadgetzan gave a lot of tools. I feel like Reno Lock is a pretty powerful deck if you want to just beat up on Shamans. You've got that option now.
Yeah, Shaman can play aggro to have a better chance against Reno Lock. It's in the past, it was very clear that mid-range Shaman was the way to go. Now it's quite a bit more complicated, right? Like, aggro Shaman gets to play pirate packages, which is really powerful. Like, I think Patches is one of the strongest cards in all of Hearthstone, if not the strongest card. And so being able to take advantage of that's a big deal. Being aggro to play well against Reno Lock. But then again, just the mid-range Shaman package, it's got all the answers. Like, it even picked up Jinyu Water Speaker. The deck didn't have a heal before. Now it is a really strong card that is a heal. So one of the players' clients crashed, so it's going to take a couple seconds longer to get into the game than we'd like. That's actually one of the things I love about BatStone is we get to try to really minimize the Talkstone element of it and maximize the Hearthstone element of it, really. Like, we're here for Hearthstone, ultimately.
I came to listen to the sound of my voice.
You do have a beautiful voice, Chalky.
Oh, I thank you.
So, let's see. That was Shaman versus Priest. JJ's Shaman has advanced, and now JJ's left with a Dragon Priest and Arena Lock. Probably the two most powerful archetypes, generally speaking, in this event. And Purple has to win with his Druid, Priest, and Warlock. And what's unique about Purple's Druid is it has that 5 mana draw 2 cards. I think it's called Lunar Visions, and the cards are discounted by 2 if they are minions. So it's really cycle heavy, right? To try and get to that Jade end game.
Yeah, and that can be really powerful against Reno and Priest, which JJ has and has to win with now. So makes it so you have less dead draws where you kind of just don't get enough Jade ramping going, and you can get to the big Jade golems that end the game.
Yeah, it's funny how good Lunar Visions is, because I expected it to be a card that if it saw play, it would be in like a really minion heavy deck, and that's just like the card draw in your minion heavy deck, because the more minions in your deck, obviously the more discounts you get off of Lunar Visions and kind of the more powerful it becomes. If you draw 2 minions off of it, it's sort of like 1 mana draw 2 cards in a way. And that's obviously just extremely powerful, right? If you're drawing 1 minion, then it's roughly on power level with Arcane Intellect. And if you draw 0 minions, it's very inefficient. And it really is a spell heavy deck, right? Not a minion heavy deck. But I guess when you're drawing Jade Idols, even though you're not getting a discount on them, 1 mana 5/5, 1 mana 10/10, whatever, it works out well.
Yep, you just don't want to draw Innervate.
Okay, that's the gist of it. And talking about Lunar Vision some more, it does have some upside in that it can set up combos. Like if you're drawing an Azure Drake, for instance, now you can go Azure Drake swipe on 7 mana instead of 9 mana, right? Or if you're playing some kind of Malagos deck with Lunar Visions. But those two really don't go well together, right? Malagos wants a lot of spells. Lunar Vision wants a lot of minions. Spells are not minions. Help. Right?
And this is too much thinking for me. Draw cards, play Jade Golems. Yeah.
Good.
Get them. I imagine that's what Purple was thinking when he built the deck. He's just like, well, card draw's good. Jade Golems are good.
Yeah, and it makes sense in the metagame too, right? Like, Reno Lock's not a deck that punishes you too much for drawing cards and taking your time. How many of these cards do you think Purple keeps?
I'm not sure if we actually saw the mulligan, or if he just snapped mulligan so fast that we got in late. But either he kept all 3 or he mulled into this.
Either way, I think it's pretty good. It doesn't curve out perfectly. I mean, maybe he innervates the Blossom into Wild Growth into Nourish for cards.
Seems good to me. Innervate's not necessarily that great of a card when you have 2 ramp effects already. You're usually going to get into spots where you don't really need the extra mana. Now he definitely isn't going to need it.
Yeah, but if you draw enough cards, you might end up needing it after all.
This is the most druidy hand I've seen ever.
Just nothing but ramp cards, innervate. And this is the nice thing about Nourish is when you don't need the ramp, you get the cards.
Well, chooses Nourish over Lunar Visions.
There was maybe some consideration to innervating out a Jade Idol. Probably not. I'm just thinking that it curves into Aya. But yeah, you probably save the innervate since you have Lunar Visions in hand. And Kazakis for a 5.
Well, Demon or friendly minions, both are pretty powerful. He's only played 1 minion, so he could kind of control what the Ichor of Undeath gets.
Yeah, the issue is, like you said, he's only played 1 minion, and we see Ichor of Undeath now, which means he almost certainly took the 5/5 off the first one. But he just, summon a 5/5 and summon 2 friendly minions, just spawn a bunch of minions against Druid. I really like this from JJ. It's a tempo matchup, right? Anytime you're playing against Druid, just get as far ahead on board as possible on every turn. It's almost always correct.
Does not have great minions to combo with it. Obviously, the Faceless is really bad with it.
That's interesting. I thought he was gonna. Okay, yeah, this is very good. Okay, that's better than mine. I was looking at tap, value trade the 2/2, and heal up your Kazakis, but this way he's clearing the board, and that's better. And he's setting up to. He might tempo Reno just to have like bigger minions to revive. Do you think that makes any sense?
Well, he's got the 6/6 in his hand as well, which could have charge, probably not. I'm imagining purple's going to end up playing enough cards that it won't.
Yeah, Innervate out a 4-mana Jade Behemoth. Pretty strong.
Well,
9 cards in hand. You can start with the tap if you want, unless you want to play 2 2-drops. That feels pretty bad.
Yeah, this turn he could have gone for just make a 5/5, make a 3/3, but that's not really that great.
Yeah. Yeah, the Icar of Undeath just not having enough targets. That's not something you see very often. And here I gotta say, I think Purple's in a really strong position. He ramped his mana, he ramped his Jade stuff. He's got a decent sized hand with a lot of threats to go. And how does JJ deal with this?
And he actually has a lot of burst out of hand as well, so
Yeah,
it's
8.
pretty
Zero
tricky.
power.
Like if JJ tries to take a risky turn and Reno from a really low life total, then Purple has exactly the cards to just kill him on the spot.
Incidentally, Dirty Rat is a 2/6 with taunt with no downside here. I don't think JJ is going to expect that exactly, though.
Maybe you could expect it.
So if he goes for Fellfire Potion, he's at 10, staring down a 5-mana. Yeah, he's just dead.
Yeah,
This
this
is going to be game for Purple.
This is kind of what I was talking about, where he tries to get the turn. He tries to go really low and then swing it with Reno next turn, but he obviously knows there's a huge risk of doing this, that you just die. But
Sometimes risks must be made because JJ was in a bad position, and playing it safe with just Reno just did not seem, in his estimation, like a winning line of play. He's got to kind of get lucky here to win somehow.
yep. And so those first 2 games kind of illustrated that it really doesn't matter what kind of Jade deck you're running. You've got a good matchup against Reno. You've got a good matchup against Priest. So we're kind of down to a mirror match now of Reno and Priest versus Reno and Priest.
Cool. So 1-1 into game 3.
I would
Reno
say
versus Priest.
JJ gets the better end of this matchup, probably.
Yeah, for sure. Life Tap just matches up really well against Priest, right?
Yeah.
Priest kind of struggles to pressure that. But it can happen if Priest gets, an early aggressive hand, which he has a coin 3 into 3 here. He can coin out a 4/3 and then upgrade it to a 4/6. That's a really good size to be attacking with on turn 3.
Yep. And Reno has very limited ways to answer that early on.
He has the second-rate Bruiser to try and catch up a bit, and Kazakus for just some kind of powerful potion. So turn 2 tap, turn 3 Courier, turn 4 Kazakus would probably be JJ's curve. And then turn 5 potion. And, yep, here comes the Toxic Sewer Ooze. You don't need to save it for weapon removal against Warlock, and it's a beater, right? That's what you want. You want to apply pressure as the Priest.
Just a big old dummy. 4/3.
Oh wow, that's a really weak discover, right? Can you find some way to get good value out of these cards? Spellbenders might misdirect a Shadow Pain or a Shadow Death. Confuse. It can make the high health minions of Priest more vulnerable to something like a Hellfire.
So many possibilities.
Yeah, I'm liking those two, obviously, over the Usher of Souls. JJ's hand has plenty of minions.
I think Spellbender would be my last pick. I think it's just...
Yeah, I
so
think you
racial.
can find a way to use Confuse. Like, it's never something that Purple is going to be playing around. So you'll probably find some way to make it useful.
And yep, here's the 4/6 into 3/4 curve. SM Work not missing 4 damage here.
The beatdown begins.
Oh wow. Do you think he's master serving your Faceless Shambler as a bluff? I don't think he's ever thinking about playing a 2/2 taunt here. Maybe he's just curious about the exact text for some reason.
I think it's mouse moves on accident.
Okay, there we go.
We're not really the most precise, gamers here in Hearthstone. not very high APM or mouse precision.
So I think the first pick was probably deal 5 damage, and the second might have been AoE for 4.
That is exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It is a very powerful board clear. Deal 9 to one thing, deal 4 to everything else.
Yeah, it's
Big,
it's like a cheaper Flame Strike that does a lot more. It's because that is a pretty good card.
yeah. It
So he
also
could
works-
clear here by trading to the 4/6 and targeting the 3/5, but you kind of want to
That's
be
pretty
greedier.
weak. Yeah. I mean, that card is like gonna clear nearly every board state you run into, especially with Confuse from turn 7 onwards. So if you can be greedy with that card, you want to be, and I think he can be.
Yeah, so how about just tap Shadow Bolt and clearing the 4/6?
He can either go for that, or he could play the Socialite. Just gain 2 health, throw a 2/2 down. Depends on how much you value your health against Priest, which probably not very highly. But he is running into is it a Hog Rider? The 6/6 charge? That's actually just lethal next turn.
By not playing the Socialite, he played around a Blackwing Corruptor on curve, so that's something.
Well, did he play around it? I mean,
Okay, that's another way of looking.
he can't Emperor now, or he will just die.
Yeah, this is something we were talking about yesterday, is if you apply enough pressure and set up lethal, it's a strong play because it cuts off options like the turn 6 Emperor, specifically.
So
Yeah,
many
like purple is forcing out powerful board clears like the Kazakus Potion
I love
without
this play.
really committing.
The Hog Rider trade. Priest won't have 9 damage, and Priest is bad at dealing 1 damage to finish that thing off.
Yeah, another thing is, how long is purple really going to have 6 or more cards? He was at exactly 6 that turn, so
Missed 6 damage.
squeezing in the damage.
Magus for value.
Never Deathwing.
Always
what?
Deathwing.
That's the same exact Discover. Those are the same 3 options.
Huh. Purple still really likes Chromagus. If the first one doesn't stick, maybe the second one will.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Huh.
So 7 mana, no Reno. Things
No?
are getting dicey.
Well,
He's at 9. He can clear the 3/5 on board. He can make a 4/5 taunt for 3 mana and have 4 mana left to work with. He does have that Kazakus potion when he wants it, but is this the right time for that? He could just make a 4/5 taunt for 3 mana and then copy it with the Faceless Shambler. It's not super sexy, but it's 4 attack minions. Priest can't really deal with. They can't Shatter a Pain. They can't Bookworm. Can't Shatter a Death.
you're not into Ogre's Zelay? He's looking pretty sexy to me. A little less judgmental.
Okay. Okay, good. Dragonfire Potion would clear off the Netherspite Historians, but leave the Twilight Well pushing 2 damage. So that's not too threatening here against this wall of taunts. You know what I want to see is Chromagus with in play and then playing Rathion. Just
Oh.
double drawing all the dragons. Oh, ruined the combo. No, purple.
Ruined! Holy, wow, he drew a lot.
What the heck? Is that like 4?
Purple just nails it.
That's a good card. Now, the thing about drawing 4 cards, even though it's exciting and fun and feels good, the more cards you draw, the less each card is worth, because you only need enough cards to have, good ways to spend your mana each turn. And once you're doing that, the additional cards are kind of potentially wasted.
I mean, it's pretty good, so like, come on.
It's really good. It's really good. I'm just saying, drawing 4 cards is not 4 times as good as drawing 1 card.
Okay.
Because the 4th card is just not as valuable to you as the 1st card. That's
Card draw math was the way. Well, JJ's got a pretty good potion here, I think. It would leave both of his guys alive as 4/1s, which, as we've talked about continuously, Priest struggles to deal with. Then he could develop behind it with, like, Dark Peddler, maybe.
Possibilities.
Kazakus Potion, Peddler, and then he hits the Voodoo Doctor to heal one of his dudes.
He's got a Voodoo Doctor in his hand.
Yeah, that's another way to do it.
Could
That
always
seems
just
like a good turn for the Kazakus Potion, right?
He could throw down the Apothecary, die to Leroy, out of Priest.
The rope's burning. This is a tough turn for JJ. Did he disconnect or something? That's a problem.
Definitely a problem.
I think that's the first time we've seen that in this event. Just he did have a Hearthstone disconnect issue that delayed this game briefly, so that might be correlated with what we just saw this turn. Maybe there's just a spotty internet connection in that corner of the world right now.
I think his spot was pretty good in this game.
Yeah, he was very much in it. Even though Dragon Priest is a full hand, he's kind of not dead as Reno Lock going into the later turns, and Reno Lock has such just powerful late game options. It very often finds a way to do things. So, I mean, what can you do as purple besides punish?
Purple just going to remove the board, play on.
So we've got confirmation from our production that JJ did DC and he's trying to get back into the game. Interestingly, even having skipped a turn, he's not all the way dead here. That one's gonna make it all the way dead.
Ooh.
So it's a bit unfortunate, but Purple's Dragon Priest taking the win over JJ's Disconnect Reno Lock, 2-1.
2-1. Yeah.
So now Purple just has a Reno Lock that he'll need to get a win with, and he will get a matchup against Dragon Priest. So you got to think Purple's in a really good shape after winning that unfavorable.
I would advise Purple not to disconnect in that matchup. It's got a 0% win rate.
0%. All right, so it's gonna take a little moment to get into the game while we wait for JJ to reconnect, obviously. So I'm not so sure that JJ was actually in a favorable position, I want to say, because when I was looking at his hand, he's kind of at a low life total. He doesn't have a Reno to recover it yet. He has the tools to deal with that board position with the Kazakus Potion, but he doesn't develop a strong board behind it, right? And I felt like he had a lot of cards in his hand that were just kind of not that useful for the position he was in. He had like Leroy and Soulfire, which are great offensive tools when you're ready to pressure the guy down, but he was very much in the early phase defense stabilized portion of the game where those are less useful.
Well, okay. If he played the Kazakus Potion and the Peddler, he gets a 1-drop, which we don't know what it would have been. He keeps alive 2 4-1s, pushes Purple to 20. That probably, I think that actually forces Purple to use his potion. Right. Maybe he would just taunt up. I don't know.
Let's assume.
That's where it kind of gets icky. But if he just potions, he heals to 22. And then JJ basically gets a free turn of development with 9 mana, which he had Emperor Thorson, he had a Twilight Drake, so he had some options, but and it just so happened
Purple had nothing to develop with the potion.
I don't think so, because he would have been on 8 or 9 mana.
I think 8. I think he just did a 7 mana Rathion turn because he couldn't Chromagus yet.
He had no 2-drops, I don't think so.
Okay, so yeah,
it was
starting to agree with your analysis, right? It sounds like
it was like JJ was pretty close to pushing him into the Leroy range. We saw him top deck PO at the very end there. He had Faceless in his deck still, and how do you draw him into those? Obviously, it's sort of like a ticking time bomb, right? The onus is on the priest to kill the warlock, not the other way around. So,
absolutely,
it was.
Yeah, I think that's some good analysis. It looked like JJ was maybe going to get to play an Emperor on an empty board, and that's usually when things have swung in a big way against you.
However, should Purple just death the Emperor, play 2 minions? It's important to remember JJ was at 9 health. Any minions were representing lethal for Purple, so It was very dependent on the cards they would have drawn.
And here we can see Purple has a Doomguard in his deck because his Arena Lock is a bit different from the other Arena Locks in the tournament. He's playing Cruel, a card which I had called complete garbage and unplayable, and which has since won some games. So maybe I'm just wrong.
I think Purple's always been kind of an advocate of Doomguard in slow Warlock decks. Like, he's never really been that afraid of just discarding 2. It does give you a little bit more reach, and against aggro decks, it can be a way to get back in the game when you don't really care about card advantage. Back in the old handlock meta with like Patron and things, I know he used to run a Doomguard when a lot of people didn't.
That was a pretty quick pick on Drain Life. The Mirror Image overextends into AoE, and the Dragon Whelp, I guess he just doesn't have a dragon in hand, so sure, just take the card that kind of does something.
Yeah, I mean, it is sort of spot removal. Gives you some damage and healing when your opponent's not really expecting it. If this game does get into a scenario where it's like both players are holding on to the Leroy Burst combo and trying to kill their opponents, which is Purple even playing Leroy Faceless if he's playing Cruel?
You know, he may not be. I don't recall for sure, but I'm gonna guess not. Now, if JJ has 10 cards in hand here, right? So if he Kazakuses for a 5-mana potion, then he has to coin nothing. He could Kazakus for a 1-mana potion and coin that out immediately, but this doesn't seem like the matchup for that. So it's really quite an awkward turn here due to his hand size.
Yeah, you could always overdraw if you value the coin that much. That's always risky because on average, the overdraw is not going to hurt you, but when it does, ooh, does it sting. Because, like, say you overdraw Leroy, not only did he overdraw that, which isn't a huge deal because you can just kind of assume, okay, yeah, it would have been on the bottom of my deck, but with Purple having that knowledge, suddenly the game becomes a lot different.
Yeah, and honestly, burning Leroy from the bottom of your deck is a big deal in this matchup. This is a matchup where you can draw your entire deck to get to Leroy for the combo lethal. That's like a thing.
Yeah. And that is JJ's inevitability in this matchup, where Purple probably does not have that. Instead, he has this this Cruel combo, which we'll probably get to see this game. He really needs to get that unlicensed Apothecary out of his hand at some point. That does not combo very well.
It combos in an interesting manner with Cruel. I guess he's just going to take 5 damage for every minion that Cruel is spawning. So it's a bit of a suicide play. For JJ here, he can just trade into the Refreshment Vendor and Hellfire for a board clear, and then alternatively, he might just coin out this Emperor.
Alright, I'm not very well versed in Cruel. Is he a Battle Cry or a Death Rattle?
He's a Battle Cry. You play him, he's just like a giant tempo 7/9. And he does have the Reno Clause. You have to have more than one copy of each card in your deck. Which to me was kind of funny, since without that he's not very appealing. But here's Emperor, ramping out that Cruel ahead of schedule, potentially. Twilight Drake. Now, no, JJ does have the Brand Kazakis combo in this hand. He has 9 cards.
Yeah, that's
and he does just need to clear. Yeah, look how good a Missile Enforcer is. That is just crazy strong.
Yeah. Card is sick, because normally a huge weakness, and what Purple's trying to do there is like set up a turn where JJ has to clear, which means he can't develop, and Abyssal Enforcer just, you know, get a demon who can do you both.
Whew. So how does Purple deal with this? This is very much a tempo matchup, which is an argument for Cruel being kind of better than expected.
All right.
Yeah, he gets the Apothecary out of his hand.
He got the Apothecary out. Whew.
He's got to kill it off as well. He can't just leave it in play and then play Cruel. But it looks like a board where that's an achievable goal.
Yeah, and that's going to make Cruel a pretty appealing option. I mean, it walks into Twisting Nether, but that's about it. Besides, like, a double board clear from JJ.
So, JJ could trade into Sylvanas, drain life the 6/1 that's resulting, and then go Brand Kazakus. That would be all 7 mana spent in a alpha way.
That's 8. Or no, that is 7 mana, thanks to this. Yeah. Wow, that is really good. You also put a priority target on the board in the form of Brand, so it's something.
Yeah, but it's just going to die to that 5/5.
It is, but, you know, at least it directs the attack somewhere. That means
Okay.
the imp stays alive, which means purple has to hurt himself to develop. So
Right. That is kind of a key thing. If JJ develops anything with 5 or more attack this turn, then purple has the option of suiciding his imp, which is something
Yes.
he really wants to do.
So he passed on the Bran Kazakus. It does make like a stronger minion, and it gives him the option to heal for 4 with his Socialite. But
It just doesn't give purple a good attack with his 5/5. I actually really like this play from JJ. He's not in a huge rush to get Brand Kazakus off, and he just makes purple's attack with a 5/5 so much worse. Like, sending the 5/5 into a 4/9 feels terrible, but going face also feels terrible because it doesn't set up to kill the thing.
And
He
it's
needs to kill it.
it's really terrible because like JJ with the Emperor discount is already representing the Leroy faceless combo. So should that
Oh,
Whoa.
what does this do?
Nothing. But
Okay, darn it. I guess he could Shadow Flame his imp.
yeah. Wow, he's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, and
What-
damage
what's-
does kind of count. He's going
Yeah,
for a
what's-
10.
I think I would have Shadow Flamed first.
Yeah, interesting.
That
So let's see what that potion was.
So a direct mistake, yeah, he calls it out on himself. He goes to 11. JJ is 3 damage off from just direct burn, but purple did pick up a gain 10 armor potion.
Deal 8, gain 10. Wow.
And
Yeah,
now
it's like a giant holy fire.
the demon is gone. The apothecary is gone for both players, so crisis averted. Sort of. Purple did accidentally take 5 more damage, but... Ooh.
Oh, Leroy would have been
Ooh.
so strong against that the demon. Because summoning the whelps deals 10 to the opponent.
So you
Combine that with
probably-
the Hellfire.
Yeah, you probably go for the 5 mana ones here because they combo so well. I'm
Yeah.
definitely taking the 5 damage there, and I'm probably
Yeah, with the
taking
opponent 11.
That's like one of the strongest combos you get.
Yeah.
Probably take another 5 cost, or would you take a 10?
I like the other 5 cost. Although he does have a Fellfire potion, he could combo with that 1/5 minus once. So
You could just take Heart of Fire again and have
Yeah,
10
that's some
damage
more,
with
right?
10.
Burst is so good against Reno Lock.
Oh, it's insane, yeah. So we'll take a look at what he got. Yep, first one. Ooh, second one he went with some interesting options. Draw 2 and summon 2 minions that have died.
The summon the 2 minions that have died option is always just like one of the most powerful options out there.
Yes.
Draw 2 tends to be a little weaker in Reno Lock than other decks because you do have that life tap hero power and he has enough life to support it right now. But
Oh, JJ's so close. He could just do some burn damage here.
yeah,
I mean,
maybe like Fellfire potion plus
so
4
he's
mana.
he's never gonna have 15 out of hand. So he is always vulnerable to Reno, but forcing your opponent to Reno from like 7 is pretty good. Like if you use either the Fellfire or the Kazakus potion this turn.
Yeah, so I might go like tap Fellfire and then heal myself with the 2/2.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds really good to me. You set up lethal out of hand if your opponent doesn't heal. It's not like you're overextending. You're also just clearing the board with your board clear. It's just good.
The Hellfire leaves Dirty Rat alive, which is kind of interesting.
It's not a huge deal, and it lets him play the other Kazakus potion, I guess, is the thought.
Gives his opponent a false sense of security, right? Oh, wow. Getting an Emperor.
A definite
Such a
high roll
strong
potential. Yeah.
Perfect
Wow.
9 cards in hand.
I mean,
Really well
that is gonna be brutal for Purple to beat. And he just can't.
He's shaking his head. He's just like, this is not
No,
going to work out.
He's got the Kazakus potion, so he can live for one more turn, I believe. I don't think Purple can do, or I don't think JJ can do 16.
Dude, gaining 10 armor with Jiraxis is pretty sick, huh?
Yeah. He did not get to use his Jiraxis hero power, though, since it costs 10.
Dirty Rat could stop some battle cries. For looking at lethal,
He's got 11, right?
11. He can AoE for 4 and deal 5 to the face with Kazakus potion, and then Leroy is the other 6.
Yeah.
And then he's got 2 mana to go with that, which doesn't really do anything.
So, if he wants to set up the lethal again, he would have to use either the potion, one of the potions, the Kazakus potion or the Felfire potion. Ooh.
Greater healing. It's really good in this deck in general, right? Because you have life tap.
Mm-hmm.
But in this position, it's not exactly what he needs. He's looking for ways to close out the game before he gets outvalued by Purple's Jiraxis hero power, spawning Infernals every turn. 2 mana, 6/6. Faceless Manipulator. That combos with the Leroy.
Well,
so
it's not
he
a
already
huge
had stuff
deal,
combo
though.
with Leroy, right?
Yeah, he already had the... It's not like it raises his burst damage. He's sitting on so many efficient damage spells, but he can only play 2 at once, which is why I'm a little surprised to see him not throw one out this turn. Just keep setting up lethal, keep forcing your opponent to heal, because the longer he waits, the more likely it is Purple does get Reno.
Now, JJ picking up the Faceless does make Powerful Whelming a more powerful option, and also it frees him to play one of those burst cards like the Potion or the Felfire and still have, plenty of options behind it for burst.
Yeah, he's got 22 damage to hit Purple with over the course of 2 turns. It's just a matter of sequencing it out.
What do you think about that decision to use Sun Fury to taunt only the 3/3 and not the 2/2?
So I guess he's trying to force the face attack on the 3/3, which would then set Purple to 13, which is actually slightly out of lethal range, but that's kind of the thought there, I guess.
Yeah, the main thing is it's just preventing the Dirty Rat from trading into a 2/2.
It's not like he's really dead to anything, especially if he's aware of Purple's list, which probably I think we've concluded does not play Leroy. So it feels like Purple's at a pretty significant disadvantage if we get to this sort of board state where he's always under pressure of dying.
There's the Reno.
That is huge.
Again, he doesn't get to Infernal, though. He keeps missing hero powers because he's so, he's forced to play so defense. Oh, that's 20 different hand. That's just lethal, right? Yep. Or 22. Yep. He's at 23. It's 1 off, right? 10, 22. He's at 23. 1 off lethal.
Yeah, wow. Still a very good pickup.
Yeah. There's just no way Purple's going to be able to play around this. Looking at his hand, maybe Resurrect gets some kind of taunt. Maybe he draws something like Sun Fury or Argus.
Well, I wonder if JJ should... I'm trying to think of all the cards that have been used and see if JJ can set up like an unstoppable lethal. Because he does have so much damage that he could like Leroy, PO, go face, Felfire Potion it away, and like just have his opponent dead no matter what the next turn.
You just tap heal here, be very safe, setting up lethal.
Yeah, I mean, it's unlikely that Purple's going to be able to set up taunts forever. Like, JJ has a Siphon, he has the Kazakus Potion, he's got a Shadow Bolt. Like, he's got so many tools to deal with taunts.
Okay, so it seems like JJ knows Purple's list and knows he doesn't have to play around any kind of Leroy Powerful Whelming Faceless lethals.
And I don't think there was any way for JJ to set up a 2-turn lethal here without Leroy PO facelessing, and that would put him at risk of dying, I believe.
So if Resurrect doesn't spawn a taunt for Purple, then Purple's just going to die, and I don't know whether Purple has played any taunts for Resurrect to even potentially spawn.
Wow, Purple's 2 off lethal.
Really? The Doomguard is 5, and
he's got a Felfire, yeah.
But he's just going for the Cruel. It's the winning play, but it probably he's definitely just gonna die here.
Yeah, I would have liked to see him go for the Resurrect. Has he played a taunt?
I can't say I recall, but Leroy Powerful Whelming Faceless. That is 20 damage from hand from Super JJ. Purple knows it's a risk that he was taking, but he felt like he had to take some risks to win here, and I agree with that assessment.
Yeah, he really didn't have any defensive option in his hand. The most defensive play would be to like Twisting Nether away the board, and that would not develop enough pressure to win the game. So.
Alright, so JJ ties it up. It is now 2-2. We're going to go into the decider, and it's Purple favored, right? He's got Reno Lock against JJ's Dragon Priest.
Yeah.
JJ's Dragon Priest has got to get on board early, push a lot of damage, and just turn up the heat if it wants to have hope of winning. But you can see Purple has an excellent defensive hand with
That is a
Doomsayer
great
and Reno
hand.
Jackson.
Yeah, those are probably the two cards you want against Priest because they essentially guarantee you don't just get run over.
Is someone injured?
Right. The Doomsayer can be answered by Shadowward Pain.
Yeah.
I imagine Purple's going to be patient here. He doesn't need to coin out the Doomsayer because Priest just doesn't develop power that quickly on board, right? It's not like Shaman where you're going to see a Flame Tongue killing her.
Northshire Cleric's like a pretty good answer to Doomsayer as well. It cycles itself, which is like kind of all you can really ask for it in this matchup.
Right, what Chaki's talking about is the girl can bump into the Doomsayer and then you can heal the Doomsayer to draw cards to cycle.
Yeah.
You
And
could start with Powered Shield to give yourself a chance to hit Shadow or Pain if you want to try and protect your girls.
Yeah, I think the 2 draws is okay enough, and that's what JJ decides as well.
But if you brick on the Powered Shield, you still get the 2 draws.
You do, but you waste your Powered Shield is the thing, and I think Powered Shield is a strong enough tool that you probably want it. Maybe if he didn't have a play for next turn, I would have gone for it, but...
I think you're right. Powered Shield is kind of particularly powerful in this matchup because it gives you so many ways to play around Arena Lock's AoE turns while having a strong pressure board.
Yep,
So I think you look at 5/5. It's actually pretty good here.
well, he does have Shadow or Death, but that card has a lot better targets later on. And the other thing is, when you leave out the Apothecary, it's not like Reno Lock really wants to play minions.
Yeah.
So it sort of blocks a turn there. Where otherwise Purple could have slammed Kazakis. So I think it worked out better for JJ to just make board tension instead of using Death.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that decision from JJ. Death is a really good tool against Reno Lock, and the Imp is, like you said, something you want to leave on board a lot of times. Good Dragonfire Potion. It's not sexy, but it does just kill that Emperor.
I mean,
Song Stealer and go face.
he's got 2 deaths. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
I'd like to see him just throw out a death. He
He's looking
obviously
for a
wanted
dragon to enable these Worm
yes.
Rest agents.
Yeah, he's really looking for a dragon now, especially with the Nether Spite. It's going to be a rough couple of turns if he does not pick one up.
So Dragon Priest is ahead on board and pushing damage, and I would say in terrible shape to win this game because we can see Purple already got an Emperor discount off. He's got Reno in
Yeah.
hand. He's got Kazakis in hand.
The
It's,
cards in JJ's hand are not great to win this game. Like it's going to be rough.
Yeah, and a 4th card that requires a dragon with no dragons in hand. He does have the silence for Sylvanas, so that's something. He can consider double trading and healing his Azure Drake, or he could just go face. I like going face.
I actually kind of like the double trade because otherwise he's not getting any value from the hero power this turn. I mean, he can heal the Whelp, but who cares?
Right, because the Whelp dies to the attack from Sylvanas anyways. But my thinking is going face for 6 is quite a bit of value.
Yeah, I guess you do need to like put on the pressure, either force out an early Reno or just kill him if he doesn't have Reno. But man, it is going to be tough from here. JJ's hand is too reactive, honestly.
Yeah, and Purple's, I think more importantly, is just Purple's hand is so stacked, almost any hand from JJ would lose to it.
He drew all 3 of the Reno effects.
Yeah,
Essentially,
Brand Kazakis, wow.
what you play the deck for, so...
Probably took deal 5 off that first option. And the second one would be either summon 2 minions or a 5/5 demon. I think I would go for 2 minions. Oh no, spawning 2 minions is bad because he had the Imp die off.
Well,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
had the Imp die off and he had the Doomsayer die off. It's terrible.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely take the safe option when you're in this great of a spot. This is honestly the riskiest turn that he's had. Well, he took the summon 2. He took the summon 2 minions, but on both.
Wow.
I don't think it's gonna cost him, but
It could. This Dragon Crusher comes out as a 6-mana 9/9. It
yeah,
enables.
JJ picked up a 9/9. He
It
can
also
play,
enables 4 cards in his hand.
Well, he definitely wants to play the Dragon Spite and then play the Draconid to keep a dragon in his hand later. But the 9/9 actually has no answer right now besides like Kazaka's Potion trade.
So
Man,
how important
those-
is to trade that Azure Drake into Bran? I would say very important, right? That's just kind of got to happen. So it's Nether Spite,
Well-
picking up some kind of dragon to enable the rest. Oh, no. He's just going to blow it up.
Okay.
I like this a lot, actually.
Yeah, this
With
is
the push
good.
face damage.
You sort of like, I mean, if you push double face, you almost certainly force out a Reno. Gonna go with the most power possible. This does table lethal, which is not really. That's not really a huge consideration. I mean, purple would Reno either way, but
It kind of doesn't force Reno because these 5-mana Kazaka's Potions could potentially give other options, right? But
Yeah,
Reno does
but-
come out. It's good. Gain
Reno
24,
for 24.
like
Yeah, like you're never gonna have a better Reno this game. So
might hold the Mixtress here because he's at 30 and it shrinks the Twilight Drake, but he just tempos it out. Sure, he's gonna have enough value. He's got 2 Kazaka's Potions. He's a Reno lock.
yeah, these summoned 2 friendly minions that have died this game are getting weaker and weaker. It's got
They're
2
actually
really.
it's extremely dangerous because the 5/5 imp that hits you for 5.
It would only hit you for 5, right? But that's still significant sometimes, especially post Reno.
Are you sure it doesn't hit you for 10? I really don't know how the interaction works.
It doesn't kill you when it summons itself, right? That doesn't make sense, right?
Well,
I'm not-
it's
I'm not
spawning the other
crazy.
minion at the same time as it spawns itself, so maybe it doesn't hit you for anything.
No, it definitely hits you for 5 because it's the same interaction with Cruel,
Okay.
which I've definitely seen a video of him just killing a Warlock with Cruel. That's
Dragon
definitely
operative.
something that happened.
just about always the best.
Man, Purple's in a weird spot where I don't think either of those potions are AoE clears, right?
Right. He
Like,
just doesn't have AoE clear, and
he
he's
just
facing down a
hasn't
huge board.
drawn his clears, yeah.
But JJ doesn't know that. He's going to be inclined to try and play around AoE to some extent.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
And the rope is burning. Looks like he might have disconnected. Oh gosh,
Man,
that is unlucky.
these are like pretty close games, too.
Yeah. And Purple's obviously not too happy about this outcome. It's like you want to win, but not like this.
Yeah. Especially in kind of these more fun-spirited events like BatStone.
Yeah.
This is not how you want it to go down.
Well, tech problems, they're a thing. Sometimes the internet's just not that stable in parts of the world, and there's not always anything you can do about it.
I think JJ's at a life coach's place, right?
I won.
Oh, wow. So we could be interested for an exciting grand finals, is what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
I am the Lord.
All right, Cruel coming down. No mercy.
This time.
Purple conceded.
Probably a regame, I'm thinking.
Maybe.
I really doubt Purple would just throw in the towel, so...
Yeah.
Um,
We're gonna wait to hear back from our production team about what's going on in the match exactly.
we don't really have hard and fast rules here at BatStone. Kind of operating off the honor system, which I think is what Purple's going for here.
The Purple's definitely that kind of guy.
It was a very close game. I'm happy to see that we'll probably get a regame.
So,
Man,
Yeah,
for how good of a hand that was for Purple, that got pretty dicey. I mean, he did draw no board clears, like no Nether, no Fellfire Potion.
right. But I think the Brand Kazakis discovers were the most interesting part of the game. I want to say you seem pretty excited about the potential of respawning a Doomsayer off of Kazakis Potion.
Mm-hmm.
I found that a lot of times it's okay to Doomsayer your own board.
Yeah, he did.
Because
have
Arena
card
Lock, you've got
advantage.
so much reload. Just having that tempo lead is kind of fine in a lot
Yeah,
of spots.
it's just like on average, is summoning 2 friendly guys like you got to realize you had a mixtress of whatever.
Mixtures.
Mistress of Mixtures. There
Nice,
we go.
nailed it.
I can English.
Yeah,
Like his other option was a 5/5, just a 5/5 demon.
yeah.
You could just take your very average result, right? Or you can go for the high
It's a
roll,
very
low
good
roll.
result, right?
Right.
Very
like,
average is very good.
on the summon 2 friendly minions, like you've got a 1/1 imp, you've got an imp
From
gang
Imp Gang.
boss,
Yeah.
you've got the 2/2. I'm not gonna say it again. I mean, he had the high roll, right? You got the high roll of like Emperor, but
Right.
you've got the low roll of Unlicensed Apothecary, which can kill you. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like a 5/5 demon would be a good choice there.
Yeah,
Purple maybe kind of feeling guilty about picking up a win in a previous game, just kind of giving JJ a chance with that decision. I don't know. Okay, so we have an update for you guys. Purple offered to regame, but JJ decided to concede instead because he's unable to find a stable internet connection at the time, which it's unfortunate, but it kind of makes sense based on what we've seen over the past couple games, right? It was like 2 disconnects in 3 games. So Purple will be advancing. I want to mention the reason Firebat's not here today is because he had to travel to, I think, go compete in another event. So he's not slacking by any means. He's working hard every day, right?
I thought he went to go buy Amazon coins.
Yeah, of course.
Was
Went
I
to go buy
lied
Amazon.
to?
Well, the thing about buying Amazon coins is it's actually very convenient. He could do that and cast BatStone in the same day, but what he can't do is travel while he's casting. That doesn't actually work out.
Unfortunate. Fortunate for me, I guess.
Yeah, worked out okay for us, I suppose.
Budget Firebat, I guess.
So Purple winning over Super JJ in kind of a technology issue plagued match. Let's take a look at the bracket screens and get a view of what's coming up next. So we saw Crane defeat Kibler and Purple defeat JJ. Our next match will be Crane versus Purple. The winner of that will face VLPS, and the winner of that will be in the grand finals against Life Coach. And the person coming from the losers bracket will have to win twice because this is a true double elimination. Losing once from the winner bracket does not knock you out. This is not some Schmaz tournament. It's going to be fair for everyone. BatStone, Hearthstone the way it should be, right? I want to take a moment and talk about one of our sponsors, though, Skype. So Skype is setting up just kind of a gaming community. You can log on to Skype and add as a contact gaming with Skype and hang out with just a ton of other Hearthstone players, talk about Hearthstone, talk about strategy. There's pros in the chat there to answer your questions. And on top of that, you can win some free stuff. You can win coaching with pros like Frozen and StrifeGrow, and you could even win a gaming laptop. So just log on to Skype and add gaming with Skype. It's free stuff for you guys. They're help sponsoring the event. It's everyone's winning from this. I gotta say, thank you, Skype. I appreciate it. It's awesome.
Yep. I personally love Skype, use it a lot. And I'm actually casting that event. So you'll see me there. Zale's also coaching. So, you know,
Right.
if you're not sick of us by the end of today, check that one out too.
Yeah. Let's see. We've talked about the brackets. I guess the next thing we'll do is return to the Amazonia world. I think we're going to be showing you episode 5. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes with the next match. Welcome back to BatStone, Hearthstone Differently. I am Zole. I'm joined here by Chalky. Our next match is going to be Crane versus Purple. Crane has that Warlock, Shaman, Druid lineup, and Purple with Warlock, Druid, Priest. So Priest versus Shaman is the difference. How do you feel about that, Chalky?
Look, I'm siding with Shaman again.
Yeah, Shaman every time. Would you say that Shaman is the strongest class in your estimation right now? Or how highly would you rate it?
I don't know. And
yeah, neither do I. I'm just asking for a guess.
Right. So
Gut
in my
feeling.
indecision, I just go with what I did know, which is Shaman was really good.
Yeah.
And it's probably still really good. They didn't take anything away. Right.
No. They added something. Genu Water Speaker. Jade stuff.
Still have Totem Golem. They still have Spirit Claws.
Yeah, those are some good cards. Okay.
You know?
The more I see Shaman, the more I like it. And I like what you're saying there about, in a new world, just start with what we knew worked in the old world. It's a good place to begin. I think it's not stronger than Reno Lock, would be my best guess. So maybe Shaman's as good as number 2. I definitely think it's in the top 3. So I'm inclined to agree with you that Crane might have the matchup advantage here. If we want to take a look at the brackets. So Crane versus Purple is our next matchup. The winner of that will face VLPS and be the losers. And the winner of that is the losers bracket champion. And then the losers bracket champion goes up against the life coach. Both players had pretty rough roads to get here. I mean, just everyone in the tournament's a solid player, right? So Crane beat Kibler. He beat Kibler again. And he lost to life coach to where he is.
I mean, he's just farming Kibler.
Yeah, that's a strategy. You get a matchup advantage and just ride it to victory. And on the other side of the bracket, Purple just got kind of an awkward win over Super JJ. But we're going into the games. Ruh, that's the sound Totem Golem makes when you play him. And
that's 2 of them.
2 of them's a little bit awkward. If you coin Totem Golem, as you so often want to, then it doesn't curve into Totem Golem.
You know what? He's keeping them both.
Because it kind of is a 2-mana 3/4. Even though it overloads for 1, it also discounts the thing from blow, which sort of counteracts the overload in the long run.
The other thing is, the overload matters if you coin it out, but playing it on 2, it's not like he doesn't have a 3-drop anyway to play, so the overload's not going to affect him too much.
I like his decision to not coin out Totem Golem because he just has the natural curve of turn 2 Totem Golem, turn 3 Totem Golem while overloaded for 1. And actually, now that he has 2 Thing from Blows in hand, you can look at the Totem Golem as a 1-mana 3/4, right? He spends 3 mana on it, but he gets 2 discounts. That's a pretty good card.
Yeah.
His hero powers are just free with 2 Thing from Blows.
I like Shaman.
It's a
I
strong
don't like playing
class.
against Shaman, but I like Shaman.
I could see how you feel that way. So Hungry Dragon is the cheapest of the options, but Nefarian
Purple really
quickly
is just digging these 9-mana dragons.
Yeah, he's into value. And you know what? He's kind of right. You do have to play a long value game as Dragon Priest to beat Shaman.
Yeah.
Also, you get Shaman cards off Nefarian, right? Those are really good. You get Hex, Lightning Storm, Maelstrom Portal.
Totem Golem?
I think they're spells.
Ah.
Yeah, unlucky.
Damn.
So, Blackwing Corruptor on 5, killing a Totem Shrug seems good. There is technically an argument for trading into the Healing Totem if you were scared of Flame Tongue, but no, just take the 1 face damage here. Flame Tongue would not be a good play for Crane, so Purple would just take the face damage. Purple is a player who likes to go face as often as possible.
Yeah. It's a good strategy in Hearthstone. Would recommend.
So Hero Power, Coin, Double Thing from Below is a play here.
Yeah. Looks like it is the play, actually.
Like it. It's a lot of 5/5s to make on turn 5.
Yeah, I mean, Crane kind of just playing Curve Stone right now. He's got Eye on 6, Jade Thingamajig on 7. Jade Golem, probably. I don't know. What is it called? I have no idea.
Yeah, I'll trust your judgment on that. Powered Shield is really strong here, enabling the Blackling Crutcher to take a value trade. Although Shaman, unlike Priest, does have good tools to pick off 1-health minions. You can see that Maelstrom Portal in his hand.
He could heal it. Oh, and now it's actually really good to heal it.
Yeah, before he was just going to play a 5-drop, but because healing would float too much mana. But with Talon Priest, things are different.
Yeah, I like the Talon Priest plus heal.
So it goes down to 1 health from the trade, and then it gains 5 back up to 5/6. So he'll have a 3/4 and a 5/6. Now his 3/4 does get value traded from Thing from Below.
Wish to live forever.
Does he ever play Twilight Will? Probably not. No, you just heal.
You can get punished here with Northshire Cleric off of
Maelstrom Portal. Sick. But the attack did make a little bit of sense if you're ever concerned about Flame Tongue here, which I think he is.
Yeah.
Shadow Word Death. So no Great Bookworm. Yeah, just if you're not sure, Black Dragon Operative is pretty strong.
Ooh.
Is Flame Tongue any good here?
I think so. He's got a 1/3 that can trade into a 5/3 then.
There might be too many taunts in the way for that. Because
No,
there's a
it's-
thing from...
The 5/3 is a taunt.
Oh, okay. I thought we were talking about the Aya 5/3. Yeah, I couldn't remember if the thing from was it. Yeah, you're right. So that's just... It's great.
Positioning, lol.
Yeah, didn't think about that, did you, Purple? Could have put the Draconid Operative on the right.
No, he's playing around BGH, of course.
No, PGH still works.
No, he did not. I tried, Purple, I tried.
Yeah, you tried. That's a good effort. So Drake Portal's an option here, but it doesn't seem like it's doing relevant amounts of damage. Is it?
I guess it's...
Ooh. Well, it does do relevant damage to the Flame Tongue. Fair enough.
Renegades not a terrible pickup. Compared to what you could have gotten, I mean, I'd take it over a 1/1.
Yeah, Runic Egg's pretty decent in Shaman because of Flame Tongue Totem, right?
Yeah, and also just like, Purple's probably going to Dragonfire the board eventually, and that protects you against that.
Yeah, get a card out of it instead of some 1-drop that just dies. So Purple's got a pretty sizable board lead here, but again, Shaman has the tools to recover. Drake Storm. I could imagine worse plays. Thinking about it. The Flame Tongue's quite a powerful play. I'm inclined to lead with Storm. Yeah, the Flame Tongue's gonna still be good late game. Storm is kind of like uniquely good right now.
The thing is, the Flame Tongue lined up perfectly awkward to trade into the 3/6, like his placement. And it wasn't like purposeful placement, it was just the way the Jade Golem spawned, but he would have to trade 3 things into the 3/6 instead of 2 things.
Farsight, Lava Shock, not a high roll, but definitely some decent cards. Could do worse. Frost Shock comes to mind. Totemic Might would be pretty troll, but he could also do better with cards like Lightning Storm, Hex.
Yeah, I mean, Farsight's basically just a recycle, and Lava Shock is decent.
Yeah. There's a great Nefarian turn for Purple because he's only facing down 4 damage, so it's rare that you can slam down your 9 mana 8/8 and take as little punishment as only 4 from an Azure Drake.
Yeah, and Purple is like, thanks to Nefarian, like starting to inch ahead in the value game. Obviously, Crane kind of has inevitability with Jade stuff, but Shaman doesn't run as much Jade stuff as, like, say, Druid does, so it's definitely possible for Purple to just straight out value Crane.
So Hex and Hero Power is looking pretty appealing. I think before he drew the Hex, he was kind of planning to just trade his board into this Nefarian.
Yeah.
But now that you picked up the Hex, you can kind of save your Azure Drake. Save the Totem for Thunderbluff Valiant. Seems good.
And it's a board that's resilient against Dragonfire Potion, thanks to Azure Drake being a dragon.
Draconid Operative, you can go for some more silly stuff out of the Shaman deck.
But do you have to Bookworm the Flame Tongue?
Yeah, the Flame Tongue is very scary.
Oh. Okay,
He's
so I
got the
guess-
Lava Shock with spell damage,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, he was planning to Lava Shock, yeah. Wanting to hold on to the Bookworm because at the time he didn't have Shadow Word Pain.
Now, he could have used Shadowed Pain instead, but he knows that's better to save because it can kill bigger things like Thunderbluff Valiant, Jinyu Water Speaker.
0 mana death is an okay card.
Yeah, it's a nice swing turn. And we can see Crane does have a target for it in hand. That 7 mana 5/5 that spawns to Jade.
There is a lot at
Yeah,
That
you know that. You know that's coming eventually. So
And this Thunderbluff Valiant, though, is so much value. Even though it dies to a 2 mana Shadow Word Pain, it put 6 attack on totems. So even though you killed it, it didn't stop it from getting a lot of value.
now, purple is missing one key piece here, and that is the Dragonfire Potion.
Oh, Toxic Subarus does something.
Yeah, I mean, it does die really easily, but it removes
Take some stuff with it.
Yeah. Is it what you want to do here, I wonder?
You're thinking about, well, Wormer's Agent trades poorly with the Azure Drake.
Yeah, it's pretty
The only
cool.
other option is Shadow Word Pain, so yeah, it's gotta be the Toxic Subarus. Get the value while you can.
Yep. Use or lose.
Ooh. You could heal a minion after value trading. For instance, if Azure Drake went into Bookworm, and then maybe Stoneclaw Totem went into Bookworm, and his Syrian Totem went into the Toxic Sewer Ooze, and then he heals up his Azure Drake with the Jinyu Water Speaker, developing a minion that both doesn't die to Dragonfire Potion, but also protects his Azure Drake, which doesn't die to Dragonfire Potion.
Mm-hmm.
And he's pushing 5 damage. He's thinking about whether he wants to commit more stuff to the board. Like, he could play Feral Spirits to buff his Tunnel Trog, but is that an overcommitment into Dragonfire Potion, which is kind of what purple needs to recover in this scenario?
He also had some interesting ways to roll a totem this turn. I think, unless he wants to maximize the odds of a 1/1 and a taunt, then it was correct to like roll it at a different point in time. But maybe a missequence on that. But this sets up a really good board.
Yeah,
Either way.
even if there's Dragonfire Potion, he's staring down 7 damage, and it just sets up lethal.
Ooh.
These are not going to be enough.
Not what you want. So you
I mean,
get,
he needed, I think, exactly the Lightning Storm, and just like a bunch of high rolls on it.
so you've got Death on the Trog,
Ooh, lucky.
and then yeah, yeah, you could call it that. Throw out
Taunt,
Tunes,
heal up.
heal up, and draw Dragonfire and shoot the Azure Drake with the lightning that comes after. So he's got a chance. He needs to draw exactly Dragonfire Potion. But he did set himself in a position where that is a viable way to come back.
Crane's just thinking about how does he minimize his purple's chance of winning. He knows he's a huge favorite to win with any line he takes, but he's got to figure out how does purple win this game and how do I stop that from happening. And it's mostly Dragonfire Potion, right?
Yeah, the trades are terrible here. I mean, you could trade to play around the potion by trading into the operative, but that is terrible, and you know he didn't have it. You're playing around a top deck at that point, and you're basically playing Dragonfire Potion for your opponent by trading in all those minions. So it's just going to be a face attack. Hope he doesn't top deck it, and if he does, you're not out. You keep reloading and keep trying.
Uh-oh.
Well, whew.
Not enough mana to Azure Drake into Potion.
Yeah. I tell you what, Holy Nova would be pretty good here.
Yeah. The old Azure Drake Holy Nova play is in fact a thing that's
Still exists.
happens. Yeah. It technically exists. I don't think it exists in Purple's list. So game 1 to Crane. I think that's 3 times in a row we've seen Shaman beating Dragon Priest in what we thought was a Dragon Priest favorite matchup, but the more you watch it, the more you wonder, right? Because when Dragon Priest is ahead on board, it seems like Shaman just recovers. But when Shaman is ahead on board, Dragon Priest dies. That's the difference.
Azure Drake makes things difficult too. It's like
Azure Drake is a big part of why, right? If it weren't for Azure Drake in the Shaman deck that survives the Dragonfire Potion, Priest would have much, they have a realistic chance of recovering all the time. So here, Jade Druid versus Reno Lock keeps double Jade Blossom. You can coin Blossom into either Blossom or Jade Spirit. Probably the Blossom. I'd value the Mana Crystal over the 2/3, but it's a bit tricky.
And then what he picks up, I guess.
No. Trust.
Yeah, it depends on the board state, a lot of factors. Card draw, slow hand. Yeah, hitting more card draw makes you more inclined to go for the mana crystal instead of the body, I would say.
Mistress is pretty nice here because it will challenge those early Jade Golems really well. Whereas otherwise they are just chipping damage.
What else is really nice is this Jaya Blackpaw or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
It's,
She is one of the best cards in the deck.
Yeah. So Purple's got enough Jade stuff to get his statues up to 5 already.
Ooh, Crane is just curving out Bran into Kazakus.
Yeah, so if this brand doesn't get swiped,
Well,
and we can see it's not getting swiped.
not getting swiped. So I guess you just, like you said, ramp again. Maybe
Living Roots with it on the Mixtress.
Roots.
Looks
like you went
he
for
might spend all
1/1s?
5 mana next turn on the Azure Drake. Oh, 1/1s. Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. Oh. Purple gives it an eye roll. Damage AoE?
I might go for the 5/5 Demon here to really pressure that Druid down. You want to take the
Yeah, I mean,
offensive as much as possible. The Druid late game does like beat you up if you don't kill him first, right? Those Jade things get too big eventually.
yeah, and he is curving right into the potion if he wants. So, like, getting one proactive potion would be really nice.
So deal 5 damage or summon 2 friendly minions. You definitely don't want demons in your hand. He wants something that affects the board. He wants tempo in this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean,
Side, it's going to be Mixtress, Bran, Kazakus kind of stuff. Not very
Yeah.
powerful. But dealing 5, also not at its best in this matchup.
well, you could envision the deal 5 hitting like an Azure Drake or a Jade Behemoth. Those are kind of, I mean, Aya is the other one. Those are the things you're looking at.
SM or
So,
to the face.
get the
Deal 5
Kazakus
minions
cam.
plus 4 health. And what's the other one? Deal 4 to all, summon a 5/5 demon. Alright, cool.
That's a way to take the board.
Yep.
And so, double battle cry still alive. Not much to abuse with it, but
Yeah, he's got the Earthen Ring Farce here, but it's just kind of not that relevant, right?
you just clear
And spawn a demon.
on a 5/5. Yeah.
That's
good.
a little bit disappointing. It's strong. It's quite strong.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping for more. Does it make me greedy? Yeah,
I think it does.
It does, yeah. You could nourish for crystals and then Jade Spirit because it leaves you with quite a bit of card draw in hand. Does feel kind of stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. Feels kind of stupid to me, Zalay.
Yeah, because you're on 7 mana, so nourishing for crystals is like, why?
He's just
Doesn't need that
jading
much
them
mana.
out, dude. Like, that skips like a 6/6 for the turn, which is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's got 12 stats in one card.
For how good Crane's draw has been and how little interaction Purple's had with it, like, Purple literally has not really used spells or removal. He's just every turn gone, Jade guy, go. And
Yeah.
it's been a pretty good spot.
Yeah, because the Jade guys, if you only have 1 or 2, it's not that good, but the more you have, the better they get, right? This is sort of a goldfish game. Neither player is really interacting all that well or all that much. They're both just kind of like, well, this is the stupidest thing I can do this turn. This is the most powerful card I can slam into play. And let's see whose powerful stuff ends up better at the end of the day.
See whose
And,
idiots are better.
Yeah. And that
Well-
second potion was really quite weak, I would say.
Yeah.
It like struggled to deal with a 1 mana card.
Kill a 1 mana card. Alright, well. Crane is really hoping the Jade train stops, and for now it is paused.
Man, stops is not a realistic option, but paused, that's the best you get.
I mean, there's what, 4 more Jade cards in the deck for Purple? And like,
Okay.
obviously the Jade Idol can just repeat itself, so
Right.
that's kind of... Wow, no Soulfire.
What's in the box? Succubus. Not the
What?
greatest.
What do you think about not Soulfiring there?
Well, he's kind of thinking he wants to eventually lethal purple with that Soulfire and not be discarding stuff. But you're right, leaving Agidrake on board is. Part of it is he has the Fellfire Potion to recover.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's. So this Jade Idol might shuffle things into the deck. It's actually quite a tricky decision because it's the last one, right?
It's a 7/7 though.
Yeah, 7/7 is really big. Kind of like a 7/7.
Alright, so he's not doing anything with it. He's gonna decide next turn, basically saying he probably wants to shuffle.
Yeah. He has Fandral and
Maybe.
Gadget in his deck. That's like multiple reasons to hold on to it.
Yeah, and like there's also a potential that next turn he just sees his next draw and thinks, okay, I can just Jade him out. When you draw all your Jade cards, I think you can choose not to shuffle and still win.
Yeah. This is going to be a mulch turn, and then he's just figuring out how to spend the 8 mana. Start with...
Jade and Spirit for sure, right?
Yeah.
I hold Jade Idol again. Don't want to walk into AoE even more.
4 mana for a 2/3 and a 7/7. This is what happens in the late game.
Pretty sure it's a design goal of Blizzard to just somehow implement 7/7 into every new set. For a very
For
low
4
mana. Yeah, like 1 mana 7/7, 4 mana 7/7.
Alright, sweet. 0 mana 7/7. We've got Coon.
Yeah, exactly.
So 9 cards, and Crane's got to figure out a way to do this. He could trade into that 7/7 and Fellfire Potion. Gets purple a little bit closer to that magic number of 18 or 14 that he can do from hand with Leroy Powerful Whelming Soulfire.
He's got Siphon and Blastfire Potion, so 2 single target removal options.
Yeah, that's actually a little bit tricky.
I wonder if you value the 3 to face or you value the value trade. I mean, the value trade's pretty good, but... Alright. He's biting the bullet, giving up on the burst combo.
Wow.
Not sure how much I like that.
Well, I mean, he doesn't have the Faceless in hand, and he doesn't have the Emperor in hand, so he would need to find both of those and find time to play the Emperor before doing
Yeah,
the burst
but-
combo, so I could see it.
What else is, like, the win condition here, really?
Yeah, it's tough to see board presence as a win condition when Jade statues are getting this big. It's really just a tough game to win.
Ooh. Takes off an idol immediately.
And he's got a lot of card draw behind it. Lunar Vision's 5 mana draw 2 is pretty good when it's drawing more of these Jade Idols.
Yeah, there's 2 left in the deck now.
Now Rag, maybe that's what Crane was looking for. He's like, if I can just keep this board under control long enough and rag my way to victory, that could be a thing.
So do you Soulfire now? I think so.
Yeah, Rag Soulfire.
That looked really good to me, but he is holding onto that Soulfire. That just
Your
seems greedy. I mean,
He knew he was going to win that flip. Purple looked pretty frustrated at that, and you can see the Wild Growth would be 2 mana draw 3 if Gadget were still in play.
yeah. It was a big risk on Crane's part. I mean, if that Gadget lived, I'd say it's game.
Yeah.
I mean,
Almost
Purple would be
still
at
game.
15. Purple would be at 15 is like the saving grace, but that's not low enough.
Right. So how much burst from hand is that for Crane now? He's got Leroy Soulfire is 10, plus another Fellfire is 15.
If
All right.
If he had the PO,
He's inching towards victory.
that's all I'm saying.
Well, the
Oh,
PO
wow.
is a crucial part.
Oh man.
This is kind of gross.
Drop everything we were talking about. Jade Golems. Yeah.
Big. Those are big.
Big guys.
Oh, Sylvanas Shadow Flame? The thing is, there's a lot of things still in play right now.
No. He could
You could Alchemist the 3/6,
yeah.
then Sylvanas Shadow Flame, and push 5 face damage at the Emperor.
And he could Soulfire the if he steals the 10/5, he could Soulfire the 9/4. Because at that
Wow.
point, and then like you've seen both swipes, so
This
look
is
at
such a
Purple.
sick turn.
look at Purple is just
Power
like,
up. No way.
oh my
The
god.
power of Reno Lock in the endgame is just off the charts. It's crazy what this deck can do.
Oh,
Wrong one.
unlucky
Well, I guess to
steal.
save Soulfire another day. Lucky.
Yeah, but it's still pretty brutal. It would have been like lights out if he stole the other one, I think.
So is it time to draw 3 finally? This is such a tricky turn. You could shuffle Jade Idols first, but no. You kind of want to deal with that 9 attack guy. So you don't
He
just
needs a
ride up
Wrath.
Leroy.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
He still has a Jade Idol in deck, so he can just Wrath Living Roots the 9/4
got-
and hit the dude.
and Jade Idol, yeah. And then you've got Jade Behemoth coming up. Like, he's still in a salvageable position. Looks like he's not Jade Idling.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that's not his last one?
Play.
Yeah, this is like, he's got 1 left in the deck, right?
I think so.
I think so as well. I mean, he gets to make a big board next turn, and he actually does dodge the Siphon Soul. Like,
Reno's kind of not that relevant when your opponent's making 10/10s. It's like, okay, it's a dude.
I mean, it's an okay body on a turn where he really needed to draw a minion. Oh wow. Purple's last card is an idol, I believe.
So you gotta shuffle here, right?
Well, you don't actually have to shuffle,
You don't?
right? If the last one's an idol, you don't have to. Right?
Yeah. But I think you just-
Maybe we're wrong on this. Maybe the last one wasn't an idol? I don't think so, though. I think it was. Well,
it's kind of like this is enough stuff, I think.
the deck is Jade Idols. Crane knows the game. He needs to win now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a chess match here in that he can sort of
Fine.
predict
He's
purple
2
moves.
off. He's 2 off. I think he's... I mean, the war is going to pose a big issue. Otherwise, I think Crane has this if there was no Ancient War.
He just really wants to push face damage to set up for that 15 lethal turn.
Yeah.
So, are you envisioning a Siphon Soul here?
Um...
On the 3/6 taunt, not the 11/11.
Yeah, that would be the play. I mean, the thing is, if you just deal with the threats, you're going to lose to them eventually. You need to set up a lethal push now. It's just a big question of if Crane knows that there's an Ancient War in the hand, where if he'd been studying the list of his future opponents, maybe he would, but it's not like he knew he was going to play against Purple today. This was his second match, not his first match, so... Alright, here comes the lethal push.
Boom.
It's all going face. Hey, I think he's got him. I don't
Also,
think...
Fandral was his last card. He wasn't able to do it. He had to chip.
Yeah. Okay, so we were wrong.
This one he can make dudes. Because he's
Yes.
got just dudes in deck.
He's dead, though. Trade, Fellfire Potion, Leroy, Soulfire. Even if he trades the 2 highest value... Oh, wait, no!
No. He's not. It's one off, right? If he trades into the Acidic Swampus and the Reno Jackson,
Yeah!
then Crane has 4 attack and board, and the Fellfire Potion makes 9 damage on the Ancient of War. He's not quite
So-
breaking through for the Leroy Lethal.
So
It's
he
like
would-
2 off lethal.
It's 2 off, yeah. Right? You can't space it any more efficiently. You could do... Yeah,
Purple sees the lines. He makes all the defensive trades. And he even sets up lethal, right? This is just 30 damage
Sun
on board.
Fury. Sun Fury's pretty nuts.
Why is that?
Because it lets him not die. Right?
Okay. And it gives him just another turn to find a way to make this thing work.
I just don't know if he can find a way, because the 4-mana card in his hand is just the 5/4 buff your demons. Succubus isn't really doing anything here. I mean, this is basically a puzzle that's solved for Crane. Like, he can figure out the most efficient way. He has really limited time, though. Like, he knows all he's up against is Fandral and Idols.
So many possibilities.
It's a matter of lives.
You gotta think he has mana to start with a life tap, right? Or
I think so. I don't think a life tap. So 23. It's basically 24 damage if you put up 2 taunts.
for the Fellfire right now.
So why did he? Oh, to buff the Imp Gang. Okay.
Yeah, to get to.
Yeah. Wow. This was incredibly smart. This is just game. He wins.
Wow.
This is actually 100% winning line. You cannot lose doing this.
The BM well played.
Wow, really well played by Crane.
It was well played. Maybe it's not BM in this scenario. Dang, what a sick game.
Yeah, I didn't notice the interaction with the demon buff guy letting you get through the war. I was thinking he needed to pick up one more damage. And that was the Soulfire that he chose not to use on an Azure Drake earlier in the game.
Yeah, you kept wanting to use it, and they were appealing spots to use it.
I mean, to be fair, on the Rag turn, it would have pushed 8-face, but it could have discarded the Leroy, or another key part in him winning that game, like the Fellfire potions. So,
but he also could have lost the game on the spot if Rag didn't 50 that 50 that gadget stand down.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of decision points in that game, but I was really impressed at the end there by, like, when it became a completely solvable puzzle with 70 seconds each turn to solve it, Crane nailed it.
Yeah, well done. So Crane up 2-0. Purple needs to sweep Crane's Druid. Crane does have one of these Jade Golem Druids with a second-rate Bruiser in it. And Purple is probably leading with what he considers to be his weakest matchup, with the mindset of tie breaks don't matter in this event, and so if you're going to lose the match, you might as well lose it immediately and just kind of save everyone some time.
Yeah. Fair enough. Guy values his time.
Guy values everyone's time.
Guy values our time, yeah. What a stand-up guy.
But he's by no means throwing in the towel. He's definitely here to win. So, Cabal Talon Priest on curve, always very strong.
Yeah, specifically really good against Druid because they don't really have answers to high health stuff.
Right.
Their best answer is, of course, the typical Jade Druid playbook of play a Jade guy, go.
Takes the value trade here, both of them. What do you think about that?
I mean, they're pretty good trades. Your 3/6 isn't.
It's so awkward. Like, if an Azure Drake comes down, his stuff is dealing 3 damage. That's kind of an argument for putting one Argus in Dragon Priest sometimes. It's just that Dragon Priest has a lot of 3 attack minions and not a lot of good ways to deal 4. So the Argus can kind of bump you up to that key break point.
Maybe you're onto something. Gets the Shadow Word Pain out when he knows. I mean, the Jade Golems are going to be 4 from now on, so that is a good time to do it. And now is the face push, especially. He's got the Dragonfire Potion, but obviously not thrilled about using it on this board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just doesn't want to trade into Eye of Blackpaw. That's giving his opponent's dudes charge. No thank you.
Yeah.
Faces the place. So, more Jade stuff coming out. And Wrath on that 3-2.
Honestly, Dragonfire Potion, not too bad. It's either that or... I mean, I think it is that. It's either that or death. And I think the Dragonfire Potion gets weaker and weaker from here because your opponent is going to start summoning 6/6 Jade Golems.
Right.
So you lose your Talon Priest, but you push 8, you leave 2 minions.
Well, you can use the death on the 5/5 and then in the future use your Talon Priest to weaken a 6/6 so that it still dies to the Dragonfire Potion.
Yeah.
But you're just not using the rest of your mana well with the death turn, right?
Yes.
So that's why
you
ultimately
lose,
you go with Dragonfire Potion.
You use your mana badly, you lose your taunt to the 4/4 on the board. It is... I like this play quite a bit more.
And if he nourishes for cards and plays nothing, he ends the turn with 6 cards in hand, which puts Purple 1 off lethal with the Charging Hog Rider.
Yeah, I actually really like this play. Just kind of forcing some pressure off his face. Like,
yeah. 4 attack minions just really tough for Priest to deal with.
Yeah, and his board is really weak because they both have to trade in, and they're both going to die unless Purple chooses to heal, which then makes it so he can't play on curve as well. As we can see with the Hog Rider in hand, you can't develop that. Honestly, I wouldn't have minded just a full extension and beat that up, but
just play all the dudes, go face.
He's playing it a bit safe.
You do have a read that Cray didn't have any 1-mana spells in hand to play with that Gadget's and Auctioneer, so the Gadget's not like full punish. There's no 1-mana spells, no innervates kind of thing.
Yeah, you're basically worried about like him just chaining off really, really good draws. Also, Feral Rage is a big consideration of a reason not to go for a full face push.
Speaking of chaining off really good draws, Mulch Wrath Living Roots would have been a super punish had Purple just left the Gadget's and Auctioneer up.
Would have been absolutely brutal. And in the end, Purple does find himself in a very favorable position from his decision. Choosing not to play the wall. Yeah.
Play around Swipe.
Plays around Swipe, plays around Wrath for 1. It doesn't really play around Roots, obviously, because you just root your 3-2.
It enables future dragon stuff.
It enables Operative to steal like a card that does damage. It enables Blackwing Corruptor.
And look at that Fandral turn. That was gross. Alright, Rathion saved the day. But he's behind on tempo, so that did not save the day.
No.
He's chaining draws, but not in the way he wanted.
Does not look as pretty when it goes like that.
So it looks like Druid's kind of stabilized, and Priest doesn't really have the tools to do anything about this.
I think the Behemoth is kind of the nail in the coffin.
Maybe if Purple had a Ragnaros, you could just top deck that, play it, and have it hit face.
Yeah.
That would be an out.
I wonder if that's something Crane would want to play around by hero powering twice in a row. Because he should be behind taunts for the rest of the game.
Well, I think we've seen enough games to have a pretty good idea that I don't think Purple does have a Ragnaros, if memory serves. Yeah. I haven't been seeing a lot of Ragnaros and Dragon Priest lately.
No. Apparently he does not. Could have drawn, like, another Spite into Deathwing or something, but he's got to values our time, you know?
Yeah. So Crane with a very quick 3-0 sweep over Purple. I think that's the only 3-0 we've seen all tournament. Just kind of how the games played out, right?
Yeah. I mean, pretty solid decision making from him. He got some okay matchups, not like overwhelmingly good matchups. I'd consider that last one pretty good. He had an unfavorable with the Reno versus Jade. And then first game was the Shaman versus Priest, which we consider close. It's 3-0 on the day, but hey.
Yeah, the Reno Lock versus Jade Druid game was one of my favorite games of the tournament. I think there were so many difficult decision points, and both decks are really quite difficult to pilot. And the matchup is it plays out in kind of a fascinating way where Druid sort of has inevitability from playing big guys, and the Reno Lock is somehow just trying to live another turn and smork kind of thing. It's really weird, and it's pretty fun to watch. So I enjoyed that quite a bit. Let's take a look at the brackets. So Purple just won against Crane, and he'll be going up against VLPS for the Losers Bracket Championship. That'll be our next match, and then the winner of that plays Life Coach in the Grand Finals. VLPS, his route to get there, he did defeat Purple earlier. So I guess that doesn't tell us too much because Crane also beat Purple.
Yeah, Crane won.
Yeah, Crane won.
Yeah.
So we'll be showing you guys another Amazonia episode. I think Amazonia episode 6 is right up next. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes with another match. Welcome back to BatStone. I'm Zalay, joined here by Chalky. Crane did just win 3-0 over Purple, so our next match is Crane against VLPS. I want to take a moment and talk about our sponsors, Skype. They're setting up kind of a gaming community. So if you log into Skype or create an account if you haven't already and add the Skype contact Gaming with Skype, you can hang out with a bunch of other people who are interested in talking about Hearthstone and improving. You can get advice from professionals that are in the group chat. You can win free coaching. You can win a gaming laptop. So it's just a sweet deal. Check it out. So add the Skype contact Gaming with Skype. And with that out of the way, let's talk about this matchup. We got Crane against VLPS. Crane playing Warlock, Shaman, Druid. We just saw him. And VLPS, we haven't seen him yet today because he did so well yesterday. He's got Warlock, Rogue, and Shaman. And Rogue is kind of one of the more interesting storylines of the tournament. VLPS is the last surviving Rogue player. The other Rogue players kind of didn't do that well, but VLPS brought a different Rogue deck. I think a Death Rattle Nizoth Rogue deck with Jade stuff. It's just got like all those kind of endgame packages. So it's cool to see him succeeding where others have not, with his own unique take on the deck.
I think VLPS's lineup is quite interesting. He also has like the only aggro shaman of the tournament, and from what I saw, that deck was really succeeding for him. So have to see how that lines up. But Rogue was sort of an interesting pick for the tournament. I mean, the logic is there. Like, it's got an okay matchup against the other Jade decks. It's got a pretty good Reno matchup, a pretty good Priest matchup. Like all these things on paper, but come game day, I mean, it sort of struggled from the same issues Rogue has always struggled with. And I think more so than the other decks, it sort of struggles with this whole 10 card from Gadgets and Rule, where, yeah, you've got the Jade package, but then there's still these few extra spots where you have to put in some suboptimal cards, and that can hurt you if you happen to draw those cards.
Yeah, one thing I've been noticing about the Jade package in Rogue is that the Jade Shuriken does not count as a full Jade statue card in your deck, because sometimes you have to use it as just 2 damage and you can't combo it to get the Jade part off. But we're into the game here. Crystal Weaver in Crane's hand. Gotta say, Crane's got a powerful start. Reno Jackson.
Yep, definitely a card you keep every time. But starting the match off with the more traditional matchup, which is just the Reno Mirror, and this matchup is just weird now. There's so much stuff to play around. We saw it earlier, but it was kind of lopsided because one player had Leroy combo, the other didn't. And now we see both players are running the Leroy combo, so you get into some tricky spots in the mid and late game, especially with like now there's Dirty Rat. There's so much stuff to play around, so much stuff to play into.
I like this Doomsayer from VLPS, by the way, because we're going into Crane's turn where he has to play something because of hand size. I mean, he can't just tap pass here on 3, and that's kind of why VLPS went for the Doomsayer, because it's a natural turn for Crane to be coining out a 4-drop or playing a 3-drop, and that just goes so poorly against Doomsayer, right? VLPS even kept the Doomsayer off the mulligan. It's actually just like a very strong card in the matchup.
It's a scary card to play later, especially because of Dirty Rat. Your opponent can just freely pull a card out of your hand and kill it with your own Doomsayer. So I did see some players talking about how, like, your usage of Doomsayer against decks that play Dirty Rat, do you just want to play it ASAP? Do you want to never play it? And we see VLPS having the option to keep it. He was like, all right, I'll just slam this pretty early.
Yeah, it definitely was strong there. You're saying it might have potentially been stronger later. It was interesting that Crane chose to kind of cycle his Dark Peddler into just a 1-drop, possibly because of like Powerful Enemy and Soulfire being such strong options in this matchup for burst potential.
Yeah, I was actually talking about how it could be a liability later, because if you play Doomsayer, your opponent can Dirty Rat out one of your own minions into your own Doomsayer. Can make it just really bad for you.
Right, so Coin, Cabal, Trafficker, pretty strong proactive play here. Trade into that 4-3.
Those random demons.
The random demons can be pretty weak. It's not irrelevant.
Well, Crane's having a giggle about it.
Now, Crane's going to get multiple random demons because VLPS chose not to interact with Crane's board.
Yeah.
And that was kind of set up by Crane, right? Like turn 6 for Reno Lock is a turn where they often want to slam something like Emperor. Actually, there aren't that many other. He wouldn't slam Reno on 6 here or Sylvanas very often. So
The LPS has a pretty deadly hand already. He's got the Leroy PO. I didn't quite get to see what his Kazakus potion did you?
no, I did not. So hopefully we'll get a look at that in a moment.
Alright.
So Fellfire Potion pushes a lot of face damage and clears the board. Summon 2 friendly minions, draw 2
Ooh.
cards.
That's actually got potential to be insane with the minions that have died so far for him.
Yeah, we've seen Emperor die, Kazakus die. What else can you recall?
There was
Doomsayer?
the Toxic Subarus. Yeah,
Okay.
Doomsayer. That's I mean,
Yeah,
you
there
talked
it
about
is.
how it's not that awful when you get Doomsayer. Like here, Crane would be going into 10 cards. He would get denied his development for the turn.
He hit the high and the low end.
I mean,
He gets a discount on his hand. I'd say that's a very good outcome.
oh yeah, that's great. Like his hand's nuts now.
The double discount on Leroy Power Overwhelming, that's a lot of... Like, how do you play around that?
You
may not
don't.
be able to.
I mean, from Crane's perspective now, for the rest of this game, playing around combination of cards is basically a foreign concept. Like, what are you supposed to do against cards that don't even like cost mana? Like,
I love just playing Emperor and
VLPS
there.
could play basically his hand.
Yeah.
Like prior to drawing that Fellfire potion, his hand was nearly. Oh!
Ooh. But now,
There's no answer to that.
that things just got... Well, he
Wait,
could...
no, there's a Sylph! There's a Sylph in his hand,
Okay.
right?
You could even PO his Sylph.
Yeah.
It would steal the rag, but not get a rag shot. It would use the PO. He's looking for, like... Soulfire would also work with Mortal Coil to kill it. Runic Egg, if you want to just kind of let rag shoot. No, he's at 12. He doesn't want rag shooting ever.
Let Rag shoot.
Yeah, right. Ooh. That's really strong here. Now letting rag shoot starts to sound a little bit like a thing.
No.
Come on.
Well, you heal yourself, I guess, but dude, letting Rag shoot kills you so often. Reno Lock like board clears, and then they just like Soulfire you, and you're dead. And he's letting Rag shoot.
Yeah. I don't know if it's right, but it's sweet.
He's got Faceless.
Ooh, double rag shot.
Double Rag shot. Taunt him up. This game's weird. Dirty Rat's a weird card.
You could even taunt up 3 things with the Sun Fury. If he goes Imp Gang Boss, taunt Rag, and Imp Gang Boss, and then Sun Fury.
I'm surprised he didn't take the second Rag. I really liked it.
Yeah. I mean, if
Play
the can't
that.
answer 1, right? Ooh, never lucky. You can see the pain on Crane's face of that shot.
Oh!
Whoa, full combo in VLPS and it only costs 8 mana. He could do things with it.
So
He can
Fellfire
mortal-
Potion. Put him to 12. He's 2 off. It looks like. So what if...
Isn't this just lethal?
How?
If you trade everything into the Ragnaros, you Fellfire Potion him down to 12, clearing the board, and then you Leroy Power Overwhelming. Oh, that's... Yeah, he's 2 off. I'm sorry, I
That's
miscounted.
two off.
Yeah, I was thinking Leroy Faceless 12.
So, okay. He's going into focus mode.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing else you can really Skamaz out, because even with all the mana discounts, that is a full 9 mana, so... wow, this is tough.
You're going to trade Fellfire Potion to clear, and then you discover with Courier.
Yeah, I think
Board.
it's a little too cute to be looking for a lethal here, I guess. You're running out of time. It's time to go for the play that you know is good. Deal with these huge priority threats from your opponent.
Now, he's at 19, which is a scary number. His opponent has Emperor, so there's a potential Leroy pickup for just lethal here.
Yeah, I mean, you can obviously see he's frustrated with how the turn went, but
Yeah.
I think I agree with what he ended up doing. It's just maybe he didn't have enough time to think about the Discover.
Look at that. Pit Lord Reno Jackson synergy. Ball champ.
Boom! Alright, so 26
for everyone.
damage. Wow. And Crane is a card away from having a 28 damage combo. of his own.
My shield for Argus.
But of course now there's a taunted soul for VLPS.
I love these matchups. It's so tense. You can see VLPS just in the much better position, and it's because of that Kazakis getting that Emperor, and because he has the full Leroy combo available to him, right?
Yeah, I mean, from our perspective, like, knowing you have the Leroy combo, obviously he still feels really tense about this game, knowing that Crane could also have the combo, and Crane's actually a card away, so... But this Sylvanas created such a good board state for him.
He could trade twice into Sylvanas, Hellfire for a board clear, develop Twilight Drake, and then play a Blood Imp behind it.
And then die?
Yeah, he goes to 22 and dies.
So it looks like he is just dead. No way to heal above this.
Yeah, I mean, you can only play around so much. Sometimes they have 22 for hand, and that's
Yeah, like I said,
tough to beat.
when your opponent gets that double reduction, you're not going to be playing around much.
So Leroy power overwhelming is 10. Faceless makes it 20. Holy
that's
Nova, no, that's
It's only 20. Yeah. Why do I keep thinking it's 24?
he must have used something. He had Argus,
I'm thinking of... I always imagine that they have the
Soulfire.
Yeah. I've
Caster
screwed that up
Math feels
twice
bad,
now.
man.
Yeah, because like I was talking about how Crane had 28. I don't know where I'm pulling these numbers from.
All right, so back to reality.
Yeah,
We got a Hearthstone game.
well,
No one's dead.
it is teetering on the edge of someone being dead, though.
Yeah, how does he live here? Does he have to tap into something?
Well,
I mean, I guess technically he could power overwhelming his Twilight Drake and trade, or trade in Soulfire, but those don't feel like plays that win ever. Then again, tapping down to 20, you know that's the danger zone. You know Leroy power overwhelming Faceless is like the standard lethal
Well,
threat.
hopefully they know that's the danger zone. I didn't.
Okay, we'll move past that. That's all right.
Uh-oh.
He can buff up his Imp Gang boss with a Crystal Weaver and then die.
So I guess you... No, he's not dead. He's going to PO the Blood Imp, right?
Okay. Or he could use Soulfire instead.
I don't know what...
Oh, the Brand Crystal Weaver interaction.
Okay. I still think I liked POing it though. It would push 4 to face and save your Twilight Drake. Like, yeah, you miss out on the extra damage with Faceless, but that's only relevant if you top deck Leroy next turn. But I actually noticed the interaction with the brand, and that's why the PO was so good on the Blood Ember, because it made it exactly 6.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So, he would have saved the Twilight Drake here.
Okay, so now he's in range.
Yeah.
Now he's under 20 for that Leroy PO Faceless. Siphon Soul back out of range. Back in range with the Capstone.
Alright, he can PO the the Mistress of Mixtures.
He could PO the Imp King boss and then Siphon Soul the Mistress of Mixtures. It's also a play.
Ooh.
Looks like he might be willing to die here to 20.
Yeah. It's pretty brutal, but
Crane knows. He kind of looks away. He's just like, yeah, just... It's in one of those spots where he feels like he has to take a risk. And indeed, VLPS has what he needs to close out the game. So, 1-0 for VLPS in a pretty interesting arena lock mirror. I guess what really decided things more than anything was the Leroy draw. It was that VLPS had the full combo and Crane did not.
yeah, there were some deadly turns there for VLPS where you could really see he was stressed about what could have happened. But I mean, there was some rag RNG in the middle of that. It was interesting. Crane opted to hold his Faceless for the combo later instead of Facelessing a rag, which would have been a very strong onboard play. I kind of liked Facelessing 2 taunted up rags. Like, that's tough to beat. But,
Right. There would have been a Sylvanas.
Sylvanas was really the story of the game. Like, that just created a board state that really sucked for Crane. He had to trade everything in. He barely got to develop, and it put him in range because he had to Fellfire Potion himself. It put him in range where he was the one under the gun the rest of the game.
Right. Sylvanas is really an example of a great RNG card because the RNG doesn't happen immediately when you play it. You play it, and then the opponent has a chance to react to the.
Yeah, and you can choose to build your deck in a way where you have answers to Sylve. It's just that currently, ever since Ironbeak Owl got nerfed, it's Spellbreaker really hasn't been a thing people have wanted to put in their deck, but it's there if you want to.
So Crane with the Reno, that's a good start. He keeps the second Rate Bruiser because Shaman does flood the board pretty often, and so 3 mana 4/5 taunt seems good.
Job's done.
And for VLPS, it's a really strong opener now. Without
like
that,
this, I'm glad Patches is banned.
oh yeah, I mean, it'd be pretty brutal. Just getting free 1/1.
So neutral Flame Imp, good card.
And
Smorks with the weapon.
Off to the races. And have you ever seen Doomhammer get Naga Corsaired?
No, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, I've never seen it happen, but that sounds pretty brutal. Like you could probably beat a Reno through that.
Yeah, I have seen Maelstrom Portal get, I think it's Buccaneer. It's a 2/1 pirate that makes your weapon have +1 attack.
Yeah.
Hammer.
That's been happening for a while now.
It's a good time.
Pretty good.
So Flame Imp connecting for its 6th point of damage while still being there as a 1-drop. Pretty good.
So 7. Oh, there's a taunt, so can't count up lethal quite yet. But from VLPS's perspective, he actually had exactly 17 next turn.
Yeah, this way it's just 11. Wow, that's so much damage. So next turn he has 3 mana and a coin, so he can Lava Burst and Lightning Bolt, so he has 8 out of hand.
Well, you can't Blast Fire Potion. He has to Soul Fire. And then he's still dead, right?
Dead. He had the Reno, but he's not going to live to play it.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about how well this aggro shaman had been performing, but man, if this deck is this good without patches,
yeah, right?
Reno Lock is not really okay. So he goes with Sun Fury because it saves the same amount of health as Soulfire, but it doesn't risk throwing Reno. But yeah, he's just dead.
Just super dead. All right.
That is
Game
disgusting.
2 to VLPS. And now VLPS gets 3 chances to win with this rogue. Crane.
All I'm saying is, I said Shaman was pretty good. Shaman hasn't lost today's play.
Shaman's been just farming everybody. No matter which build you pick, whether it's mid-range or aggro, it's been...
As long as you have Totem Golem.
Mm-hmm. Bruh. Alright, so VLPS has to find a win with his rogue, and he's got 3 chances against Crane's Reno Lock, Shaman, and Druid. Crane leading with the Reno Lock. He's got Imp Gang Boss into Kazakus for a curve.
My opinion on Rogue is pretty publicly known, but I feel like it's got a solid shot against these 3 decks.
I want to mention Acidic Swamp is almost not a good card against Rogue right now, just because there's so few deadly poisons and the like out there, and just deadly poisoning the basic dagger is, or sorry, Acidic Swamp in the basic dagger is pretty unexciting.
Yeah.
What is exciting is Brand Kazakus. You ever go for that? Apparently, yes. It's weak to a backstab turn. Backstab SI in particular would be a whammy.
Yeah, but it did throw off the curve of just like Unearthed Raptor or Coin Tomb Pillager, which are very common plays from VLPS. So
Sure.
I mean, I like going for the high roll potential here. I don't think Imp Gang Boss was much better. Imp Gang Boss sort of also denies it, but
So he's got to be picking a 5 then, because if you weren't picking a 5, he would have led with Twilight Drake there. Drake is the stronger like onboard tempo play, but let's see what he's picking. Probably 5 damage for this mode.
he's pretty
Into the
unhappy
first
with
mode.
the potion, I guess. He definitely rolled his eyes after the second options appeared. Get the Kazakus cam here in a second.
So dagger up, upgrading that Buccaneer to a Flame Imp. Deal 5, gain 7 armor.
Big bash.
Yeah. Cheap Holy Fire.
I like Big Bash.
Okay, yeah, it does have some alliteration to it. I like it too.
Yeah.
All right, Twilight Drake is the kind of tempo play. Oh, no, Imp Gang Boss, Acidic Swamp Ooze. That's the tempo play. Sure.
Get rid of
Try to
that
get this-
dagger.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tax him for 2 mana.
It's probably the most relevant it's ever going to be here because not only do you remove the dagger, which is important because you have an Imp Gang Boss on the board, but you also just reduce the Buccaneers attack.
Right.
So,
Figures VLPS is going to be strongly incentivized to read dagger, so it kind of interferes with his next turn.
yep.
And that's like a recurring theme you see in Hearthstone. You can try and predict what your opponent's next turn should be, and then try and make it worse for them.
Yeah, that's basically what Reno Lock is kind of all about. You're not really curve stoning most of the time. Sometimes you get those draws, but most of the time you're just trying to make your opponent's turns awkward and use really powerful combos that they can't really play around.
Sap on an Emperor. He's getting really aggressive here. You can tell VLPS's hand is getting a little bit low on value. I mean, he's not out of things. He's got a couple more turns worth of stuff to do, but he definitely feels the need to put the pressure on.
Zalay, if you showed me this hand, I would ask, how did he get a Golden Blood Mage in Arena? Right.
Not impressed by those cards.
These cards are like a ragtag team of, rejects. Thrown
no
into,
punches.
thrown into Rogue.
Well, he wants the dagger up. It pushes so much damage. So how does he squeeze it in? Is he going to play into MC Tech this turn? Looks like he is. It's hard to avoid.
Around it forever.
Maybe he could trade. Yeah, trading's a joke, isn't it? Who trades? Alright, so MC Tech and 6 mana behind it. Ooh.
Engaging TC-130 into this
Too juicy of an MC Tech, I guess.
So the Raptor Death Rattles,
It's just
We
the,
know-
it's the Huckster.
and what's in the box? A Soulfire. That's really good here. That's burst
That's-
damage to close out the win.
Very good, yeah. Of all the, honestly, the Warlock cards are actually like pretty weak on average. There's a lot of like really bad demon-y cards that you can get. Like Zoo doesn't really play. I mean, they used to not play mini class cards. I guess now they play a lot of discard synergies, but there's a lot of bad results. So Soulfire, you should be very happy with.
Soulfire for everyone.
And
So is that lethal? That's 5, 10, 14 out of hand, and another 8 in play. That's lethal, right?
so 8, 13, 17, 22. Yep. That is guaranteed 22.
He needs he's got to sequence it correct. Oh, wait a minute. No,
No,
it's
it's-
not guaranteed, because you have to Soulfire before the Fellfire Potion. The Fellfire
No,
Potion...
no. I don't think you do. 8, 12, 18, 22. No, you don't. You can sequence it in a way where it's 100%. It's exactly 22.
But you need the spell damage on both the Soulfire and the Fellfire.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
You don't?
No.
Yeah, you do.
No, you
No,
don't.
you don't? Okay. You're right. Okay, good.
Okay.
Thank you,
Good thing-
Shocky.
Good thing Craig got it.
Math is Shocky.
Sometimes all you can say is just no. So you got Cruel in the end, kind of one of those demon synergy cards I was talking about, just not that good.
All right, so
Coming
Crane
back.
on the board there, the start of the reverse sweep. Got the win with his Reno Lock against Rogue. Now his Shaman and Druid have to beat Rogue.
I think
Definitely
that last
see Shaman
one.
doing it.
I think that last one might have been his worst matchup, like Reno into Rogue. I don't know though. Like Reno's
I
just a
don't feel
really
like that's the
powerful
case.
deck.
Reno Lock does typically lose to Rogue, but that's kind of bursty rogues. This is not really a bursty rogue. It's like a minion-centric rogue, and Reno Locks are so good at dealing with minion-centric decks.
They're not great at dealing with Jade, and
Okay.
they're not great at dealing with N'Zoth, but VLPS didn't really draw those portions of the deck. He kind of just drew his bad minions without their synergies. I mean, the Jade is so hit and miss, because if you just draw it like VLPS did, where he only got up to 3 before he died.
Right.
That's like terrible. if you can draw them in a part where it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like boom, it's insane.
And that's why Druid is the go-to Jade deck, because it just has more of those Jade cards, and it's more likely to get that draw you're talking about with just all of it.
It's got more, it's got better cycle, it's got ramp, like it has all the tools you really want to go alongside that package.
Yeah, whereas N'Zoth is just a completely separate or different package with very little overlapping synergy.
I mean, the synergy is it brings back like the 1/1 guy that spawns more Jade stuff, so N'Zoth just becomes like this super uber win the game card. But it almost brings into question whether it's like a win more strategy, bringing all of that stuff, because this is like the first meta I think we've had where you're not really ever playing a control deck that tries to fatigue your opponent. I don't think that's like a viable thing anymore. And so you don't really need Jade plus N'Zoth. Like that would have been great way back when Old Gods released and everybody was playing control.
Mm-hmm.
But nowadays, like Reno Lock is probably the most controlling deck, and it has like we saw last game, tons of burst potential. Like it wants to end the game. It doesn't want to take you to fatigue and beat all your resources.
Which I do think was a deliberate design decision on Blizzard's part. I think they feel like fatigue is kind of too painful to endure on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And so they're just trying to make it so that players, if you're trying to win, you're obligated to make a deck that actually tries to kill your opponent and not just, squeeze the life out of them over 30 minutes, as I like to do.
And it kind of sucks for people that have enjoyed playing that strategy, but I think in the future, the Control Warrior, Control Shaman, or not Control Shaman, but Control Paladin strategies are probably just going to shift in a different direction where they do actually play realistic win conditions.
Both players are playing so quickly this game. They just know what they're doing.
I mean, they're playing Jade decks, they're drawing Jade cards, they're playing Jade stuff. It's Jade.
Here comes the Jade thing. This one says Jade.
My Jade thing. Your turn. My Jade thing. Your turn.
Unearthed Raptor.
And
a Jade
thing. All right.
We're
finally getting some slowdown. It's like, all right, let's think.
How do I clear your Jade thing?
I mean, honestly, again, it's kind of looking like
you backstab the 5/3, run your 1/1 into it, eviscerate the 4/4 that comes out. Run your 2/2 into his 3/3, run your face into his 3/3, redagger, and push 2 with your Jade Spirit.
Good stuff. Rogue definitely running out of cards.
Yep, that's what Shaku's there for, the full reload. No? You think it's gonna... Why are you laughing, Jackie?
I don't know. I'm just having a giggle.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like the Shaman's taken over this game to me, but the LPS is drawing more Jade stuff. Like this is just an all-out slugfest of Jade stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But Rogue is much more likely to start bricking in these coming turns.
Yeah, because he is, like you said, about to just play out his entire hand. And indeed, when he plays Shaku here, it's gonna die to Drake Storm on curve and never drop that. So it's kind of like a really bad huckster that cost 1 more and drew 1 less card. It's a bummer.
Is that even a card at this point? It's like a Razorfin Hunter at this point.
Don't make fun of Razorfin Hunter. I've seen that card played. I put it in one of my first decks. It was a token deck. Okay.
Crane has drawn all the Jade stuff basically, but does he have
players have had pretty solid draws this game, right?
Yeah. Crane is currently 2 Jade effects ahead.
He's not going for the Drake Storm. He's gonna let Shaku get value. Shaku could find a Jade card.
Okay. Shaku just sounds like a ridiculous name.
Wow, just 0 respect for the burst potential of Rogue, which makes a lot of sense here.
5 damage from Shaku? He's going with the Shaku attack.
Get him, Shaku.
He's like, all right, baby.
Lava Burst, let's do it.
One time, Shaku.
What else is there besides Lava Burst? Anything else that does 5 here?
So many options.
Yeah,
Shaman cards.
I'm not really feeling much else.
There's a lot of ways. There's some ways
Alakir.
before, like Jade Lightning, it'd be pretty strong, but not win.
Alakir would get him.
Okay.
Oh, it's when it attacks, not attacks face.
All right.
Makes it a little better, I guess. I was thinking of Cut Purse.
He's committing to a defensive line of play where it looks like he's going to reliably get outvalued.
I gotta say, defensively playing here, I'm not seeing how small-time Buccaneer and Raptor for nothing are getting the job done.
Yeah.
Maybe
I would like to see the Lava Burst lethal. It would have been so hype.
like, if you're gonna go for defensive play, I think you go for defensive play where Crane just barely doesn't have lethal on board, and then you try to push. Because this way, even if Crane didn't have the Drake Storm, it just feels like very average cards would get the job done from here for him.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying there. So, Rogue does appear to be struggling. The comeback is looking real.
Oh, we got a Jade card!
It's a really good one, but it's too late. So Crane ties it up 2-2, and we're going into the final game. VLPS's Rogue needs to find a win, 3rd try, and it's going up against Crane's Druid.
Shaman's winning, Rogue is losing. I feel all warm and fuzzy inside.
You're a bad person, Jockey.
I'm not a bad person. Just
You are. Alright, but VLPS does have N'Zoth in this deck, and N'Zoth is a really good card for beating Druid. He can even ramp it out with a lot of coins from Tomb Pillager.
he got a 4 keep. He's saying, I love this hand. This should get the job done. And I don't disagree with them. So we'll have to see if Rogue with 4 cards that they would like to have is good enough.
Now, Crane's got Wild Growth and Innervate, so that's also very difficult to beat. You gotta think he's favored based on how powerful those cards are. Bit of an awkward pan out.
I mean, it's like, this is a very aggressive start from Rogue, and the one thing Druid
The Wild Growth is
struggles
so
with...
good.
Yeah, it really was.
Sets up for a Gadget Innervate something turn. So, I'm sorry, I cut you off. The one thing Druid really struggles with
Is just aggression. Like that. Like if you looked at how this opener is panning out, it's basically Zoo, right? Like VLPS is just playing a bunch of minions, and Zoo is a bad matchup for Druid. And when your Rogue deck functions like Zoo, you tend to do pretty good things.
Do you ever nourish for crystals and then mulch that Tomb Pillager?
Ooh.
You're kind of getting to where you could do a really big gadget turn, or maybe just a Drake pass turn to set up for the big gadget turn.
Yeah, I'm kind of down with that. Nourishing for crystals, pretty undervalued thing.
You wouldn't normally nourish for crystals with such a small hand and when you're already on 6 mana, but the thing is, he's got a bunch of card draw in hand.
Yeah,
And gadget is card draw that scales with having mana crystals, so you can draw more cards.
you don't want to die with 8 cards in your hand, you know?
Yeah, that just feels bad. It's like, I probably should have done something differently.
Yeah.
Line. Maybe use some of these cards before I died.
So, I mean, the only risk this way is, like, you don't draw very efficiently, and you get outvalued by the kind of minion brigade rogue. I don't know how likely that is to happen.
Dude, the Jade Idol is so good with this gadget.
Yeah.
And as strong as the draw is to find more stuff to go with the gadget, he's got a value clearing the Azure Trick here.
Oh, definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, drawing cards is essentially just a way of removing your opponent's board later on, so why not just do it now and skip the draw?
Yeah. Just not give him backstab for 3. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Of course, he did have backstab, so...
This guy's
I think we're gonna see the gadget. He's down both wild growths, which is pretty unfortunate. Here we
So
go.
do you... Oh, wow. Gonna innovate Fandral Jade Idol. Do you want to draw Jade Idols?
You do, like, off this first draw, but that's not actually how it works.
Right.
Like, the Jade Outs go in after the... Yeah. He values getting a minion instead.
He just deliberately chose to not shuffle 3 Jade Idols into his deck by sequencing it that way.
Well,
partly he had upside, right, of drawing other spells.
Yeah, he could have drawn, like, Swipe, which would have been great. And now, in theory, yes, he also doesn't dilute his deck with the idols. It's kind of arguable whether idols are good to have in your deck or not at this point.
Right, just because his hand is a little bit dry. I think at this point it's good because he can go Grand, Jaya, and Idol all in one turn.
Like, yeah, drawing Idol this next turn is definitely good.
But turns after that, maybe it's... Oh.
Turns after that, you're going to want to kind of pick up some heat.
Well, now that he has Rag, that is some heat. So now the idols are just good for a while, right?
Yeah. But there are no idols in there, so...
Okay.
Moot point. But, I think Crane's decisions are kind of paying off here. Like, you can kind of see how having more cards wouldn't be a benefit here. He really just needs to fight for this board really hard.
Yep, and he has been doing that. That Nourish for Crystals on 6 mana going up to 8 mana so he could mulch in the same turn. That decision really paying off for him, I would say.
Ooh. POPS got a Jade card off of Death Rattle. It's kind of the benefit of playing Rogue in these Jade Mirrors.
So, creating a Death Rattle, because your Death Rattle has higher impact than his. Much rather a 4/4 than a coin. Not 4/4 in play than a coin in hand.
And he maximizes his chances of hitting a good target here by going face. Ag is certainly a problem. So.
Yeah, BLPS just doesn't have a good answer to it, as is Rogue's Custom, losing to Rag. Not a new thing.
Play Jade stuff. No, low roll.
Just playing stuff and going face.
Jade stuff!
Yeah!
This game is,
a lot of Jade stuff. So 3/3 into 2/3 to give Rag a better shot at something.
Or 4 into 2/2 maybe?
Okay.
I don't know, it depends on how much you value this face damage. Like, I think it's a bit of a value game from here. Like, this plays into Fan more, is the reason I kind of like the 2/2 trader.
Right, it makes the Rag shot a little bit worse as well.
Nailed it.
Yeah, that was really strong.
Alright, well, he's behind on Jades. I think his next Jade is a 5/5? Right? Or is it a 4/4?
So, I think it's a 5/5. A 4/4 just died, right? Or...
I think a 4/4 just died as well, yeah. Oh, it is a 4/4.
No. Yeah, it's a 4/4. Okay, so Phantom Knights is really good, but the thing is, this Ragnaros is just sticking to the board. So even though Crane is out of cards, you don't really need cards if Rag is shooting every turn. That kind of makes up for it, right?
He's got some good draws in his deck. And he's got one really bad one, which is Innervate.
But the key thing here is just Rag is shooting every turn.
Rag is going to take over the game, yeah. Trades are really good. VLPS is saving
target every time.
VLPS is saving grace as he has N'Zoth in his deck. If he can pick up N'Zoth, I think he wins. But,
okay. And Azure Drake draws towards it, and he's making some Jade stuff.
Yeah, that's good. That's real good. That's the best draw in his deck,
That's
probably.
a crazy turn.
Jade! Okay.
Ooh.
Mulligan.
There's a great Wrath pickup. Not a great Feral Rage pickup.
Yeah.
Do you gain 8? Maybe just hold on to it for a turn. Oh wait, actually, so if you just clear that 2/1 with your face and Rag hits the 1/1,
you could die. Yeah. So I like gaining 8, and I like going face. You want to maximize the chance Rag does not hit that one. That is all you care about.
Yeah, going face. You know what? Crane deserved that, right? The Rag hit the best target on the 2 previous turns. He deserved a bad one here. It's still overall the
VLPS is playing Shaku in his deck.
Heck yeah, man.
Oh wow,
Scary.
He's just saying, let's go. I
This is
would have
awesome.
traded that rag. What?
What an intense final game.
Wait, what? He totally had this in a value. Oh! That's huge, baby. So now do you value trade back? Like, so if you... Wow. So if you hit the
I think I would
6-6...
trade. I think you want to play really defensively here as Crane because you think you're a huge favorite to win. So I would just put that 7-7 into the 6-6.
So he's dead if he hits the 2-3 or face. Oh!
Oh!
Well played.
Well.
I concede.
Wow, what a game. And VLPS takes it 3-2 over Crane. That was intense. Man, such
That was,
back and forth action.
was a fun
Rag
game.
really just...
That rag stuck around the whole game.
Yeah. That was... I don't even know what to say. That was so crazy.
That's Hearthstone.
That's Hearthstone. I mean, Rag hit the best possible target, then the best possible target, and usually
Then the
at that
worst
point,
and the
he
worst.
fucked up. Yeah, then worst and worst. He's
Wow, hitting that 1-1 was huge.
oh my gosh, that was so cool. So VLPS taking it in a super close one over Crane, and our next matchup will be the grand finals of VLPS versus Life Coach. VLPS will have to win 2 best-of-5 conquest matches here to become the champion, because he's coming from the loser's bracket, meaning VLPS has already lost once. If he loses a second time, he's knocked out. That's double win. But Life Coach hasn't lost yet, so if he loses once, still gets another go at it, right? And what else can we say here? Life Coach has Warlock, Priest, Shaman, identical to his teammate JJ's lineup. And VLPS with that Rogue got there 3rd time's the charm, right? VLPS with the Warlock, Rogue, Shaman lineup. So that was pretty cool to see. Do you have any predictions to make about that?
Well, I mean, last match was awesome and all, but you could definitely see like the Rogue deck struggling. Overall, I mean, it went 1 and 2. It was sort of part of how he lost to Life Coach in their initial match. So I still think that's the big deck to watch for VLPS. Not a big fan of Shaku, but good on him. Good on him to include the new cards. See how they do in a tournament environment. But yeah, I definitely think like if the Rogue deck can win, I really like his aggro shaman build. And
imagine that. Shocky likes aggro shaman. Interesting.
And
tell me more about what you like.
Obviously, we know Reno is really powerful as well. So, and almost every player's had that. So nothing surprising there. But Life Coach so far has just kind of stomped everybody. Really powerful decks. Played them well. So we'll have to see. I mean, Life Coach has to win 1, like you said. VLPS has a tall task of beating him twice in a row. Obviously, you have to predict Life Coach to win with the bracket reset the way it is.
Right.
So we'll go BO5 by BO5. In the first one, I'm still going to take Life Coach to win.
Okay, but yeah, I want to say Life Coach 3-2, right? Like in a close one, just barely in the first BO5. That would be my prediction. But I don't know, that aggro shaman. Maybe he just steals a win with Rogue somewhere, and I mean, maybe for the sake of controversy, right? I'm gonna bet on VLPS over Life Coach to take the first one.
Who would have guessed? I feel like casters do this a lot.
I really enjoy having a little bit of a controversy, a little bit of a debate, not having everyone just agree all the time on things. I think
Devil's
it makes things more
advocate
fun.
is important. So.
Okay, so let's watch another Amazonia vid. This is going to be the 7th and final Amazonia vid.
time for games.
Wow, those Amazon coins sure seem like a great value. And speaking of great value, let me tell you about the good people over at Skype. They are setting up a gaming community. And if you go on to Skype and add a Skype contact, Gaming with Skype, you have a chance to hang out with a ton of other Hearthstone players and just talk strategy, talk deck building, talk about ways to get an advantage. There are pros in the chat that'll help you out with any questions you might have about, should I craft Sylvanas or Leroy? Well, obviously Sylvanas. But and in addition to that, you can win coaching from pros like Frozen and Strife Crow. And as like a grand prize, they're even giving away a gaming laptop. So just go on Skype and add the Skype contact Gaming with Skype for a chance to win a bunch of great stuff and hang out with a bunch of cool people, talk Hearthstone. It's a good deal for everyone. So thanks to Skype for setting that up. And also thanks to Amazon, obviously. Those Amazon coins, good deal. But back to BatStone. I'm Zole. I'm joined here by Chalky, and we are casting the Grand Finals, VLPS versus Life Coach. And the big question on everyone's mind, I think, is can Rogue pull through? It's really struggled all tournament, but VLPS, if anyone can make it work, it's him, right? That and his Othrogue, it's been finding wins often enough to keep him in it.
Often enough.
Just barely, barely. And his other decks are so good, right? His Reno Lock, like VLPS is, I think Reno Lock would be VLPS's second best deck. His first is obviously Control Warrior, which is kind of not a thing anymore. Feels bad, man. But Reno Lock is also a deck that he's kind of a specialist at, and he's been crushing with it. And he put together this Aggro Shaman, a choice that nobody else was making, and it's really been performing well for him. I think I'm noticing a little bit of a bias in favor of Aggro and Shaman from you, Chalky. Not sure what to say about that. No, I agree with you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And I've also been playing some Aggro Shaman in previous patches, and I also thought it's just really good. Just kill people, right? I like winning.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at the bracket and see the paths these guys had to get here. So Life Coach initially beat Frozen, a teammate of ours. Boo, hiss. Then he beat Crane. Then he beat VLPS, so this is a matchup we've seen before. And that put him in the Winners Bracket Championship, where he is now VLPS's route. He beat Super JJ in the first round, Purple in the second, then he fell to Life Coach down into Loser Bracket, where he just defeated Crane. And man, that was an intense Game 5, and just an intense series, right? Started out up 2-0, then he lost a couple games, and then I think Ragnaros was the story of Game 5, right?
Yeah, definitely. Ragnaros and playing Jade guys. Lots of Jade guys.
Yeah, Ragnaros hitting the best target, then the best target, then the worst target, then the worst target. So overall, since it hit the better targets first rather than the worst targets first, I think it was good Ragnaros RNG rather than bad Ragnaros RNG, and still Ragnaros was not enough to kind of carry through against the Rogue. So
Rag couldn't even beat a Rogue. That's like his mission.
Yeah, it is like
he's gonna go back to like the Ragnaros Foundation, and they're all gonna be really disappointed. Like, you lost to a Rogue,
right? So let's get into this matchup in depth. Let's talk about all of the matchups. So Life Coach has Warlock, Priest, and Shaman. It's a Dragon Priest, a Reno Lock, and a mid-range Shaman. Versus VLPS has Warlock, Rogue, and Aggro Shaman. So Aggro Shaman versus mid-range Shaman. What do you think about that, Chalky?
I think before Jinyu Water Speaker, it might have been fine for the Aggro Shaman. Now it's just kind of like, I mean, they've got heals, they've got taunts. We actually saw that matchup the first time they played, and VLPS won. Like, he had just blistering amounts of pressure. Doomhammer, 2 Lava Bursts, like a Rock Biter. He got Steady Shot off Finley, and he beat 2 Jinyu Water Speakers and a Thing from Below. But normally that's not how it goes down. If you have a more average draw, you're going to get destroyed by the Jinyu Water Speakers. So I would say mid-range Shaman, slight favorite there.
Okay, so that's an advantage for Life Coach. Next matchup, let's look at VLPS's Aggro Shaman against Life Coach's Dragon Priest.
I mean, I actually think Shaman's probably just pretty good in that matchup. Like, the Dragon Priest has the early game, but past that, like, they're more inclined to have like board clears and really strong mid-range minions, which Aggro Shaman doesn't really care about. Like, I don't think we saw weapon removal in the Priest or anything. Like, there's Holy Novas for extra healing, but that's 2 healing. The Shaman has way more damage, and they should be fine on average in that matchup.
All right, I'm inclined to take the other side. I do feel like Life Coach's Dragon Priest may be a little bit favored. Dragon Priest does have quite a few taunts. I can't recall if Life Coach had Rathion, but it was a pretty popular choice. But of course, there's also the Twilight Guardians. You can put Powered Shield on things, Cabal Talon Priest on things, the Worm Rest Agents. So that's at least 4 to 5 taunts and some health buff effects to go on them. The healing hero power. But most importantly is just the early game board presence advantage that Priest has, right? From just kind of those bigger minions. So I think Priest. Okay.
7/7 is big.
7/7 is big. And you know what's a big answer to a 7/7?
Nope.
Shadow Word Death.
Nope.
3
He's
mana.
not going to have death.
Oh, he's not going to have.
No.
You just got the read.
I'm
I recall it being a 2 of, so statistically, odds are in favor of him having. Okay.
Nope.
Just going to shake your head and say no. Okay. So we're a little bit of a split opinion on that matchup.
7/7 big.
7/7 big. Yes, thank you, Chai. And then the third matchup for we're going into the game. Yes, no more Talkstone. So Reno Lock Mirror. This is, I think, my favorite matchup, and I think these might be the 2 best players in the tournament at playing Reno Lock.
To recap, 50-50.
Yes, that was the recap. But not 50-50 anymore. I'm looking at VLPS's hand, and he is a favorite in this game.
Oh, that's a good hand.
Giant, and that's exactly where you want to be.
Is he playing Handlock? Are we sure this is Reno?
Yeah, I mean, he's just got the good ones, right? Mountain Giant is, I think, the best possible card you can see in your opening hand in this matchup, and you want to be on the play with it because then it's just coming down sooner. You can't coin out a Mountain Giant on turn 3, so the turn 4 Mountain Giant from VLPS is going to be a huge board presence really early on. Mountain Giant is weak in a lot of matchups because of just early minion presence, but Reno Lock doesn't do that. So there's just kind of no downside to going for the turn 4 Mountain. It's just so strong.
So on the other side of the coin, Life Coach actually had some decisions. He kept Emperor and Sylvanas. So going for kind of a greedy value plan in the mid game, I mean, that's probably just fine in this matchup. You're usually not just getting beat up early on. And Sylvanas was a card that we've seen be MVP in this matchup over and over, so not surprised to see him keep that.
I actually was surprised to see him keep that. He did also mulligan a Mixtures of Mixtures, and when you're on the coin as Reno Lock, you need to play something in the first 3 turns. You can't just turn 2 tap, turn 3 tap, or else you overdraw due to hand size. So the Mixtures gives you an option of a way to do that. I guess he prefers to maybe coin out a 4-drop on turn 3, or just hit a 3-drop on turn 3. Makes some sense.
I mean, he did hit Kazakis if he wants. He also has Peddler, so has some options. I guess just deciding that while it does let you tap an extra time, the Mistress of Mixtures is a very weak card overall. It accomplishes essentially nothing. It of course, it is bad to draw later on. Life Coach is just hoping he never sees it in this matchup, but chances are he will since you go real deep in your deck.
All right, there's no consideration to Sun Fury here. Peddler seems worse than tap in my view. The Peddler does get some chip damage, which can be valuable in this matchup, right? It does. There's a lot of like threatening potential Leroy lethals, and how safe is not safe enough. But yeah, just the tap.
Imp Gang Boss is a consideration as well. It's not a huge consideration since Reno Lock is a full one-of deck, and it's not a card that they love to have in this matchup, but it lines up in a Peddler really well, and Life Coach would struggle to deal with that.
So Life Coach doesn't tap here because then you would have to either overdraw or coin out like Peddler,
which is bad. Yeah.
So probably Peddler one drops to play. He really wants to save the coin so he can coin out. I'm going to say Emperor on turn 5 rather than Sylvanas, but it might be Sylvanas. The point is with those double 6 drops, he really wants to coin on turn 5, so he just can't do it this turn.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense because you just have a perfect curve going Kazakus into coin 6, whereas otherwise your curve is kind of just funky.
And this Corruption is a huge pickup. That's a great answer to something like a Twilight Drake or a Mountain Giant that's coming out.
Yeah.
He goes for the Possessed Villager instead.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Possessed Villager. I mean, it does just give you this 1/1 that can make things trickier for your opponent, but just kind of thinking about it, you can't really envision many things that you're going to need 1 extra damage for in the coming turns, whereas Corruptioning a 4-drop just pops out in your mind as something that can happen really commonly.
Yeah, and you can see kind of punished here. Also, Possessed Villager, it's an extra minion in play, which gets him closer to playing into things like Second-Rate Bruiser or potential MC tech.
Yeah. Okay, so friendly minions, not as powerful as it normally is, but still pretty powerful. Could just take Heart of Fire for removal. I think Goldthorn is obviously pretty weak here.
Goldthorn is stronger than usual here, but it's weak in general, and I think Heart of Fire is kind of what you want in this matchup.
Yeah, I usually see Goldthorn taken as like the second option after you take Ichor of Undeath with the first option. That's like really powerful.
Spawn dudes and then make them huge. It's a good strat. And he did not pick Goldthorn off the first one because it's on the second.
Well, yeah,
and Mystic Wolf is looking pretty appealing.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's either that or Goldthorn, I think.
But we don't know what he picked off the first one, so we do kind of need to see on the Kazakus cam.
Kazakus cam!
Yeah, deal 5, draw 2. Whoa. Interesting.
Yeah, very. I think they just fixed the bug with the sheep. I don't know if Life Coach is aware of that, but like one thing that used to happen is like if you used the deal 5 sheep potion, you could kill something and then turn it into a sheep after it died, which was a really unfortunate interaction.
Okay.
But the sheep would have been really powerful here. Like he could have just cleared this board.
All right, Powerwhelming, a powerful pickup for Life Coach. You can combo with Sylvanas in some future turn to steal something. Also, it's just burst potential, especially with that Faceless. If he ever picks up the Leroy, that's the 20 damage combo. The Kazakus Potion, I think, has some overdraw issues here. I want to mention, I talked about turn 4 Mountain Giant, VLPS with the turn 4 Drake so that he could curve into Tap Giant. It's a way to squeeze in an extra life tap by sequencing the Drake before the Mountain Giant, and also it's a little bit better if you're intending to trade with the first attack from your minion, as the Twilight Drake did into Kazakus.
Well,
because the Twilight Drake is... Go ahead.
The Sylvanas that he kept off the mulligan, coming in at pretty opportune time, I'd say.
Yeah, a general guideline for when to play Sylvanas is when your opponent has a board that they can't kind of suicide into it, and when you won't die. If you can meet both of those conditions, Sylvanas is a very powerful play. Because it's just awkward for them to deal with without it stealing something. And
the LPS did pick up a way to deal with the board pretty well. Like, Fellfire Potion's going to clean up almost every Sylvanas board state after the fact. He could have done it proactively, but he can also just, like, do what he's doing now, go wide, and then clean up with the Fellfire Potion.
Okay. So you can see VLPS just trying to minimize the impact of that Sylvanas Death Rattle by putting a bunch of weaker targets in play and potentially be stolen. And indeed, VLPS very much wins that Sylvanas RNG event. Shadow Flame's a big pickup with this Power Overwhelming in hand.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Reno Lock players be really greedy holding onto their PO, especially post-Peddler, when you know you're not going to get another one. It is sort of your win condition, The burst is like the common way you envision yourself winning, but sometimes you do get into these situations where you're behind and you're going to have to find like a more scrappy way to win the game with some interesting ways of taking the board. You can't really just crutch on the Leroy combo all the time.
So Powerwhelming Shadow Flame would push 6 damage and clear the opponent's board, but VLPS would have the opportunity to develop on an almost empty board with 7 mana, just 2 1/1s out there, not too threatening.
Yeah. It's unfortunate for Life Coach that he didn't pick up any of the super powerful Kazakus options.
If Life Coach would have had 1 more mana, he could have squeezed in a Dirty Rat with this play and potentially just pulled out some minion that just dies instantly with a Shadow Flame.
Yeah.
So, Reno's starting to look somewhat appealing, but VLPS judges it's not quite time. Get some value out of the vendor first, spend all 7 mana for the turn, guess the board effectively. Pretty solid.
Yeah, and I mean, with the resources each player has expended, you gotta feel pretty good for VLPS. I mean, there's still a Kazakus potion for Life Coach, but we know it's not incredibly powerful. It's basically just a pretty average card. And he's down his PO, so no Leroy combo going to be bursting for more than 12 this game.
Okay, so Emperor could come down. It's going to die on board. Might be time to use that potion since you can play it and get those card draws in. Up to 9 cards, and then you'd have 2 mana, so you can't tap up to 10. So if you're going to play the potion, you're going to have to either play Rat or Sun Fury or waste 2 mana. You don't really want to do those things. I mean, I guess you could lead with the Rat and then try and potion after.
Yeah, just in case you pull out something like super devastating, you can always potion it. You have up to 7 damage.
I like this Emperor. It's got some bluff threat potential to it. It represents now Leroy Faceless 12 damage out of hand.
Yeah, it is going to force out slightly defensive plays from VLPS. VLPS chose not to Reno last turn. He'd rather kind of like ride the fine line, but when you do that, you also put yourself in a spot where eventually you're probably just going to be forced to have Reno as your turn. It always sucks to have a turn where your opponent knows you have to spend 6 of your mana doing a specific thing, because then they can put you in even more awkward spots.
Right, they can play some minion you need to deal with, but you can't deal with the minion while playing the Reno to survive. That's what you're saying. Okay.
The LPS feels still pretty comfortable at 14, but he is going to taunt up. Plays around like Leroy, Faceless, Soulfire, all reduced by Emperor.
Reno Jackson picked up by Life Coach. It's getting really interesting. His potion is deal 5, draw 2, so it's an option.
I wonder.
Life Coach, how do you win this? You kind of want to you really want to draw into AoE, right? So are you going to draw by using the potion or starting with Life Tap?
I'm okay with like Life Tap and then Trafficker this turn, maybe.
Okay.
I mean, I see what you're saying, where it's like you can't just go for this infinite value game. You have to find a definitive lead on the board if you're Life Coach, because you don't have the combo. The LPS still has Reno, so you can't really make a damage push. Just somehow have to find your way back onto this board and then keep it.
Yeah, tough spot for Life Coach. He's used some really key resources. Power Overwhelming, disabling his 20 damage Leroy Power Overwhelming Faceless combo, and he's also used Shadow Flame, which is a really just key one-sided AoE swing turn. So even though VLPS is behind on life, it's like he has the Reno to recover that. Just more importantly, he's ahead on board, and he's got more burst potential in his deck. And he's still got that Kazakus.
Sick pickup from the Trafficker.
Oh yeah, wow. That's gotta be one of the best demons.
Yeah.
Is that the best demon here?
It might be literally the best, yeah.
Doomguard sort of comes to mind because it's burst, but it is awkward with the whole large hand size of Reno Lock thing. So wow, VLPS just kind of covering his eyes to focus. It's actually a thing. Just not looking at things can help you to focus your thoughts a little bit better.
So many possibilities.
Yeah. Especially in like a Reno mirror, where there's just so many cards on the board, like in your hand, on the board, in your opponent's hand. You really do get kind of clouded judgment about things. You worry about way too many things that your opponent could have. You consider way too many options. Seems fine to me.
Don't know what that 10 was. We'll need to see it from the Kazakhstan cam.
I think it was Res 3, deal 8. Tell you what, that's a pretty good one.
Res 3, deal 8 to a target. Yeah, so it spawns a huge board and deals with a threat or smorks. And on the other side, let's see. Brand Infernal is an option. Doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. Just Infernal does some good things.
So the only like low roll potential for the Icar of Undeath through VLPS is like he's spawned a couple 1/1s this game, but no Doomsayer, no Apothecary or anything that could hurt him. So on average, that's going to be pretty good, especially with like the Mountain Giant graveyard.
So there comes that Abyssal Enforcer cleaning up Kazakhstan. Doing some damage on the boss.
Certainly this is the Reno turn for VLPS.
You don't ever potion.
No.
It's too scary.
Yeah,
You just
way
die to
too
like
scary.
Hellfire Leroy, for instance.
Your opponent's been sitting on the Kazakhstan potion. They've got like Fellfire potion still in their deck. That's a very easy way to envision just taking 10 from hand. There's Fellfire plus Leroy since your opponent has a bunch of reduced cards. There's just way too much.
Okay. So tap Reno coming out. And there's that Dirty Rat in both players' hands. They're trying to find the right moment to play it.
Yeah, the Dirty Rat might be pretty big for Life Coach, considering he's basically playing a combo piece down at the moment. Like, if he could get a lucky snipe on, like, Faceless Manipulator, or Leroy, even. Or
Man,
Leroy, he would have to deal with.
That 3/1 Imp King boss is just such a massive nuisance here. He'd love to send his Infernal to the face. But there's just no Mortal Coil in hand. There's a lot of ways to super overkill it.
Now, VLPS hasn't Emperored this game, so Life Coach should have a pretty decisive, like, grasp of how much damage VLPS could do. The max would probably be 14 with Leroy PO Soulfire. And then there'd be 2 imps on the board, so that would be death if he went for, like, I don't even know. I think he's got a lot of plays that would save him from that. Like, he's got a heal, he's got a taunt.
Brand Farseer Argus is a play that comes to mind here.
Play that comes to my mind was, Oh, wow, I would like to see the... Oh, the Enforcer would leave me dead, actually, quite a bit, so...
My shield for Argus.
The play that came to my mind immediately, you'd have to get your hands smaller, but Kazakhstan Potion, the 3/1, trade your Abyssal into the Reno. Seemed okay to me.
So VLPS picks up that Power Overwhelming. It looks like this is going to be a Demon Fire Potion. Fellfire, rather, sorry.
Oh, there's one off lethal?
Drink the power.
Oh, no, because the Mistress healed him. Okay.
Right. So Hellfire's you could just Hellfire Reno. That's a really solid turn.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Got the Volcanic Potion.
Yeah, AoE's not really what you want in this matchup. I mean, there are times when you want it, but overall, generally you want, burst potential is kind of the best thing to have. And again, Life Coach has done that Power Overwhelming.
So much going on in these games. I mean, is this just the turn you go for the 10 mana potion? Apparently not.
Apparently not. I kind of thought so. He'd kill the Reno with it and spawn 3 dudes. But I guess if you put the Emperor in play first, it makes better odds on the spawn 3 dudes.
And then he reduced his odds with the Mistress, so who knows? But, man, tell you what, it lines up pretty well in a Mountain Giant, though, if that comes down for Life Coach.
So his deal 5 potion has a perfect target in Emperor.
Yes.
So he can deal 5 to the Emperor, draw 2 cards, It
Tap?
discounts the Mountain Giant down to 4 mana.
Yeah.
You could even tap Mountain Giant.
Yep. Squeeze in a tap, like Dirty Rat.
Ooh, there's the Leroy picking up some burst. Now the licensed apothecary is interesting for the Dirty Rat picking it out, right?
Ooh,
Setting
yeah.
up for Leroy burst.
Ooh. What even is this game? Like, Reno Mirrors, man.
Yeah, this is why I call this like my favorite matchup. It's so like, and the second rate bruiser would have been sick in previous turns when there were like a bunch of minions out.
There's a lot of like crazy interactions and weird randomness going on, but there's so much of it that there's so much to think about that it ends up being a skillful matchup. This is honestly like probably the best example of that Ben Brode quote where he talked about how some randomness can increase the skill cap. This is like a non-meme version of when that quote applies.
Right. Those are some low rolls.
Oh!
Yikes.
Well, I don't think that was very skillful randomness, but that was pretty rough for BLPS.
That was. And now Life Coach kind of in the driver's seat. He's got some big threats.
It's tough to evaluate, but yeah.
We can see that if he just goes super hard on the board, he can get punished by some kind of Sylvanas Shadow Flame play, or maybe even a Sylvanas Powerwhelming Shadow Flame play in Bonkers universe where everything's huge.
Yeah. Well, I mean, VLPS always has the option to just nuke the board with any minion plus PO plus Shadow Flame. Doesn't even need to be Sylvanas necessarily.
So 10 cards in hand. He already used his Kazakis, so the Bran with Twilight Drake is a consideration. Like, what do you want to use the Bran on? Obviously, Bran Kazakis is ideal, but that's just gone.
Okay. If you ever just want a Hail Mary for lethal, Bran Dirty Rat Leroy kills your opponent every time if you pull out their apothecary. that is literally a high roll at lethal if you wanted to go for it.
There's not enough board space for all of the multiple spawn, actually.
I'm just saying, for a future application of Bran, that is one thing that will always kill your opponent.
Okay.
VLPS doesn't even have the apothecary in his game.
Is that Sylvanas Shadow Flame stealing the Twilight Drake, pushing 6 chip damage post Reno?
Life Coach has a pretty solid answer, though. He's got the second Abyssal Enforcer, which VLPS does know. The first one was randomly generated, and then he's got Shadow Bolt. And
and that leaves a 1/1 on board.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you die to the combo, but what does he have in this? What does he have in this hand that plays around combos? What I'm thinking.
Bran Cabal Courier into nonsense.
Who knows what secrets will
The Cabal Courier might be what he's saving the Bran for. He's going for the rat. Oh, and then he had Abyssal Enforcers with the Bran to AoE for 6. It's a full clear, right? I think the Possessed Villager goes off in the middle between the two battle cries.
Does it?
I'm not sure. He goes down to 16. He puts VLPS down to 20.
Yeah. I mean, and this makes you less susceptible to combo because of the Dirty Rat effect is the thought process here. It's basically like strictly, in theory, it's strictly better. Like you spend 2 of your cards to get rid of 2 of your opponent's cards, which at this point you think are most likely to combo. Yeah,
Nope, didn't kill the 1/1.
Yeah,
and,
I don't think so.
Life Coach was definitely not pleased with the RNG on Dirty Rat. He wanted to see Faceless Manipulator or Leroy come out.
Or Doomsayer. Like he had a lot of really good options. Or Unlicensed Apothecary. Like there were so many good options to happen there that didn't for Life Coach that it was like, and it was so likely because VLPS had already played his Emperor. The Life Coach had a read on him that, okay, one of those cards is very likely Leroy or Faceless, but in fact, VLPS played the Emperor because he had PO. You only need to reduce 1 combo piece, so.
Right.
So many possibilities.
So do you start with the Courier to see if you get anything sweet for 7 mana or less? Or maybe you're just not really playing a lot of stuff into this Doomsayer.
What about just... Is there any merit to ever just smorking your opponent for 12 with Leroy Faceless because everything just gets wiped from the Doomsayer? You put him to 6, and then you basically, like, if you can pick up a little more burn from some arbitrary place, you win.
That's a pretty cool play because the power overwhelming's already gone
Yeah,
from your
like-
deck, so you can't combo that up. And you know he's not going to heal up with Reno. That's already gone.
Yeah, your max damage is all gone. Like, the Leroy Faceless is always going to deal 12. It costs a lot of mana. Now, I don't know how much damage he really has left in this deck. Whoa. Okay, so he's just...
I like Smorking for 6.
Oh,
This
yeah.
sets up lethal.
This is actually really cool, yeah. Wow.
He
That was
doesn't
good.
tap. He's got limited cards in deck, and he's got limited life here.
Yeah.
He will want to tap in the future with Confessor Paletrace at least once.
And...
VLPS taps and shakes his head, knowing he's just not picked up the tools he needs. And indeed, he doesn't have any defensive options here to set up to prevent the lethal setup that Life Coach just made of
yeah,
Leroy Faceless Manipulator.
that was super
Man, what a
smart from
sick
Life
game.
Coach. Ooh, he even has to...
The
the
PM
hog
lethal.
rides again!
Get him, Hog Rider. Hog Rider Faceless, that's a much sweeter lethal.
Oh, man.
Oh yeah, it just jiggles around a little bit when it hits play. Awesome.
That's the sweetest lethal. It just jiggles around. Well, that is one thing that the LPS could have played around in theory. Like, if Life Coach didn't have Leroy. Now, Life Coach was really deep in the stack. But,
Yeah. He could have not had Faceless, was also a thing.
yeah.
So, game 1 to Life Coach in a awesome Reno Lock mirror. So many like random crazy things happen. Definitely players getting lucky and unlucky on both sides. I don't even know how to summarize that. What can you say, Shockey?
I think that was just kind of what I was talking about earlier. Is I've seen a lot of players be very hesitant to play their PO, to play their Faceless. We've seen that in almost every Reno Lock matchup so far, where players they want to hold on to that combo. They want to just 20 their opponent out of the game. But Life Coach pretty much used it when he needed to. He knew that, okay, yeah, this game's going to get really weird, but I can win a really weird game. And I think he's exactly the type of player that you think is going to make great plays in those types of games where he takes the time to think it through. The LPS obviously made some great decisions there too, but unfortunately, like, the way he drew just did not pan out. Life Coach was really vulnerable to the combo that game, and the LPS did not have it.
I think one of the super key moments of that last game was when a 10-mana Kazakus potion spawned like a 1-1 and a 2-2 and a 1-1 or something like that.
And, you know, by no fault of VLPS's, that was probably the best Kazakus option to take. The other ones are very weak in comparison. Like an 8/8 demon compared to 3 random minions that have died, usually you're going to want the 3 random minions. So.
And here, Doomsayer going off for VLPS. You can curve it into either Cabal Courier or Coin Twilight Drake. Quite some powerful options. Life Coach is considering whether he wants to just cycle this Nether Spite Historian.
Yeah.
And he chooses to hang on to the 1-3. It's a play to make on turn 4, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it had the upside of maybe getting like a Twilight Drake or Twilight Guardian to just curve into this turn. Of course, you do want to hold on to your dragon you get for the operative is probably what he was thinking, so you really don't want to curve it out anyway.
Okay, what do you think about Volcanic Drake? Do you ever get that discounted enough? No, he's just going to curve out here. Go for pressure.
Whoa.
Now, he played the dragon, which means he cannot activate the operative next turn.
I don't like this. I don't know if he was aware, but...
Oh, top decked. Good to go. I wonder, he's Life Coach is kind of rubbing his eyes like he's tired. He might have just realized that the operative wasn't active.
Dragon Priest is not a deck people have played much. Like, this is top level competitive players basically picked this deck up a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so...
I've seen him play it in a tournament before. I think it was a special rules tournament. I can't remember which one exactly.
But his play this turn was certainly the operative, and so I would have liked to see him guarantee that it went off, because the odds it went off this turn were actually not good.
Okay.
He had how many dragons in his deck? I mean, he had all of his dragons in his deck, but that's still only
It's
9 or
under
10.
50%.
It's yes, and so I don't know. Seemed like he got a little fortunate there.
These cards are kind of not great against Reno Lock. They're kind of good for Reno Lock and not great against Reno Lock. I might go for the Dirty Rat. It's kind of a bad matchup, and that's a high variance card. You might be able to steal a win somehow. Snipe that Reno Jackson. I don't know.
Ooh, yeah, that's a big thing to consider.
He's got that Hog Rider just charging in next turn.
VLPS's hand has very few minions, which will probably be played, so Life Coach might get rewarded for that choice.
Demon Wrath. Mortal Coil. Shadow Bolt. It's really strong.
Oh. The Hog is definitely right in here.
Yeah. 7 to the face, right? We're never trading. Smorking for value is how I like to put it.
I mean, you could get siphoned is the one thing, but I mean, I'm definitely with you. I like charging face.
Yeah, getting a 6/6 siphon isn't the end of the world.
Yeah.
And it's like you have to take risks as the Dragon Priest to win this matchup.
Yep.
Reno Lock's endgame, we've said it so many times, it's just so powerful. They can find so many tools to win from whatever position. You gotta put the pressure on them and find a way to win. Jiggling around to 6/6 before going face is a good way to do it. I love that little animation. It comes down, little bounce.
I love it too. And yeah, you see Life Coach also agree with kind of his position in this game. He is the beatdown. He needs to push this face damage, and he even has the Dirty Rat to potentially get that Reno out with no battle cry.
Refreshment vendor for one-sided value.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Also the Mistress.
Now, by flooding the board like this, VLPS is making that Mountain Giant more expensive. He's almost committing to not play it. Brand's a strong pickup for Life Coach. He can do interesting things with Dirty Rat. More often it combos with Azure Drake.
He probably wants to save the rat for the potion turn, right? Like, that's...
Yeah.
Usually...
Rat potion on 8 seems strong.
Yeah, that's usually what you're going to want to do with it. Like, it's going to kill what it pulls out a lot of the time.
So that makes this turn like Brand Talon Priest or Azure Drake?
Yeah, I like the Brand Talon Priest, I think.
Do you trade at that point? Ugh. Maybe.
Yeah, I think you do.
Into the Twilight Drake. Your Brand's a little bit annoying to clear.
Yeah, it sucks, but like pushing your opponent from 24 effectively to 18 isn't doing great things for you.
Oh, that's not... Well, yes, Shadow Death.
He's got the death, but it's still terrible.
The other minions are so much better for him, right? You deny the battle cry from Kazakus or Cabal Courier.
So he went for the high roll and got demolished.
Yeah, if he hit Cabal Courier... Oh, wow, he saves the Shadow of Death.
I don't like that. The Reno doesn't actually play much death targets, right? Like, there's very few, actually.
There's Emperor Sylvanas, Mountain Giant. There's Abyssal Enforcer.
Going for the 10.
Okay. Full value. I mean, his Mountain Giant just went away, so
I think you got the really good one.
Had 3 random demons.
Oh.
And
on the
summoned 3
first
random
one,
demons.
I don't like his choice on the first one. He went with the 3 random demons. He could have gone. He had the option to go for the +6 health, and he had.
Oh yeah.
I think the other option was to freeze, and I think both of those were significantly better. I don't like the hand value. I like the on-board value a lot more.
Maybe he figures he doesn't need too much more on-board value because he's already on board. But I like what you're saying there. Like, if you're spawning 3 dudes, then buffing the health on all of them is great. It plays around Dragonfire Potion, which is
at the time he didn't know what the second effect was going to be. But the potion he ended up making is one that's actually very hard to play because it actually does not interact with the board. It just creates stuff in your hand and on your board. So if you're under lethal threat, this potion essentially does nothing. It's it's like a win more potion in my mind.
Life Coach looks frustrated with himself. Maybe he's realizing he should have brand out the Azure Drake there to find an extra card draw that turn. He's left himself in a spot where the brand doesn't get value with his hand, and the Twilight Guardian doesn't have a dragon to support it. Maybe that's not the most important thing. He didn't go for the Dragonfire Potion because it leaves the Twilight Drake up. That is a dragon.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he was in a great spot anyway, but it's like a very minor thing, but something that obviously he's pretty upset about. Flash Shield's pretty nice.
Yeah, Flash Shield Arena Lock seems just fine. Clearing off the dragon to play around Dragonfire Potion. Smart from VLPS. And Blackwing Corruptor with a dragon. So he can brand Blackwing Corruptor here, but it's not the greatest of targets.
Hit him in the face for 9.
Just 0 follow-up to it.
You gotta find a way, man.
That's rough. That's rough.
Yeah.
Maybe you Blackwing Corruptor, the Kazakus, and trade into the Courier and heal your Talon Priest so that his Imp Gang boss just has kind of bad trades on board.
Yeah.
It doesn't play well with your Dragonfire Potions to make that turn, but...
No. Honestly, nothing really plays well with this hand. He's got the hand that's really good against the decks that play for board, and the LPS is playing a deck that's basically just got infinite stuff, especially with the potion.
So Life Coach just going for that longer game plan. He doesn't have a way to win in hand, so he's just kind of trying to drag it, slow it down, drag it out, maybe find a way. Hard to do against Reno Lock, but maybe.
Yeah, I mean, even without the potion, I think I'd favor Reno here, but that potion, there's absolutely no way Life Coach is going to be able to outvalue that.
Ooh, Songstealer picked up. Potential answer to that Sylvanas.
What do you think about just potioning? Going face. Maybe you silence and go face, but...
I like silence and go face better.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the consensus here is we're going face.
Yeah, face.
I guess
maybe you could trade it
like
a 3-4.
This is like your best death target left besides Emperor, which is pretty obvious you don't have. Alright, so yeah, like you said, going for half and half play here, making sure he gets his value trade to make use of the heal. He's threatening a lot of damage, so VLPS will have to make like a defensive play here.
Yeah, VLPS probably can't go for that potion right now. It's too risky to be too off lethal on board here when he's in such a strong position. He's going to want to find a more defensive play than that.
Yeah, freezing 3 random minions would be pretty good here.
Alright.
It's interesting, I mean...
He could have gone for a Dirty Rat play with his Hellfire Shadow Flame hand.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded that. I think you're still gonna Shadow Flame, right? Like, that's kind of what you've committed to at this point. You can't just trade, leave your opponent with 8, and say go at 12. That's so risky.
Right, I agree. So it goes for Hellfire Shadow Flame, no Dirty Rat, and maybe no tap. Is he scared about his life total? Oh, Dirty Rat last. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's not... Like, you get a 2/6 taunt against their random minion as opposed to getting a 2/3 taunt against their random minion with 5 less health.
Okay, if you're VLPS, do you read this Dragonfire Potion as meaning that there's a second potion in hand? Or do you think, it's just a play?
I think it's kind of just a bad play at this point. Like, your opponent's in rough shape.
And what demons in there? That's some garbage. That's really quite bad.
Very bad ones.
It's good enough, though. Just the board presence is really, like, more than enough for VLPS under this circumstance, right?
I mean, had Life Coach gotten the better end of draws these past few turns, maybe it's not, but his current hand is just garbage. Like, it's so hard to push here.
Yeah. Just no dragon in hand for the Wormrest Agent. Bran accomplishing very little with his hand.
Yeah.
No respect. Yeah, he's got Flash Heal to heal himself up. That's just fine.
And that's going to put him out of range, basically. Both potions gone. Looking pretty grim.
You could definitely see Life Coach conceding this turn. Just no way to clear that Emperor. Is there some kind of aggressive line he can take to set something up?
I mean, you
Play
do
stuff.
yeah, you push your opponent low, take him to 11, I guess. I don't know.
Just
maybe
go
you
face
don't-
and Holy Nova.
Maybe you don't Nova. Maybe you literally just play stuff and go face.
Okay. Yeah, that seems better than conceding. Okay. What can he brand into is what I'm wondering. Like brand Azure Drake?
Brand Operative. Well, he doesn't have
No,
a Dragon.
not that one. Not brand Wormrest Agent either. Or, sorry, brand Nether Spider Historian either. It's just no dragon in hand. Things don't work.
Still no Reno.
Yeah, VLP is suffering a little bit. Lack of life total is constraining his options. Once he finds that Reno, the game gets a lot simpler. But also, he's getting close to the point where he can just kill Life Coach.
Yeah, and I mean, Life Coach, it's going to take too long to piece together the damage. He needs to...
He can draw now.
He needs to find an operative, activate an operative. Operative are really, really good cards somehow. And even then he needs more.
Alright, so it starts with Norshire Cleric, heal my opponent's Emperor.
I wonder.
Yeah. I guess that is what it starts with. Feels really bad.
Is someone injured?
Staring down 12 damage, so 9 from hand would kill him, and we can see VLPS does have 9 in hand.
Yeah.
It's 11 indeed. And so that's just
Well-
it, right? Oh no, he's got a taunt.
He
Oh,
has a
that felt-
taunt now. Yeah, I mean, it saves him for now.
Okay.
Quickly.
It's like 2 off lethal.
Are you mocking me?
Yeah, if the 4-3 goes into the taunt, you push 8 on board, and you have 11 from hand.
There's absolutely no way. One off.
That's annoying. Alright, so I just make some onboard trades, push 5. Oh yeah, sure, draw a potion.
Potion.
Potion of Madness. That's cool. He doesn't have that flash heal anymore to draw a card. Unlucky.
Unlucky. Yes, that's super unfortunate. Man, you know, he leaves Life Coach with this damaged Northshire Cleric.
Draw some cards.
He's gonna draw? Ooh.
Oh, Brand Drake, more cards.
Wait, no, Drake Holy Nova. I mean,
Okay.
he's gonna die, but that's, yeah.
Drake Holy Nova, he heals up to 14. Is unable to clear the Emperor. The Emperor plus Leroy Faceless is 17. More
He
than
draws Thing from Below, which magically costs 0.
Oh, yeah. Sure. I mean, you can just draw, let's see.
Ooh.
No. Good play, though. Drake Holy Nova. Really a strong option. It would have been great against Shaman in a lot of these games. So VLPS picking up game 2, tying it up 1-1. Both players scoring a win with their Reno lock. No great surprise there.
Excruciating fashion.
Yeah. Reno lock does not make it easy on you. So VLPS with the Rogue and the Shaman, Life Coach with the Priest and the Shaman. But VLPS's Shaman is aggro, where Life Coach's is mid-range.
All right, so now that we're down to 2 decks, maybe let's revisit that matchup matrix. So we've already established a Shaman mirror is slightly in Life Coach's favor.
Yeah.
Then we've got Shaman versus Priest, which we had some dissent on that. But
Yeah, we're going to call it roughly even. Is
I'm
the
saying
average of
Shaman wins every time, 100% win rate.
Well, I'm saying Priest wins 100% of the time, so it's even. Because we both know You think
Okay,
Shaman's
okay.
a little favorite? I think Priest is a little favorite.
So then we've got Rogue versus Priest. What do you think about Rogue versus Priest?
Rogue versus Priest.
It's not even
You know, the
close,
old
sorry.
rogues used to always beat Priest,
Yes.
but this is a brave new
way
world. Crazy things. And Priest is generally just a stronger deck. It has kind of better cards in it. So I'm gonna go with Priest, even though Priest is historically so bad against Rogue.
I agree with you. I'm going with Priest too. I just think, like you said, Dragon Priest is overall just kind of a stronger deck right now.
The Rogue deck kind of runs out of cards, and the Priest deck does a better job of, refilling his hand, keeping on going.
The Rogue deck's also just kind of all over the place in terms of what it's doing. Like, every game with that deck just looks like a mess. Sometimes it gets there, sometimes it doesn't. Specifically, like this, I don't know if we call it Burgle Rogue. Like, it doesn't actually run Burgle, but it plays all the Burgle-y Death Rattle effects, and then it's got Jade, and then it's got Nazoth. But then it's just
does a bunch of sweet things, is what you're trying to say.
And then the last matchup we have is Rogue. Okay, well, first
we got the matchup we disagreed about,
yeah.
and so far it looks like you've got the better of the mulligan.
Do I?
Far.
Do I? Oh, okay.
You've got Buccaneer into Claws, I've got Pass into Pass.
Alright, I'm playing Buccaneer, and magically I'm going to pull Patches.
Nope, that's banned in this tournament. Sorry, Jockey.
Ugh.
Ooh. Alright, that's actually not that good.
No, not at all. Well, I guess you take...
Twilight Whelp is better tempo play.
Well, you're never going to play it. But
Yeah, you could if you draw a dragon, is the thing.
You could go with, like, the Discover to hope to kill your opponent late game, like, with a burn spell from their deck, but, yeah. There's no healing or taunt, really, in the aggro shaman, so it's not going to help you in that regard. So I
don't like that hit from VLPS. I figure you can hit with the weapon on 3 and 4. I mean, I guess this sets up to Coin Doomhammer on 4, potentially. Alright, it makes some sense.
Yeah, let's go. Coin Doomhammer, baby!
So here, Life Coach needs to save the Twilight Whelp for his turn 4.
Yeah, definitely.
Draconid, or whatever the 3/6 taunt is, Twilight Guardian. And it also saves the Twilight Whelp for his Blackwing Corruptor. And he doesn't have time to play the Talon Priest later, so I think he just plays it now. Jam out of 3/4.
He is worrying me. He is giving me anxiety, mousing over that Twilight Whelp. That would be.
I mean, he's thinking it through. You got to think he's going to come to a
That'd be a
conclusion.
catastrophe.
He's got a plan here, basically. He's going Talon Priest into Twilight Guardian into
Yes.
Blackwing Corruptor into Blackwing Corruptor Twilight Whelp.
Yeah. And the nice thing should be the Guardian should offset the Coin Doomhammer turn, right? It should. Well, maybe it won't. Maybe he'll just Coin Doomhammer and kill it.
Now, I want to say, VLPS's last turn kind of gave some insight that there's a weapon in his hand. Because he traded in the 2/1 instead of a 3/1 Buccaneer that goes down to a 1/1.
A 1/1?
Yeah.
Well...
And also smorking on turn 2 with the weapon also, like, VLPS really strongly hinted that Coin Doomhammer was coming.
I think I agree with you. But, alright, so this is where I was... Oh!
Interesting.
Ooh. That's about the best draw in his deck, but this is kind of where I was talking about where Priest starts running out of stuff to really stop this damage from coming in.
I think I'd like silence this turn, but Blackwing Corruptor face also makes some sense.
I like Blackwing Corruptor for sure.
Okay, you like saving the silence effect for some reason, or
no? I just
want
like
3 damage.
I want the damage.
I hate the less health. Like,
oh wow!
Are you unconcerned with like a Jade Lightning just slapping the Blackwing Corruptor down? Like a 5/5 silence is
he can't play Jade Lightning this turn. He's on 3 mana.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so he's overloaded down to 5. Man, this is gonna be close. He's got the damage to do it over 2, but Life Coach can heal. He actually doesn't have the damage. He needs to connect with the Doomhammer again, assuming Life Coach heals. But does Life Coach heal, or does he like try and set up lethal?
So what is the lethal setup?
I guess there isn't one, right? He's got max 13 next turn if he goes full out. The lethal setup, if you wanted to be super risky, would be take your opponent to 13, play Twilight Whelp. So you put 12 on board, your opponent's at 13, and you have a Holy Nova. That would actually set up lethal, but you wouldn't go behind a taunt. So then you risk just getting smacked twice, and your opponent like Jade Lightning your guy.
Mm-hmm. So instead he takes a defensive line, just taunt up, and he's thinking about playing the Whelp to be more aggressive. It doesn't set up lethal.
It doesn't set up lethal, yeah.
You gotta think he's going to heal.
Yeah, you definitely heal here, and it's going to really put him slightly out of range. Ooh, and that might be the end of him, because VLPS has exactly 14 over 2.
Yeah, there is this Holy Nova plus heal, right?
Ooh, yeah. So he goes to 10, he goes to 14. No, he's dead with Holy Nova plus heal.
There's no mana for Brand Blackwing Corruptor.
If he healed, he would have won, I think.
He's 1 mana off lethal here with Brand Blackwing Corruptor. That's sick.
Man.
Life Coach, he doesn't have lethal, so he's going to take the most defensive play, which is Holy Nova heal up to 14.
I mean,
and he's just going to die to double Lava Burst, double Rockbiter attack. Or double Doomhammer attack, rather.
So, let it be known, Chalky wins. Chalky wins.
Chalky, you went Flame Imp into weapon.
Oh, I don't want to hear
effectively
it.
Pass.
You know,
that was a thing that happened.
No, I don't want to hear it.
Okay, the priest deck does have some plays in the first 2 turns.
Shaman's the best.
Yeah.
Priest sucks. Let's go. All is right in the Hearthstone world. Nothing's changed.
And VLPS spots it a mile away. He's been playing this since day one. Life Coach just smiles and laughs like, yep, that's what I get. I'm dead. I mean, the number of times VLPS has done this, just Doomhammer into turn into double Lava Burst.
I tell you what, people that prepped for this tournament, especially with like the patches ban and all that, I think the expected meta was like, and people kind of nailed it, right? It's all Reno and it's all Jade. Like, and to be fair, the rest of VLPS's lineup is Reno and Jade. So it's not like preparing for that meta was a bad call. I think Aggro Shaman is just a great call because nobody is built to beat that right now.
Yeah, nobody's building to beat aggro. People are building slow and control-y and slower and control-ier. And I had this exact discussion with Purple about this metagame, but we came to the conclusion that like a full Smork lineup just was difficult to build under the constraints of BatStone.
Yes, and
so maybe just one aggro deck.
It was tough to exclude Reno. You know, it's tough to make that call. And you know, but you look at what won BatStone number 1.
It was Smork.
It was the full Smork. And we didn't see anyone try out full Smork, but the one guy that actually brought a face deck, I mean, the other one you could say is like Kibler's mid-range hunter, but I would say, you know, that's quite a bit different.
Right.
But the one guy that brought a full face deck has been crushing with that deck at least. And crushing in general. He's in the grand finals. One game away from the bracket reset. Just to remind you guys that are just tuning in, Life Coach came from the winner's bracket, so should he fall in this best of 5, we will have one last best of 5 to decide who wins the entire tournament.
So pretty solid hands on both sides. Buccaneer not pulling patches. Feels good, man. Really like that rule. Like, on day 1 I wasn't so sure about it, but the more I play the ladder, the less I like patches.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think patches is... I could talk about patches. I don't like them. But...
Let's talk about Coin Wormrest Agent. That is a really good play against a 1/2. Just get that value trade, you know? And it curves into Netherspite Historian, picking up a dragon to activate the turn 4 Twilight Guardian. You have turn 3 Norshire Cleric Heal. Turn 4 Twilight Guardian. This hand is a plan for Life Coach.
Yeah, I mean, he kept 3, and it was a pretty good 3 keep. Like, with Dragon decks, when you keep like 3 or 4 cards in your opening hand, it's even more powerful than it normally is because the cards just synergize so well together to create, like you said, a plan in the early game.
Yep. And Dagger Up does clear the Wormrest Agent. Flame Imp, good card. Didn't even deal 3 to him.
Yeah, I also don't know about the merits of printing the Pirate Flame Imp in the same set as patches. That was
interesting.
Yeah,
So Draconid Operative, extremely powerful. Ysera is doesn't make sense here.
No. Yeah.
Twilight Whelp would be a tempo pick over the Draconid Operative. It would give him something to do on turn 3, but it kind of strands the Twilight Guardian in his hand and is just not that impressive. Like a 2-3 doesn't match up that well against rogue minions. You can see SI7 Agent. Yeah, so just picks the strong card.
Yeah, and he's got 3 turns to pick up a dragon to activate it, so he's actually favored to have the dragon activation on 5.
You want to buy a
He's got Northshire plus heal next turn, probably. So I like the choice.
So VLPS plays a turn 3 Huckster instead of SI7 Agent. He's valuing saving the combo effect from SI7 Agent here.
He didn't, yeah.
He got super punished by the Northshire Cleric coming down from Life Coach, right?
Yeah, definitely. Does get off the Raptor, so that gives him basically a card draw in return for Life Coach's card draw. But Life Coach's card draw was out of his own deck.
Right.
So,
Yeah, the Circle of Healing is going to be an interesting challenge to use. Like I said, enables combo.
Those tend to be a little better.
VLPS saves the Swashbuckler to enable combo on SI7 Agent and to avoid the value trade from Netherspite Historian.
Yeah. Well,
Raptors on Raptors. I've seen this deck before. It involves Bran and Leper Gnome and 32 damage. Why are you laughing, Chalky? You don't think that's a real thing?
You forgot Shadow Step.
Yeah. So, Operative on 5, anyone?
I'll buy
Is there a
it.
reason not to?
I'll take 1, please.
I wonder.
So what kind of card do you look for off the Operative here? You've got a lot of slow value in hand, so some kind of tempo play?
Well,
Tomb Pillager. Okay.
I like Tomb Pillager too, Soleil.
That wasn't such a hard pick. The Jade card's not so good when it's the only Jade card you've got. Tomb Pillager, on the other hand, really solid.
Man, I'm feeling like the Hog's gonna ride this game. The LPS has so many card draw effects.
Ooh!
That doesn't
is
work.
Really bad with Rogue. And it doesn't work.
Man, these Burgle effects.
Yeah,
They're not the best. Alright, well, Circle of Healing, PogChamp.
Right? It doesn't actually relevantly affect the board. Maybe that's why it's holding
Yeah,
on to it.
but like, you might as well. When is it ever gonna relevantly affect the board?
Well, he's just got to swashbuckle up a Northshire Cleric, and then he's in business.
Okay.
Awesome cards. It's a plan.
Swashbuckle, the Akanai, or the what's it called? Embrace the Darkness?
Okay,
Embrace the
yeah.
Shadow. Or
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called. I don't play Priest.
So Holy Nova, not spectacular. It's kind of okay. The Death Rattle on these Raptors is what, a Huckster?
The Huckster, yeah.
So he's got a lot of chances at that Northshire Cleric Circle of Healing combo.
3.
A lot. A lot.
It is a lot. Like he's gonna get 5 random priest cards this game. That's probably more rogue cards than he's played. Oh, it's close.
So let's see. Rathion theoretically could overdraw. Who cares?
Yeah,
Let's go for another Sprite Historian plus Tomb Pillager.
Overdraw's just good with Rathian. That means you get a lot.
Twilight Guardian, I think, seems much better than those other 2 cards, but he doesn't need a ton on this board. It does match up well against the size of minions that PLPS has.
He's at some work, and he knows that the Hog's going to be active this game, and he knows that Rogue has, besides the randomly generated cards, no healing or taunt.
Yeah, I mean, going face is just good value against Rogue. It's really good value.
Life Coach is like probably one of the best players at understanding when trades don't really make sense. And if you just look at this board, like, why would you trade? Like, Sap?
This guy's tough.
Go ahead.
Yeah. One of the cool things about Life Coach is he's like a very slow and deliberate player, which makes you think like control and defensive. But actually, he's really good at finding those good aggressive lines of play.
Yep. Oh, the Hog is active.
Forbidden Shaping is at its best on turn 8. There's a lot of good 8-drops in the game. Ragnaros, other Ragnaros, Tyrion.
And this is the perfect time to Hog because VLPS's hand will very soon be reaching under 6 cards. Throwing down for a lethal push, baby!
Yeah, he's getting there. You know, if he some Blackwing Corruptor, Brand Blackwing Corruptor plus Holy Nova, that would be 8. It's enough to kill him.
And so here's where the synergies don't really line up. Playing a bunch of Burgle cards does not increase your Jade Golem stats.
Interesting.
Then you start drawing your Jade cards. Doesn't feel very good.
So, dude. You could find a healing potion and get a coin off of Tomb Pillager to play it.
Yeah.
That's a line.
What a world when Rogue is the one getting just smorked down by Priest.
Yeah,
That's
an interesting
incredible.
thing.
Choose soon.
He's thinking about what 7 drops he can get off of Forbidden Shaping. Maybe he goes for an 8 drop by coining it out. 7 drops are pretty sketchy. There is Bog Champ. Obsidian Destroyer's got a taunt on him.
Yeah.
Technically not dead, but he will die to this Holy Nova.
Yeah, that was, I mean, he played around the 1/1 taunt, but that's greedy. Like, there's Dragonfire Potion, which wouldn't kill you, but it essentially would. Yeah, I mean, kind of close to stabilization, I guess, but not really in the end.
Yeah, so 2-2. Tied up for Life Coach, and again, VLPS's Rogue needs to find a win for him to stay in this. This is like tournament point for Life Coach, but not for VLPS. If Life Coach wins this next game, he is the BatStone 2 champion. If VLPS wins this next game, because he came from the lower bracket, he will have to win another best of 5 series to win the entire tournament. So, what do you think the odds are that Rogue wins this game? Probably somewhere under 50%, but well above 0.
Give me Shaman versus Rogue for tournament point. I'll take that any day of the week, Soleil. And they have been drawing Totem Golem a lot today.
Just plays out the Thalanos there, choosing to cycle it.
It's probably getting clawed. I mean, the claw does misalign his curve, but it sets up for a Flame Tongue next turn if your opponent doesn't kill your 1/1, which, honestly, they're pretty unlikely to kill it, because that would take their whole turn.
Yeah.
I kind of like the
Taunt's
claws.
really the best here. Taunt's probably second or third best. Spell damage is okay as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, with his hand, spell damage does nothing right now, so I do like the Taunt Totem. Because next turn, he's obviously just going to want to Spirit, I think. He could go Claws plus Flame Tongue if that's going to be good for him.
Ooh. Swashbuckler up in that Fire Alley. That's a good one. That's the way to do it.
All right. Well,
on the other side of the table, Life Coach has a lot of Jade things. That's 1, 2, 3,
That's
4,
5.
5.
Yeah. That's big
a big
Jades. And there are still quite a few in his deck. Probably 4 cards, assuming he's playing one of the 5/5s. 2 Jade Lightnings and another Claws.
So 2 mana and quite some options with it. He could Flame Tongue, Thalanos, or Hero Power. I imagine Flame Tongue's the least likely of those. Like
Yeah,
Hero Power.
I mean, he's... Man.
Oh, wow. Well, aggression, I guess.
I like being aggressive, but the fact that he's going to have so many tokens spawning in the next few turns makes me kind of question it. Like, you could just go Spirit into Spirit plus Flame Tongue, or if Flame Tongue's not good, you can go Spirit into Aya. The fact that he clawed that turn, though, is obviously because he wants to curve into Aya without overloading himself.
Okay.
It worked out. He's got a good trade into this SI.
Yep. He's got a nice board clear. Jade Spirit on the left.
But VLPS has Coin Fire Alley, very common rogue play.
Very strong rogue play, anyways. Coin Fire Ellie.
And these Jade things are getting out of control, though.
Yeah. All the way up to 5 and more top deck potential to him.
Even without the Flame Tongue.
So
I mean, I like
Aya.
Aya.
Play early, but it does play on curve, and I think that's acceptable. I don't think Rogue going face for 6 here is too scary.
That Aya is a lot of stats.
Yeah.
I wonder.
It's a 3/3, a 4/4, a 5/3, and it buffs future Jade stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't think, like, the other plays like Jade Spirit, Totem Golem, and I don't think that really lines up too well in anything. Like, then you just Aya next turn, and that's like the weaker way to do it, essentially. It gives you more bodies this turn, but
Aya feels a lot like High Main in that you just play it on 6, or as soon as you can, as often as possible.
yeah, I definitely agree with that.
It's a big, slow Death Rattle minion, giant pile of stats for its cost. And by trading, VLPS did mitigate the damage from this Flame Tongue Totem some.
So, Flame Tongue's obviously not great this turn. Doesn't really enable any special trades. It would just be smorking 4 damage.
Well, it's kind of fine because it's sort of like 1 mana because of the thing from below.
Yeah, but I'm kind of down to just Spirit plus Totem Golem.
Okay.
To make the most stats. Like, you have so much stats on board. You're pushing face. It's right before Drake Fan turn. Opponent has 4 damage to deal with this stuff. That's pretty brutal. I mean, I guess the only consideration is, do you want to even pile on more pressure and just throw down Thing from below this turn?
Little time.
Yeah, it's pretty tempting, to be honest. Like, he kind of has the mana to play out his hand next turn, so he doesn't really need future discounts on Thing from below that much. Just go for the biggest stats possible, hit him in the face.
Yeah, it only helps if you top deck something kind of expensive.
And even then, it's like, it's alright.
Yeah, it's fine.
Pretty happy about that case.
Yeah, if you top deck something expensive, you're happy. Like, say you top deck the 5/5 Jade guy, boom, play it. Woohoo. And Rogue has nothing.
Okay.
Shaman, undefeated on the day, looking to keep up the trend. Ooh. Oh. Sap isn't great. I mean, it like, keeps him alive a little longer.
This is a key point where Aya is much better than High Main. Sapping High Main is just disgusting, but Aya's got that battle cry with her.
Yeah, you don't want to sap Aya. No.
You also don't want to sap a Thing from below. Things are happening, though.
Yeah. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. That's gonna be 13 damage? Oh my gosh.
Those are going to be some 0 mana 5/5 taunts, huh? Or no, he doesn't have board space to do all of that.
I think you're gonna trade out one of the Jade Spirits.
Okay, and then you have board space.
And then you just puke your hand onto the board.
I wonder.
I think you even play the Thalnos over Toteming, just to get the cycle going.
I like that word choice. Just puke it out there.
Yeah. He's even gonna safety trade, I guess. I mean,
I think safety trade's very reasonable here.
He will just have the only thing that beats him here is literally the thing into elemental destruction, Swashbuckler.
Okay.
Yeah. Found the line.
And it doesn't beat him either.
It doesn't beat him, no.
You could just Totem Golem Thalnos to kind of have enough pressure while playing around that. I put the Thalnos just to the right of the Taunt Totem.
The 5/5s help play around it because, you know. Okay,
Yeah.
he's playing. Okay, he's playing. That's game.
I can respect this.
I can respect a man playing the most stats on the board possible.
Funnel cake.
That's your basic Hearthstone.
Backstab Huckster looking for that LED. Devolve! Oh my god!
Well played.
What if you gotta do
what's
there?
the potential? I don't think there are any 2-tones there.
Wait,
It's like 0s and 1s.
yeah. Well, that's tournament. Life
That's
Coach.
Congratulations to Life Coach. We are going to have a winner's interview with him in a bit. But first, I'd like to give a shout out to our sponsors that made this tournament possible. That's Amazon with those sweet Amazon coins. Such a good deal. I mean, if you're going to be buying packs anyways, save yourself some money. Do it with Amazon coins, right? The Amazonia videos were spectacular. Thanks to Firebat and everyone who helped put those together. Thanks to Skype for helping to make this tournament a reality. Skype's creating a gaming sort of environment, a place for gamers to come together and talk about Hearthstone and learn. And if you just go on Skype and add the contact gaming with Skype, you get a chance to win a bunch of free stuff, and you can talk to people about Hearthstone and learn stuff, have a good time. There's pros in the chat. You can win a gaming laptop. You can win coaching with somebody like StrifeGrow. So thanks, Skype. Thank you, Amazon. Thank you, Firebat, and everyone else in the tournament. Thank you, Chalky, for casting with me today. I had a lot of fun. And I think we're going to try and get Life Coach in here for a winner interview just as soon as possible. Life Coach just crushing it from the upper bracket.
Yeah. Basically dominated everyone.
Dominated everyone, yeah. He did not drop a single match. There were definitely some close ones, some exciting moments. I think VLPS's Rogue was sort of the story of the tournament. It was like the underdog the whole way through, and it got so far. It tried so hard, it got so far, and in the end, came up a little bit short.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have been an interesting tournament for him had it been like last year of standing. That aggro shaman was crushing people, but unfortunately it was Conquest, and in Conquest your weakest deck kind of matters more than your strongest, and hate to harp on it too much, but the Rogue did not get the job done. But second place, still obviously a great placement.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's... I think it's to VLPS's credit that he got as far as he did while bringing Rogue. His Rogue deck performed better than the other Rogue decks, and his other decks were also... Like, he brought a lot of interesting deck decisions, more so than other people, and got extremely far with them, so that was great to see. But Life Coach's just 3 really good decks, Reno Lock, Dragon Priest, Midrange Shaman, just pulling through as needed, not dropping a single match. He beat, let's see, Frozen in the first round, Crane in the second, VLPS in the third, and was it just VLPS again in the final?
Yep.
So he had to sweep VLPS twice.
Well, I mean, yeah, he definitely brought 3 of the decks that you just kind of look at and think, okay, these are really powerful decks. And if you're looking to win a tournament a week into the metagame, that's what you want to do. So not really a surprise to see those decks perform really well. I guess the big surprise of the tournament was probably VLPS bringing aggro shaman. I think he went undefeated with it. I'm not sure.
Sounds right.
But, yeah, I mean,
Life Coach did not bring Druid. That is kind of a deck that is on a lot of people's radars as kind of maybe one of the strongest decks, and it got even stronger in this format with patches banned and with the requirement that you have 10 new cards in every deck, right? Because 10 new cards in Druid is easy to do, and patches banned means there's less aggressive stuff, which does punish Druid. And even with those constraints, Life Coach did not view Druid as one of the top 3 decks to bring.
Yeah, I guess the big class story of the tournament was Shaman's still good. All 3 of the top competitors did bring Shaman. I'm not sure how many people brought Shaman overall, but on the day it went undefeated. It still seemed extremely powerful, even against like Dragon Priest, which got some new tools to deal with it. It went 3-0 today. Just good deck, good cards. They didn't really lose anything. It's just other classes gained probably a little more than they did, and honestly, that the Jade Shaman tech kind of looking pretty all right at least when you draw it in the right way, and even sometimes when you don't, just having that 4 mana deal 4 was giving them the reach they needed to win.
Right, Jade Lightning. I want to ask, what do you think about the 7 mana Shaman card that spawns a Jade thing?
I don't know. I haven't played with the deck at all, so it's kind of hard to make a decision, but it did seem really good in those late game battles. It was usually like a 7 mana 2/5/5s. We usually saw it as more of a 1 of than a 2 of, but definitely gave them a little late game punch.
All right, so I think we do have Life Coach joining us here. I don't know if we're going to a short break first. Oh, Life Coach just stepped away for a second. All right, we'll have Life Coach joining us in just a minute here. So,
hey guys, can you hear me?
Hi, Life Coach. Congratulations on an awesome win.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm surprised myself. Okay. No, it was really awesome because all those games were also a little bit close. So, yeah.
Do you want to talk at all about your deck selection and how you came to the lineup that you brought?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me see. So it was a no-ban tournament, so that meant probably just bringing the three decks where, yeah, I thought which would be the strongest, and that was in this case the Shaman, the good old Shaman, the Rain Warlock, and the Dragon Priest, specifically the Dragon Priest, also because it was not that difficult to include these 10 new cards, because it was like the challenge or the requirement to bring 10 new cards. And Dragon Priest and the Jade Shaman are not really different if you have this requirement.
Okay. And what about Druid? Did you have any consideration for that, or do you think it's just kind of just not that good, even with patches out of the way?
Yes, exactly. I just think it's like way too slow, and yeah, I guess people who played the Druid Ledger can only agree that you're just getting overrun. Of course, with patches even more so, but even without, I mean, you saw it, right? You saw the games, and usually when Druid really began to get into action, getting these 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6 Jades golems out, they were usually just dead at that very point. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
That was quite a dominant performance, just running through the upper bracket, never dropping a match. Awesome to see. Chalky, do you have any questions for Life Coach?
Yeah, I mean, we're only a week into the new metagame, but what are your kind of initial thoughts? Do you like how the meta is shaping up so far?
Well, when I had the ability to talk about probably to be expected meta a few weeks ago or even a month ago, I was always wondering or assuming that, well, patches will be around. And I'm actually, I mean, happy and a little bit unsatisfied at the same time. Unsatisfied, obviously, because patches is very aggressive, which means it takes a lot of the Hearthstone gameplay out of the game if the games are finished by turn 4 or turn 5. But on the other hand, I'm also happy that this prediction was right, because yeah, I was pretty sure or pretty convinced that this would happen, like that patches will be all around, and I would have pretty much ridiculed myself if that wouldn't have been the case. Okay, I'm pretty happy about that.
Feels good to be right. Makes perfect sense to me. All right, well, congratulations again, Life Coach. I think a $2,500 first prize. Feels pretty good, man.
Ooh, yeah, that's so sick.
Yeah.
It's winter is coming, so I will buy myself very warm shoes from that.
Excellent.
Solid.
Get some really nice shoes for $2,500. Thanks so much, Life Coach, for joining us, and congratulations again.
Yeah, it was just awesome. Also, just a few words to the tournament. Like always, very happy to be able to play in some kind of a different format, and basically what you were also talking about. So in this tournament, specific cards, especially those cards which might take out the fun, weren't allowed. In this case, specifically patches. And I really think that if those tournaments, I don't think those tournaments should be on a regular basis, but I definitely think that they have their place, and it really refreshes, or they are really refreshing to have them around once in a while. So always happy if they are coming up. So yeah, thank you very much for having me today.
Yeah, BatStone, just such a cool concept. Thank you, Life Coach.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
And I think that's going to do it for today's broadcast. If you missed any of the matches, I'm sure we'll be able to check the VODs. Maybe. I don't think we're going to have any kind of rebroadcast. So, Chalky, any final words?
Just thanks to BatStone for having me again, this time as a caster. It's been fun playing, been fun casting, just an all-around great event. Thanks a lot to Firebat and the production team that puts it together, and the sponsors.
And the viewers. Thanks for watching, guys. See ya.
gonna be rich.
time for games.